Chapter 201. The war is about to start. Seeking a monthly pass. Who are you? In the outskirts of Salzburg, 7 or 8 wizards gathered together holding their magic wands. Their backs were soaked with sweat, and everyone's face was filled with a touch of bewilderment and heartfelt trepidation. Beside them, there are already dozens of wizards from the Austrian Ministry of Magic lying all around. It doesn't matter who I am, the important thing is your name Rodris? Why did you look for Rodris? A wizard swallowed, and the wand in his hand trembled slightly. They were all wizards who were temporarily transferred from the Austrian Ministry of Magic to support after receiving the warning from Pope Rosier and discovering that there was a suspected magic of Grindelwald to summon believers in Salzburg. However, just as they were still discussing whether to enter the city to rescue Rosier and others, or to wait for the support of the international magic world to arrive, an old wizard suddenly appeared in front of them, with an enemy. Effortlessly the wizards present were defeated one by one. Before that, they never believed that there really existed people who could knock everyone down one by one under the siege of more than 30 wizards. All the curses were fended off by the old man one by one. With the passage of time, a name that has disappeared for almost half a century resurfaced in everyone's hearts. Well, the answer is wrong. I have already said the reason. He bullied my child. Grindelwald looked at the wizard in front of him for a moment, shook his head regretfully, and slowly raised his wand. Wait. Rodris. If you want revenge, just say it. Please don't use that ridiculous excuse to humiliate. Rodris, whose windbreaker was damaged and still pale, walked out of the crowd, watching the old man in front of him, taking a deep breath, and was about to say a few hard words to be bold. Forget it all. A white light flashed, and the wizard's eyes were blank for a while. His eyes lost focus and looked forward. Grindelwald raised his eyebrows and looked around the young wizards who were on the verge of enemies. The old man put down his wand with a calm expression. Before leaving, I want to tell you an experience from the elderly. Learn to compromise, and don't always put yourself in a righteous position. City behind. For you children who are not too clear-headed, say, it's too dangerous now. After finishing speaking, Grindelwald nodded at the crowd gracefully like an old gentleman, put away the wand, turned away without anyone else, just like when the Tathagata came, without worrying about the curse coming from behind. Wait, what have you done to Director Rosier and others? What do you want to do? Looking at the old man's back, a wizard couldn't help shouting. Rosier. Hearing this familiar surname, Grindelwald paused, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly. Don't worry, in my opinion, the little Miss Rosier is a smart person. She will choose the safest path. As for what I want to do, Grindelwald waved his back and started again. I am protecting the future of this world, just like what I have been doing all my life for the greater good. Wait, you really are? Hearing the familiar declaration, the wizards in the rear opened their eyes suddenly, watching the old man disappear before his eyes. His body loosened, and they showed a surviving expression. Damn it, why didn't anyone tell me before I came? I need to fight against Grindelwald. Sure enough, he is still alive. He is at least over 100 years old now. Can't believe it. We repelled Grindelwald head. Ha 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 ha. Well, Milhouse was frightened and confused. Who will help me hold him down? At the same time, London, England. Ministry of Magic, Office of the Minister. A fierce dispute and discussion have been going on for a whole day. I emphasize once again, this is a violation of the bottom line, a naked split. Douglas from the Gringotts Venture Capital Department tapped the file on the desktop with his cane. The middle-aged goblin had a terrifying light in his eyes, and his face was full of hideousness. The entire office is clearly divided into 3 sides. The side with the largest number of people is the current Minister of Magic Fudge, Senior Deputy Minister of Magic Umbridge, Director of International Magic Cooperation Department Batty Crouch, Director of Magic Law Enforcement Department Amelia Burns, etc. Senior officials of the British Ministry of Magic. On the other side are the menacing goblins of the Gringotts Wizarding Bank headed by Douglas and Leos, and between the two, at the edge of the discussion, is the special advisor composed of Albus Dumbledore, Gus Dumbledore and other members of Wizardingamo, the Supreme Court of the Wizarding World. Group. Sorry, I still don't understand too much. Cornelius Fudge frowned, flipped through the dizzying pile of data and reports in front of him, and gave up the idea of sorting out the data. As far as I know, Gringotts Wizarding Bank's investment behavior has always been impartial and neutral. From your description, I don't feel any problems. No problem, stupid wizard. You want me to say it several times before you understand. This is war. Douglas slapped the table angrily, and poked the report on the table with a long pointed finger. The group of Gringotts elves in the North American branch have announced that they will break away from the original system of Gringotts and conduct separate financial settlements. According to the report, a large amount of funds from unknown sources are pouring into the Soviet market and want to short the ruble. The whole ruble-jingalong pound sterling system is already standing on the edge of a precarious precipice. In short, those traitors are now on the opposite side of all of us. Once they succeed, this week, the rubles that your Ministry of Magic used to exchange the gold gallons may shrink by at least 3, more than half of the value. And our Gringotts subpoint in the Soviet Union was even more shocked by an unprecedented run. Also, let me add one more sentence. The old Gringotts goblin Eldelios patted Douglas on the shoulder and threw out a stack of photos. In the photo, several well-dressed wizards were shaking hands with a few fairies. Seeing the wizard's face in the photo, Fudge and Crouch suddenly exchanged their eyes. This is, as far as we know, the Magical Congress of the United States has joined forces with the traitors. If everyone here does not respond, after eating up the resources of the entire Soviet magical world and the Soviet non-magical world, the next one will be their turn. We are. Leos looked around at the wizards present. Gentlemen, this is not a war confined to the European and American fairies. If you stand idly by, we will eventually become the renegade puppets. Then, when they target the European magic world, without the support of the native Gringotts, it will be a one-sided slaughter. That makes a lot of sense. But, I think you are overly exaggerating. Mr. Dumbledore, what do you think? Cornelius Fudge opened his mouth, thought about it, turned his head, and looked at the white-haired old man who had not spoken. Following Fudge's actions, everyone present turned their attention to Dumbledore, waiting for the old man to make the final decision. I don't think there is much controversy on this issue. We will always try our best to avoid war. Dumbledore put his fingers together slenderly, placed them gently on the wooden table, and said calmly and solemnly, boom. At this moment, the office door was suddenly opened with a curse. Everyone, we are in big trouble. A first-degree important event. A middle-aged wizard who looked resolute and vigorous put away the wand in his hand and walked into the office in a stride. He looked like an old lion. His dark brown hair and thick eyebrows were mixed with strands of grey. Behind the gold-rimmed glasses were a pair of sharp eyes, which made people immediately feel that he was a sharp and tough guy. Mr. Rufus Scrimgeour, I remember that I said before that this is an extremely important meeting that is related to a possible war. So, as long as it is not the end of the world, don't bother us. We don't have time now. Deal with the little things that individual dark wizards have harmed people. Connolly Fudge glanced at the office door that was forcibly blown up by the curse, frowned heavily, and turned his head to look at Amelia Burns, who also looked a little ugly. Currently the Magic Law Enforcement Department. Director, Bones, your management style may need to be strengthened. The wizard who broke into the office was named Rufus Scrimgeour, and was the director of the Auror Office of the Ministry of Magic under the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. A senior Auror with integrity but exceptionally tough. Mr. Rufus, now is not the right time to discuss Auror's work. Please go out. Amelia Burns said coldly, our discussion will determine whether a fairy war will break out. War. It's on the verge. Sorry, I just chose what I think is the most correct way at the moment. Because if no action is taken, the war in the wizarding world may be the first to break out. Rufus Scrimgeour glanced at Cornelius Fudge and Amelia Burns without being timid, nodded respectfully, and then quickly turned his head to look at Albus Dumbu in the middle of the crowd. Lido, with a particularly solemn tone, the Austrian Ministry of Magic sent a message for help, and Gellert Grindelwald escaped from prison. Not only that, his iconic war magic to summon the saints appeared in the Mole City, and at the same time he blocked the entire Salzburg with magic. Fought according to current statistics, a total of more than 70 wizards, including Miss Poprosia, director of the Department of Magical Accidents and Disasters in Austria, have lost contact. Chapter 1. It's also a big chapter. The old turnip must be strong, and the magic world will count on you to deal with the demon kings. Say something to your heart. Sorry, it may be too late to write it out tonight. Because of the plot coded before, I thought about it, and I definitely couldn't post it. So all have been deleted. After checking a lot of information about this magical world, I feel more and more that this is a real world with flesh and blood. So constantly empathize thinking, to imagine why they make such decisions. What kind of personality and mentality are the people who made those decisions? In fact, if the ending plot is to be fooled, it is very easy to play a game, pretend to be a few force, and just make some chicken soup. Selling a few cutes can be like most web articles, and everyone can pass the plot with joy. For example, crackling, magical beating, shocked, pretending to be forceful, passionate, spiritual chicken soup. But, in that case, I think these people in my book are dead, and the world is also dead. Human emotions are complex, multifaceted, and at the same time extremely emotional. The biggest difference between Gellert Grindelwald and Voldemort is that he is not a ruler but a leader. There has never been a person in this world who gathers together because of their ideals and abandons their ideals because of their leaders. Grindelwald, nor will he deviate from his ideals because of the failure of union and duel. There is only one reason for the Saints and Grindelwald to give up. When the last stumbling block on their path to the ideal is themselves. With Grindelwald's character, he chooses to move himself away. In a sense, both Grindelwald and Dumbledore are the kind of people who are calm even at the expense of themselves for sticking to the road for themselves. You should know that before Grindelwald gathered the people, half-blood wizards and non-human wizards were not regarded as normal humans. The combination of wizards and moles would be forcibly separated and imprisoned. After the orphans and mole wizards had a magical riot, it is to be disposed of rather than to provide education. It is a matter of course to use drugs to modify mole memories on a large scale. As the book review by book friend Melita 9, after I leave, the Ministry of Magic may come to confess your love with moles, help the little wizards, recognize the half-blood wizards not because of their conscience, nor because they have become good people, but because we have been here. By Grindelwald. So when Grindelwald suddenly disappeared for a very unreasonable reason, the duel failed, the Ministry of Magic began to compromise and began to change. What emotions will the Saints and most people have? I think it will be very complicated. And when the whole world has gradually become the world that Grindelwald once wanted to change, what will the Saints who live in it and have been waiting for Grindelwald think? I think it's also very complicated. After waiting for 46 years, the Saints from young to old and middle-aged, after seeing the convening, gathered together and found that everyone was getting old, and that part of their previous ideals had been achieved, and finally they waited until they wanted. What emotions will it be when you meet someone? I think it will still be very complicated. This is not a string puppet or a game NPC. Everyone has their own emotions, sorrows, and lives, and their ideals and reality will conflict. They are not summoned puppets that come and go when they are called. They are not so much subordinates as comrades and comrades. Ideals will collide and mature. You know, fat chicken is just an immature child. These thoughts were very difficult for me at first, so I need to ask a lot of friends and elders what they think, and I will try my best to empathize, understand and express this kind of complexity. Feelings. This is only a saint. So, what emotion will Grindelwald have to reappear because of self-exile for half a century? And how will his ideals, outlook on life, and emotions be reflected. Facing the various emotions of the saints, how should he respond? What should he say? This is another more troublesome problem. After that, there was Dumbledore's emotions. There are also the emotions and reactions of the entire magical world, Austria, the distant United Kingdom, and the reactions and thoughts of ordinary people. Not to mention, at this time, human civilization will face the greatest geopolitical disaster, the kind that will destroy the world with a little carelessness, and when everyone is trying to find the way in the future, more will be added, of variables. This is a very complex and interesting world, a moving and yearning world. Let the poor fat chicken take care of it today. Think about it. I will try to make up the update tomorrow and weekend. Sorry, grievance. Hold your head. Chapter 202 The Unspeakable Words and the New Agreement. Salzburg, Austria. Facing the obsessive Austrian Federal Police Agency and the enthusiastic onlookers of the Salzburg middle-aged and elderly walking group, the wizards of the Austrian Ministry of Magic, who realized their situation, did not hesitate for too long. Soon, the wizards followed their inner guidance, walked out of the hospital building generously, and got on the police car to leave. It was the safest and wisest to observe the law and wait for bail from the Ministry of Magic. With the lights of the last police car disappearing at the end of the winding road, the whole incident seemed to have come to an end. However, the crowd gathered at the entrance of the hospital did not disperse, quietly looking at the black fabric still floating in the sky, waiting for the person who summoned them to appear again. For this moment, they have been waiting for so many years, and they don't mind waiting any longer. Finally, a lonely figure, slightly thinner, appeared on the trail going up the mountain, as unhurriedly as in the impression, but also far older and older than the godlike figure that everyone imagined. Haggard, incoming. Across the street, Gellert Grindelwald slowly stopped. His gaze swept across those familiar and unfamiliar faces, smiled slightly, and nodded towards every, and his tone was extraordinarily calm, as if it was only an afternoon since the last meeting. Even though the face and body shape have undergone earth-shaking changes, as the voice of the old wizard resounded again, the once impossible shadow traveled through time and space and merged with the current Grindelwald, and everyone no longer had any doubts. Grindelwald, Grindelwald, Grindelwald. There was a small commotion in the crowd. Many people were as if they were possessed, whispering Grindelwald's name in a low voice, while more people's faces showed a sense of relief and a sense of loss. At a loss. 46 years have passed since the last gathering, which is really too long. Long enough to turn all stories into legends, long enough to restrain all the blood and impetuosity into steel-like silence, long enough that they have forgotten what they once wanted to say. I don't know when, for most saints, waiting until Gellert Grindelwald is no longer the goal. The process of waiting and searching is the spiritual pillar that supports them in their lives. There was a long silence without a trace. The joy of reunion that everyone had originally imagined did not appear, and a complicated emotion gradually spread in the air. Across the street, the wrinkled old demon king and his equally old followers looked at each other silently, as if there was a mirror between the two. From the wrinkles on the no longer young faces, Gellert Grindelwald vaguely saw his shadow, and the disappointment without any concealment. Of course, this was also expected. Of course, as you can see, I am old, and we are all old. Just this morning, I almost died of a small sudden illness. This world is no longer the era that belongs to us. As if unaware of the depression of the atmosphere, Grindelwald shrugged, took the initiative to break the silence, and said with ease, "However, I am very happy to see you again. Not because you have responded to my call as always, instead, you all seem to be in good health, have not endured persecution or poverty." Gellert Grindelwald turned his head and looked in the distance. The long line of Salzburg police cars had appeared on the main trunk of the city, and the face of the old wizard had a cheerful smile from his heart. "Obviously, you did not give up your ideals because of my departure, nor did you indulge in your past experiences and miss your life that should belong to you. Everything is valuable." For Grindelwald, it is easier to sacrifice yourself than to sacrifice anyone, as long as this can be closer to the ideal. After the waves caused by Grindelwald that year, it was just like the agreement after that duel. Albus Dumbledore did not break his promise. He used the way he was accustomed to, in a gentler and longer way, to push the entire magical world in the direction that they had expected. Even Voldemort could not stop it. The emergence of all this, if it is said that the only regret in this, then there is no doubt that these saints who have never given up on their ideals in front of them, as a price, the saints, together with Gellert Grindelwald, will bear all the charges of provoking the war, and then they will be forgotten by everyone. 46 years we have waited in this city, for 46 years. Standing in the front of the crowd, Kurt Mayer took a deep breath, walked out of the crowd, looked at Grindelwald and said softly, "If you never show up, maybe we will continue to wait for another 46 years. Until we bury it in the grave." "I know." Grindelwald nodded gently. "I don't know what other people think, but the reason why I came here is not to get any praise. It is not to sigh the changes and reminiscence of the years those things. I only need to look in the mirror every morning to do to." Library. Mrs. Meyer squeezed her husband's hand with some worry, but unconsciously stepped forward and stood side by side with the man. Grindelwald. Kurt Mayer patted his wife on the back of his hand, raised his head, and looked straight into Grindelwald's eyes, as fearless as he did every time he rallied in the hall of Newmungard Castle half a century ago. "If you just want to say these silly things, then you shouldn't show up again." "So?" Grindelwald raised his eyebrows with interest and motioned for the wizard to continue speaking, without the slightest meaning of anger on his face because of the confrontation. "You are not an all-knowing and omnipotent god, nor a perfect saint. Over the years, you have almost missed all the changes in the magical world. You are no longer as strong and knowledgeable as you once were." Kurt Mayer took a deep look at Grindelwald and said word by word, accompanied by the wizard's more unceremonious words. Grindelwald still did not have any angry expression, but nodded openly. "Right, the world has changed too much. To be precise, even back then, I still didn't fully see the world. As for now, let alone, so I can never carry all the responsibilities alone anymore." Kurt Mayer took a short step forward, lowered his head slightly, and landed on one knee, hiding his expression in the darkness, and said something that he hadn't had time to say 46 years ago. "Whatever you plan to do, this time, please don't leave us again. Sacrificing for your ideals shouldn't be your own right this way unfair." "And me?" Mrs. Mayer smiled slightly, walked to her husband, clenched her right hand on her chest, and landed on one knee. "Me too." An old gentleman with single-sided glasses also walked out. "Old Kurt, you are so cunning." The middle-aged woman in a plaid skirt wiped her eyes and scolded with a smile. "Since you have ended our waiting, we have to make up for a new mission." A wizard with white temples came out and looked at Grindelwald with a smile on his face, as it was 50 years ago. "We have always been by your side and never left. I can play at least 5 of those little guys today." "Order, what do we need to do?" The smile on Grindelwald's face slowly narrowed, and he silently glanced at the wizard, who was already full of white hair, then raised his head and looked at the group of wizards with the same expression. Suddenly his brows loosened. "Yes, it is such a person, and only such a person can truly change the world." "What is he worried about?" Grindelwald nodded vigorously and slowly, crossed the street and walked to the middle of the crowd, his tone of pride as always. "Of course, this is also the purpose of my calling you again. I hope that you will live as long as possible. Let the world not forget the existence of Grindelwald and the saints." As he spoke, a carefree, delicate face appeared in front of Grindelwald, and a touch of gentleness flashed through his eyes. "This time the task may be extra long. From this moment until you close your eyes forever, the new world of her birth has broken through. Although she doesn't know what she is about to face for the time being, that day will eventually come. Before that, as an old guy who should have entered the garbage dump of history, the only thing she can do is to give her as much time and space as possible to grow up and, when necessary, take the initiative to take all the damage, even if it is transformed as ashes. I like this world. I really hope that I can have the pen power of those great gods, and it still feels a little bit inferior. Fate, pillar, loss, heartache, expectation, cohesion. It's roughly this kind of emotion. If possible, can you teach me what needs to be modified or how to write it would be better? Fat chicken can't wait to eat fat in an instant. Chapter 203. You talk. I'll go buy a supper first. Night fell. The black veil in the sky has disappeared, and the old wizards gathered at the entrance of the hospital have also dispersed. In twos and threes, they once again merged into the brightly lit city below, like water droplets falling into the lake, without any trace. After a short recollection, Grindelwald naturally returned to the secret residence of Paracelsus, protected by layers of magic. Not surprisingly, there was one more guest in the not-so-spacious room, an old wizard with a pair of half-moon glasses, a long crooked nose, long silver hair and a draped beard. Gang Albus Dumbledore from London, England, to Salzburg. Sorry, Gellert. I am extremely sorry for my lateness. Of course, as I told you at the Ministry of Magic, I believe you must have your own suffering. Dumbledore stood up from his chair, gently smiled towards him. Hohenheim, how is she? Grindelwald glanced at Dumbledore indifferently, and looked straight over him, looking at the little silver-haired girl lying quietly on the soft bed in the room, as if Dumbledore was nothing more than a transparent person. No problem. This child sleeps very deeply. The vitality in her body is much stronger than we imagine. After all, you know, half-blood wizards are usually like this. Paracelsus, that is, Hohenheim, glanced awkwardly at Dumbledore, who was deliberately ignored by Grindelwald, shrugged and replied, but there were not too many surprises in his tone. I have to say that the half-blood wizard does have a lot of advantages over ordinary humans in terms of physical quality. As a doctor who may be the oldest doctor in the magic world at present, the identity of the Elena half-blood is almost when she enters the room. At the first moment, it was recognized by Hohenheim. It's fine. Hearing Hohenheim's answer, Grindelwald's eyebrows loosened, and the expression on his face could not help but ease a little. Gellert, don't worry. She will be better taken care of at Hogwarts. Now that I'm here, leave the rest of the matter to me at ease, and you can have a good rest. Following Grindelwald's sight, Dumbledore looked at the sleeping Elena, frowned slightly, and was about to take a few steps forward to check the girl's condition at close range. Suddenly, a white curtain of light appeared around Dumbledore, trapping him in place. Sorry, I don't think you can take her away yet. Grindelwald casually played with the wand in his hand and said softly. Dumbledore raised his eyebrows, drew his wand and waved it, and the white curtain of light melted quickly like ice and snow in the sun. However, just before Dumbledore performed his magic, Gellert Grindelwald quickly walked to Eleanor's bed. I saw Grindelwald standing next to Eleanor's bed, waving his magic wand casually, and a layer of invisible sound insulation enveloped the girl behind him, blocking all sounds and possible noise outside. The wand belonging to a certain ministry wizard who hadn't had time to name it was slowly turning on the old man's slender fingertips. For the first time since entering the room, Grindelwald raised his head and looked at Dumbledore and said softly, I said stay away from this child. Didn't you hear? She needs a rest now. Whether it was words or actions, the repulsion and hostility expressed by the first-generation Dark Lord couldn't be more clear. Oh, it's not funny, Gellert. Dumbledore smiled and shook his head. The wand was raised, and his fingers subconsciously stroked the circling wood grain on the wand. She belongs to Hogwarts. There is still a whole day of class tomorrow. Oh, is it? In other words, I didn't return to Hogwarts Castle in such a hurry. Moreover, I haven't reported back to you the results of my studies in the past few days. Grindelwald raised his eyebrows and held his hands. The wand was swaying intentionally or unintentionally, and the position pointed to by the tip of the wand was constantly changing. Contrary to the two seemingly calm expressions and conversations, two high concentrations of magic power began to agitate in the air. Speaking of it, I was suddenly hungry. I'm going out to buy some supper, or else, You guys talk first. Paracelsus looked at the two wizards who were facing each other, swallowed with difficulty, glanced at the house that had lived for almost 100 years, and said cautiously. He knew that all women are troublesome, especially women of Ver descent. Fortunately, he realized this early and was not firmly tied to a tree like poor Nick Leam. Hundreds of years. Dumbledore nodded apologetically to the owner of the house. Sorry, can you let us be alone for a while? It's just a misunderstanding. I don't think it will be long. It's okay, it's okay. Paracelsus waved his hand hurriedly. I suddenly want to go outside and stroll around. I shouldn't be back tonight. Don't worry about me. He wants to live 2 more years and celebrate his 500th birthday. If he gets involved in the battle between the two most dangerous wizards in history, or accidentally hears something that shouldn't be heard, it may be in the future. It can only pass the death hour. Click. As Paracelsus disappeared into the room, the door was gently closed, and only Grindelwald, Dumbledore and Elena were left in the room. Gellert, maybe we need to talk about it. What happened? It's no joke. Dumbledore frowned, put his index finger and middle finger together, and rubbed his eyebrows vigorously. You can't imagine that when I heard the news of your escape and the whole Salzburg was enveloped by your magic, the pressure on the Austrian Ministry of Magic and the British Ministry of Magic, not to mention, plus the 2 big holes I first saw when I arrived at Newmungard Castle. In that case, should I tell you something funny and interesting first? The corner of Grindelwald's mouth curled, and he suddenly turned away from the subject, and said relaxedly in a tone that seemed to be homely, you know, I almost died today, from a small disease called diabetic ketoacidosis by the moles. If it wasn't for this kid who saved me. While talking, the old wizard pointed at the girl behind him casually, and sat on the side of the bed carelessly, carefully combing the hair on Eleanor's forehead, and acting so softly that he might accidentally wake the girl from her sleep. Is it such a thing? Gellert, I don't. Dumbledore's expression changed slightly and his mouth opened. After all, the time left for him was too short. It took less than half an hour from the time he received the request from the Austrian Ministry of Magic to his arrival in Salzburg. Come out to anyone who can tell the whole story. Wait, this is not the most interesting thing yet. Grindelwald grinned, raised his hand to interrupt Dumbledore's words. A trace of tenderness appeared in his eyes, and took out 4 wands from his arms and shook them in front of Dumbledore, speaking at a slightly faster rate. Because you, a busy man in the magic world, are back and suddenly late, and my useless old guy actually fell into a coma on the way. This penniless and non-speaking little guy actually wanted to heal me. Stupid enough to have a fight with officials of the Austrian Ministry of Magic for adult wizards. More interestingly, in the entire incident, the only person who is currently injured is this stupid bun. If this is the case, you can rest assured in this regard, I will be responsible for all the aftermath and interpretation work. Miss Elena Castellana will not receive any from the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore did not hesitate, said, No, I've taken care of it. Grindelwald snorted, and a joking appeared on his face. Remember, there is no Eleanor's shadow in the whole incident. There is only one legendary Dark Lord, who is bored and comes out to find an old friend. Let's chat and stroll around. Stories by the way. Go. Chapter 204. The collision of black and white. Seeking monthly ticket. Big chapter. Quietly waiting for Grindelwald to say the ins and outs roughly, Dumbledore was silent for a moment, took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and gave a wry smile. I understand. It seems that I have an inescapable and important responsibility for this matter. For Dumbledore, although some details are still lacking, the information shown by Grindelwald is enough for him to construct a complete story frame. Obviously, Grindelwald has enough reasons to vent his dissatisfaction and anger. Gellert, this is completely my mistake. I am used to the power and convenience of magic, but selectively forget the fact that we are all getting old. Fortunately, Miss Castellana is here. The awe-inspiring and noble behavior made in the face of a crisis did not make the whole incident irreparable. Albus Dumbledore was full of self-blame in his tone, and his blue eyes looked at Grindelwald sincerely, with deep fear in his eyes. He couldn't imagine, if it weren't for Eleanor's response, what kind of mood he should face the cold body of Grindelwald a day later. The noble ones are always people, not your decisions and arrangements. Albus, Gellert Grindelwald hugged his arms and snorted unmovedly. In the past few decades, as long as you have thought of something like this once, it won't happen as it is today. I know you too well. You always come out like a savior to clean up the mess after things are messed up. No one can completely control the future. Someone has to clean up the mess, and you didn't expect it beforehand, right? Responding to the trick is always the key to winning the final victory. Dumbledore spread his hands helplessly, and did not intend to delve into this issue. On this point, he and Grindelwald have discussed this point too many times in the past few decades, and no one can convince the other person. However, there is another problem that Dumbledore is facing right now. The old wizard took a deep look at Eleanor's chest and his face became serious. There, a small and exquisite Deathly Hallows necklace lay quietly on the girl's collarbone, the wood-like iron pendant intertwined with the thrilling Snow White's skin. There is a different kind of temptation, Dumbledore. I understand what that necklace means to Grindelwald. It was a gift that Grindelwald intended to give him at the end of that summer. Dumbledore frowned, looked away from the girl's collarbone, and looked at the old man standing in front of him. Grindelwald, she is just a child less than 11 years old. She is destined to belong to Hogwarts. So she cannot, should not, and will not be your follower. It's just a necklace. It doesn't explain much. Dumbledore, you are too sensitive. Grindelwald shook his head. But this is a very dangerous signal. She's not a pawn you can control. Neither the saint nor you should appear in this world again. This is not in line with the plan we said before. Sorry, that's what I want to tell you. Grindelwald said. She's not your pawn, Dumbledore. All you can control is always you. Of course she won't be a chess piece. She is destined to sit on a chessboard. You and I know this very well. Dumbledore waved his hand slightly distractedly. We are all old. This world will not leave us too much time. Before that, I must leave enough seeds to ensure that the future will continue to develop as we want. When necessary, she will replace me and continue to advance that long and subtle journey. Be the other you. Grindelwald raised his eyebrows and said in an ironic tone, give up. She will never be you. She is not cold enough. Perhaps in the eyes of most people, Albus Dumbledore is a sentimental, gentle and considerate old man. But Gellert Grindelwald knew very well that Dumbledore's personality was exactly the same as him in some respects, unfeeling, dedicated, and a bitter indifference hidden beneath his gentleness and tolerance. Note 1, click to view. Do you think you know her very well? No, you don't know this child at all. She is colder and scarier than you think. Grindelwald, you at the castle of Newmungard, don't even know that the child lives in his mind. What a terrible monster. Dumbledore's eyes gradually became sharper, and his face became more and more serious. Just this morning, Gringotts, which has a history of more than 1,000 years, split, and the figure of the Magic Congress of the United States also appeared in it. Facing this increasingly complicated war of elves, I can feel the officials of the Ministry of Magic are already ready to move. Fortunately, my current prestige still works, so I can stop them a little bit to prevent the situation from continuing to get out of control. At this point, Dumbledore felt another faint tingling sensation in his temple. There is no doubt that the lobby of the fairies is extremely powerful and sincere. If only the Magic Congress of the United States intervened in the fight between the fairies, Albus Dumbledore would still have the confidence to persuade Cornelius Fudge not to easily bring the entire British Ministry of Magic into the vortex of chaos in Gringotts. Then, the Ministry of Magic privately reached an agreement with the fairies, agreeing to use the strategic reserve to exchange rubles, and almost tied the entire British Ministry of Magic to the chariot of the Gringotts fairies in London. Rao is an old wizard with rich life experience like Dumbledore, and he is completely blind in the face of a completely unfamiliar financial warfare. Until now, he vaguely understood that happened in the Slytherin public break. How terrible the world deduction is. So, Is this the reason you are late in the morning? It's a good reason. Grindelwald's tone was full of irony, but it doesn't explain much. I'm not so confused that I will attribute all the incidents to a girl who is less than 11. Of course, it would be terrible if it was that way. All I want to say is a connection. Dumbledore took a deep breath and closed his eyes. With just a piece of the title deed to Hogwarts Castle, she successfully moved the whole world. Within 2 months, the follow-up event development was just as close as you had done for more than 10 years, provoking a war that can spread to the entire world, including the non-magic world and the magic world. The most important thing is that this is not an unintentional move. Before making those choices, she has already seen in advance that the follow-up may occur. Sometimes I can clearly feel that the whole world seems to be just a game in her eyes. Whether it's the displaced people or the death, it's just an established message. That's just because of stupidity, not coldness. After a brief consternation, Grindelwald shook his head. This kind of little guy who is always hot-headed may not think so much at all. I'm sorry, she is not as smart as you think. This is just a stubborn, stupid, idealists living in fairy tales. After a moment of silence, Dumbledore opened his eyes. But she saw all this in advance and made the same predictions as predictions. Do you still think that a person with such a perspective will not be able to make herself show the determination and coldness when necessary? Of course, one of the biggest characteristics of a person is a divergence of heart, and I only believe in behaviors that are demonstrated in critical situations. While talking, Grindelwald lowered his head and glanced at the sleeping Elena. The corner of the girl's mouth was shining, and she was obviously having a sweet dream. The old wizard shook his head helplessly. Perhaps this is the reason. It's only the most essential hobby of white hair dumplings. This kid has proven that she can't be a hard-hearted decision-maker. Otherwise, Grindelwald paused, and did not say any follow-up words. There are some details that Dumbledore is not suitable to know too much, and it is easy to dilute the sense of surprise in the future. Sosh will never be the next you. Gellert. Grindelwald calmly raised his head, looked at the old white-bearded wizard who is known as the first person in the magic world, and said with certainty, because she is destined to surpass you, and all I have to do is to work hard to ensure that this hope will not be stifled by anyone. Oh, a super high evaluation that you have never heard before, Gellert. Dumbledore said solemnly. You will not change your ideals and persistence just because of a few words of a 10-year-old child. I will not let our persistence for so many years be wasted because of your willfulness. Undoubtedly, at the moment the goblins visited in the morning, Dumbledore realized that even though he had valued Elena as much as possible, he still underestimated the potential hidden in the girl, and, this huge potential, the powerful temptation for Grindelwald whose life is about to end. Hope, this is the most terrifying poison in the world. Whether it is Grindelwald who chooses to actively cut off the flames of the revolution, forcing the stubborn magical world to make compromises, or Dumbledore chooses to abandon the post of Minister of Magic and train young wizards with peace of mind, and will bring more and more hemp wizards introduced into the magic world with the half-blood wizard. In the end, the desired result is actually the same: breaking the inherent dominance of the pure blood wizarding world over the non-magical world and the mole wizarding class. In fact, all of this has begun to take shape gradually, at most, in another 20 years, as the proportion of hemp wizards in the magical world is getting heavier. The contradictions and conflicts that have been temporarily shelved will be reinvigorated. At that time, the traditional stubborn conservative class will no longer be able to make any resistance to the huge number of mixed blood and hemp wizards from all walks of life in the magical world. The biggest problem with this may be that neither Grindelwald nor Dumbledore can really wait for the day when the ideal is realized. Fortunately, the appearance of Elena perfectly resolved this last concern. After Dumbledore leaves, she can assume the responsibility of maintaining the balance of the new world or, like a catalyst, speeding up this process progress. Let's stop here. Gellert. The stage that belongs to you has ended. Don't forget the words you have always engraved on the entrance of the castle. Dumbledore raised his wand seriously. He understood Grindelwald's thoughts. Fortunately, he is confident that he can get everything back on track. Ideal. Grindelwald squinted his eyes. Ideal has never changed. Ignoring Dumbledore's movements, Gellert Grindelwald stood up abruptly, walked to the window, and pushed it open. Let's take a look, Dumbledore. Take a good look at this city, this world, and you know love and peace, but you will never understand what is glorious and stubborn, stupid, unrealistic ideals. My God, what did you do? Dumbledore turned his head and looked out the window. A shock appeared on his face, and the wand in his hand almost fell. This is a scene that is hundreds of times more shocking than the gathering of followers of Grindelwald. In the sky of Salzburg, countless deathly hallows light and shadow signs shone from all corners of the city to the sky, and the gleaming deathly hallows marks all over the sky. Every street and every square inches the whole city is shining with the mark of Grindelwald. 46 years they have been here. Dumbledore turned to look at Grindelwald, and every wrinkle on the old man's face was filled with unspeakable surprise. Yes, this is something you have never believed in. There are always some things that will never fade. 46 years have passed, and even you cannot defeat a city. Gellert Grindelwald stood by the window, looked up at the sky, and took a deep breath. You can try to beat me, but I will never die unless you destroy this city and kill every saint. Now, we can talk about Eleanor's question again, right? Is it really worth it? The international magical community will never tolerate your aggressive provocation like this. Looking at Grindelwald standing by the window, Dumbledore sighed repeatedly. Well, Gellert, what do you want to do? She needs a systematic education in magic and a circle of peers. Need a partner, even if you keep me, you can't stop her from returning to Hogwarts. I understand. I just want to tell them that it's impossible for Numungard Castle to shut me down. Gellert Grindelwald nodded. A sly look appeared on his face. There is only one place in this world that can imprison me, Albus. Moreover, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry may also need an experienced. By the way, acting as an old wizard can help alleviate students' unexpected conflicts and treatment pressure. Gellert Grindelwald. Dumbledore took a deep breath. After so many years, you really are still that complete villain and devil. Thank you. Goo. Finally the boss came out. Then you can go back to school. No nose is so pitiful. Well, fortunately, I didn't intend to use him as a boss. It's a big chapter again. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a chapter. Chapter 205. Dumbledore, suddenly want to retire. Gellert Grindelwald must not appear in Hogwarts Castle. This is the bottom line for the entire magical world. Of course, but it doesn't matter if it's an old wizard named Dr. Apocalypse, right? The evil Grindelwald will naturally be defeated by you again, and then imprisoned in the castle of Numungard in the prison. Grindelwald shrugged dismissively, and the old man said he was quite satisfied with the pseudonym Elena gave him. Note one, click here to expand. Apocalypse. Apocalypse. It's really an unmodest name, but it fits your style very well. However, a simple pseudonym is definitely not enough. Dumbledore groaned for a few seconds, shook his head with a smile, and refused without hesitation. To enter Hogwarts, you also need a reasonable identity that can be used in the magic world. Directors of the school and the Ministry of Magic will not let an unknown wizard with a blank past into Hogwarts Castle. Oh, this is too simple. Grindelwald looked around and smiled, his tone relaxed and casual. Hohenheim, what do you think? Or, Paracelsus, Phillips, or Eumels anyway. He has the habit of using pseudonyms. And believe me, with Paracelsus, his relationship with S, who lives in Salzburg, will never take the initiative to question my identity. Sure enough, the worst decision that poor Mr. Paracelsus has made in the past hundreds of years may be that he should not choose Salzburg as his last reclusive place. Ha ha. The corners of Albus Dumbledore's mouth twitched slightly, looking at Grindelwald with an expression of I have a very good relationship with Paracelsus, trying to resist the sarcasm that slipped to his lips. For this kind of wicked person, no matter how harsh ridicule, may he think it is praise. So, are there any questions? Dear Principal Dumbledore. Gellert Grindelwald's wand lightly touched himself, his facial features changed a little, and he cleared his throat in imitation of Paracelsus tone. Generally speaking, they are more used to calling you Professor Dumbledore. When will we return to Hogwarts, and which position do you think I am more suitable for? Just call Dumbledore. Dumbledore glanced at Grindelwald, who had changed his face, frowned and shook his head, and did not hesitate to point out the loopholes in Grindelwald's plan. The Ministry of Magic will not be so stupid. At the same time that Grindelwald appears again, an old wizard who has long disappeared appears at Hogwarts. There will always be smart people who will detect something wrong. Then, since he is really smart, he would never even think of verifying whether Paracelsus is Grindelwald or not. Gellert Grindelwald waved his hand nonchalantly, the corner of his mouth raised slightly, and his fingers shook regretfully. All these years have passed, Albus, you still haven't made any advancement in political talent, questioning the greatest wizard of the contemporary era, debunking the most dangerous Stark Lord of the contemporary era. If there is such a stupid guy, the Ministry of Magic may be better than let's get rid of him first. Looking at the first-generation Dark Lord with a smug look, Dumbledore sighed helplessly, and suddenly felt a burst of exhaustion. He suddenly wanted to retire. I think even the principal of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and the Minister of Magic in the United Kingdom may be a little awkward for you. The most suitable position for you is the dragon guarding the vault under the Gringotts. Evil dragon? You don't mean to say that you are the only hero who defeated the evil dragon and saved the world? Regarding Dumbledore's metaphor, Grindelwald curled his lips disapprovingly, with some dissatisfaction. Also, don't read some mull fairy tales and don't compare me with those stupid lizards. No, I am the one who changed. Dumbledore sighed lightly, looked at the magic light and shadow outside the window, with deep emotion in his eyes. Actually, sometimes I still envy you. At this time, a cry of a milky little monster sounded from the room. Eleanor's delicate face suddenly wrinkled when she was asleep, as if she had encountered something unhappy. She subconsciously hugged the small pillow, closed her eyes, and bit the Grindelwald who was sitting on the side of the bed. Don't run the big stake. Grindelwald stiffened subconsciously, lowered his head and glanced at the white-haired dumpling that was grinding his teeth in his sleep, raised his head and looked at Dumbledore, with a strange look on his face. Albus, you envy this. Unexpectedly, after all these years, you would actually develop this strange hobby. You know what I'm not talking about. Dumbledore glanced at Grindelwald, who deliberately turned off the topic. His expression was a bit helpless. In his impression, the last time he saw such a serious Grindelwald was decades ago. Things before. Oh, shit. The Viennese schnitzel I bought for Elena fell on the floor and forgot to take it away. Before Dumbledore could finish speaking, Grindelwald's expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly raised his hand to interrupt Dumbledore again, and said anxiously, Albus, you should go out and have a look now. You should be able to buy something to eat back. If you can buy Viennese schnitzel, of course it would be best you should know a little bit about the character of this kid. If you wake up when I found out that there was no food, terrible things would happen. This time Grindelwald did not purely want to divert the subject. This is the vital principle of peaceful coexistence that Grindelwald summed up after 4 days of living together with Elena in the castle of Numungard. Never confront a white-haired dumpling head in a hungry state. If this cute little monster goes crazy, no matter what she does, Grindelwald will not be surprised. You know, Elena Castellana is not the active little witch who can only illuminate spells a week ago. She has mastered the 2 derivative magics of her unique characters and various forms, although Elena prefers to call it equivalent after the explosive spell. The lethality and destructive power she can cause has undergone earth-shaking changes. Gellert, do you think you pay too much attention to this kid? Dumbledore glanced at Elena, who was biting the big steak in his dream, and shook his head dumbfounded. He didn't expect that after decades, Grindelwald would show such a side. If the officials of the International Magic Circle were to see this scene, perhaps Gellert Grindelwald would never again have the idea that Gellert Grindelwald is an extremely dangerous devil in the world today. After all, no matter how you look at it, it's just an old man who spoils his granddaughter. However, for this change in Grindelwald, Dumbledore was very happy to comment, smiled slightly, and nodded in agreement before Grindelwald could answer, and added what Grindelwald had said. But you are right. It is indeed a terrible thing for a little girl of this age to cry. I have already experienced this in my long teaching career. Crying? Okay, reluctantly. Grindelwald recalled that the girl once wielded a kitchen knife and directly smashed the wooden cutting board, shrugged and said helplessly in order to surprise Dumbledore, he needed to hide this little one as much as possible for the time being. To end this learning progress. Viennese schnitzel, right? I know, what else? Dumbledore looked at the darkening sky, nodded, and walked outside the door. In short, buy as many as you can. By the way, when you go to buy dinner, it's best to cover your face or stagger the shops with the Deathly Hallows signs, otherwise I'm afraid you might be wielded by someone. Drive all the way back. You don't need to remind me of this. We'll be back in about a quarter of an hour. Dumbledore gave Grindelwald and Elena a meaningful look, waved and turned to leave. As Dumbledore's figure disappeared behind the door, and after waiting for a minute or two, Grindelwald patted Elena's head gently. Well, little girl, you can spare my poor clothes now. I have to say, your ability to pretend to sleep is really bad, and it is impossible to hide it from me and Dumbledore. Come on, you, is there anything you want to tell me alone? Of course, to discuss together how to fight back. You won't forget how this old turnip cheated a few days ago, right? The next moment, Elena's eyes opened suddenly, her eyes gleaming. I'm good at doing things. But how can I make Professor Dumbledore a headache just right? This requires professional guidance. As an excellent girl, keeping grudges has always been one of Elena's most notable characteristics. Since Dumbledore had the guts to leave her alone at the castle of Newmangard, she should have been prepared for a heart attack, even though she had actually had a pretty good time these days. Relax. When it comes to dealing with Albus, no one in the entire magical world has more experience than me. Grindelwald smiled triumphantly. He appreciated Elena's character more and more. Such a child could never be the next Dumbledore. We can definitely prepare a big surprise for Albus. How about just a surprise, one every month? After all, we are not a devil. Anyhow, let Professor Dumbledore also have a buffer time. I think the frequency of a surprise every month is good. In that case, it's best to do it on a holiday. Hey, I actually plan to count the number of times during the holidays alone. What do you think? Genius thoughts. You are really a born little devil. Hey, each other, you still need your guidance. The old and the young looked at each other tacitly, and a happy smile appeared on their faces at the same time. At the same time, on the streets of Salzburg, Dumbledore, who was looking for a Vienna schnitzel shop, trembled, couldn't help but shiver, and an inexplicable heart palpitation suddenly came to his heart. Why? Suddenly, again for no reason, the idea of wanting to retire early came up. Maybe it was because of Grindelwald's situation today that he was a little touched, right? Dumbledore shook his head. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, he was indeed too old. After Elena graduates, maybe he should seriously consider transferring the position of principal. Chapter 206. Why do you feel scolded? The process of purchasing dinner was much more difficult than Dumbledore had imagined. Along the way, almost every street in the whole city has shops with the Grindelwald logo flashing. In order to find a shop where there are no saints to buy food, Dumbledore really took a lot of work. After all, he didn't carry currency with him, and it would be somewhat dangerous if he rashly faced the reclusive wizard and used the obfuscation spell. Fortunately, the Deathly Hallows signs covering the entire Salzburg can clearly help the elderly eliminate most of the shops run by wizards, and to some extent, it can be considered as a time-saving. But even so, in order to buy the Viennese schnitzel that Elena wanted to eat, Dumbledore took a little longer than he expected. Therefore, By the time Dumbledore returned to Paracelsus' hut with various food packaging boxes, the two generations of the devil, one large and one small, had initially reached a strategic cooperation framework, and were embarking on a more detailed plan. It seems that you are getting along well. What are you talking about? Dumbledore opened the door gently and said with a smile. Hearing the noise coming from the door, the two who were talking tacitly exchanged glances, and stopped the conversation at the same time, and looked at Dumbledore with a harmless expression of the same human and animal expression. Wow, Professor Dumbledore, you have worked hard. So many delicious foods. Speaking of which, I'm also a little hungry. Let's finish eating quickly, then pack up and head to Hogwarts. Both the big devil and the little devil selectively ignored Dumbledore's problem, and made a hungry look, took the packing box in his hand, and ate intently. Dumbledore glanced silently at the old and the young, who acted in an exaggerated manner, and a trace of fatigue rose in his heart again. Especially Elena. Before this, the child at least had the guts to reach out and grab the food from him. There is no doubt that he can even imagine what a lawless demon king Elena will become after returning to school with Gellert Grindelwald's backing. However, for Albus Dumbledore, Elena and Grindelwald have reached a temporary anti-Dumbledore minor league because of him. It was originally planned to quickly get Grindelwald closer. Part of the relationship with Elena, if students who are not too mature in their thinking, and even some professors may be influenced by Elena, Grindelwald, who has been regarded as an ideal guide by countless people, will change his style of behavior because of Elena. It can be said that there is almost no possibility Dumbledore is more worried about whether Elena will be deceived by Grindelwald and become the next leader of the Saints. Compared with Grindelwald, who has a clear purpose and a clear plan, the destructive and uncontrollable power that Elena can cause is too great. When the two work together, they are familiar with the usual Grindelwald behavior. Dumbledore's response is a lot easier. On the other hand, since the emergence of Grindelwald's sudden illness, Dumbledore has realized that Grindelwald can no longer be left alone in the castle of Newmangud as he used to be. Went out. Even if Grindelwald did not take the initiative to raise this point, Dumbledore planned to improve and solve the problems of Grindelwald's life and medical security. Although in his original plan, he only added more caregivers and magical facilities. However, after Grindelwald's reminder, Dumbledore thought about it carefully. In terms of the environment, the young Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is indeed the best place to house Gellert Green. Duo's place too. Perhaps from a short period of time, it seemed that Dumbledore himself had been smashed. But if you take a long-term view, it might be that a safety lock is added to two unstable factors at the same time. What's more, with Dumbledore's teaching experience over the years, as Grindelwald's emphasis on Elena gradually increases, he will definitely unconsciously want to pass on more knowledge and ideas to this successor. People. There is no doubt that in order to achieve this goal, Grindelwald, who does not have much initiative in teaching, will naturally offer to cooperate with him and participate in the development plan for Elena. That time is the stage of offense and defense. While thinking about this, Dumbledore gave a meaningful look at the old and young, who were getting along well before him, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. As for how to smoothly pass the period of Devil Alliance, it couldn't be easier. It only needs to make a little adjustment in the pressure of studying at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and the magnitude of daily homework. Elena. Simply, it is impossible to have too much leisure time to destroy it. Hey, sir. Do you think Professor Dumbledore's expression is a little strange? Elena chewed on the big steak, stabs Grindelwald sitting next to her with her elbow, and whispered. Strange? Grindelwald raised his head and glanced at Dumbledore, who was smiling kindly, shook his head nonchalantly, and replied in a relaxed tone, "You will know from now on, this is normal. Whenever he feels he can control the whole situation, at that time, this kind of silly harmless smile will be shown. Control the overall situation? But we haven't done anything yet." He doesn't use any magic to overhear it. The girl's tone was a little worried. Due to the influence of the endless HP fan humanities in the previous life, Elena has not been very sure about Albus Dumbledore's intelligence level. To sum it up a bit, there are everything from omniscient and omnipotent gods to confused old guys, as if the old man's intelligence has always been in a quantum state of Schrodinger's cat. Don't worry, I know him too well. Grindelwald raised his eyebrows, picked up a piece of pizza and stuffed it into his mouth, and said vaguely, if you show all the factors in front of Albus, then with his obsessive-compulsive disorder and ability, almost a perfect plan. The factors here even include your personality and the whole cards that may be hidden. I am almost exactly the same as Albus on this point. But, Gellert Grindelwald turned his head and glanced at Elena, before his eyes flashed past the demolished gates of Newmungard Castle, the hollowed-out termite nests. The mountain road blasted out of a road, awakened Dizzy, the waking ministry employee. As a chess player, the most fearful thing is not that the opponent is completely a mission, nor is it cheating or deliberately disturbing the mood, and even the overturning of the chessboard is actually considerate. But if you say, when you set the chessboard to prepare for a fight, the other party suddenly said, how about let's see who can make the chess piece high? Do you know what people like me and Albus are most afraid of? The old wizard smiled slightly and looked at Elena with admiration. The little guy with good luck and great destructive power? Elena turned her head and looked at Grindelwald with a blank face. Why did she always feel like she was being scolded in a complimentary tone? Goo, sick. Asking for a day off? Mush. I was sick and bought a lot of medicine. Among them is the legendary poppy husk ingredient syrup. Goo. Chapter 207. Grindelwald, go wherever you want. Albus, don't you plan to join us? Without giving Elena too much time to think, Grindelwald pointed to the various foods on the entire table, shrugged helplessly, and quickly turned the topic off. Do you treat the two of us as trolls? There are so many things that Elena and I can't finish eating. Let's come together. Deep-fried veal, meringue, Hungarian stew, crepes, shrimp truffle, Salzburg garden, smoked deer intestines, Green Mountain milkshake, pickled bacon. Grindelwald even had some doubts. Dumbledore, did Lido simply sweep all the shops opened by non-saints in the entire city? Presumably this night is bound to be the most confused day for most mall shops. No, I have eaten some before I came, so you don't have to worry about me. Dumbledore shook his head gently, smiled and declined. After all, it is the British Ministry of Magic, the split of the Goblin and the change of the American Magic Congress, and it will not delay the vital dinner time. In fact, Albus Dumbledore had no doubt that even if the end of the world came, unless wars and crises appeared directly under their noses, otherwise, the vast majority of officials will still maintain their orderly progress. Being able to accept temporary overtime meetings is already the greatest sincerity and concession. Therefore, when the news of Grindelwald came, Dumbledore, as the core think tank, had to leave the Ministry of Magic and went to Salzburg, Austria to check the situation. The first reaction of most Ministry of Magic officials present was instead unanimously relieved tone. With Dumbledore's departure, the topic of whether to help the Gringotts Goblin in London was automatically put on hold. No matter how the Goblin stayed in the future, Cornelius Fudge, who was incarnate as a humanoid repeater, all made a simple official statement. Replies to the line after Albus Dumbledore returns to discuss, the Ministry of Magic will make a decision. However, for most wizards, Dumbledore's point of view should be consistent with the entire European magic world. From all angles, this war is more about fairies. Even if there is a shadow of the participation of the Magic Congress of the United States, it does not mean that the British Ministry of Magic also needs to be involved in this kind of fairies housework. What's more, even though the goblins from Gringotts in London have tried to cover up, they still can't avoid a naked question as the ruble continues to depreciate. The cost of redeeming Hogwarts in the magic world will continue to decrease. In this way, the Ministry of Magic has no reason to stand on the side of the Gringotts fairies in London and help them win this fairy war. Compared with the Gringotts fairies in London who are struggling to maintain the value of the ruble, the North American Gringotts Goblin and the Magical Congress of the United States, who are frantically shorting the ruble, seem to be more like allies of the British Ministry of Magic. Leprechaun split. The Magical Congress of the United States, Elena, who was trying to bite the Austrian steak, frowned and frowned, reluctantly put down the food in her hand, raised her head to look at Dumbledore, her eyes full of doubts. Wait, speaking of it, Professor Dumbledore, you seem to have not explained in detail what happened. It's not difficult to make the right choice for a very important matter. You don't need to ask more about the specific details. Dumbledore glanced at Elena and waved his hand, obviously not having much desire to continue talking. But does this have something to do with Gringotts? We made it clear before. All the movements involving the fairies need to communicate with me. Facing the vague Dumbledore, Elena puffed up her cheeks with dissatisfaction, which was different from what had been agreed before. It might be a little bit related, but the ministry has already made a decision, and now it's just considering the reply. Dumbledore nodded, his face was stern, his voice slightly raised, and he said in a solemn and firm tone, Ms. Castellana, please understand that you are still only a first-year student at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Learning spells and potions with professors is what you should do. I think some of what we said before the verbal agreement may be ill-considered, but there is still time to correct it. But, looking at Dumbledore who turned back, Elena continued to speak unwillingly. Although she didn't have much hope for Dumbledore's credibility since seeing the kind of pigeon artifact that she could move, she didn't expect this spicy old carrot to be so faceless and skinless. Okay, as I said, this involves highly confidential meetings in the magic world. Right now, you do not have enough qualifications to participate in and understand these highly confidential events. Dumbledore frowned, raised his right palm, interrupted Elena's follow-up, and simply ended the topic with a slightly blunt official language. Seeing that this white-haired dumpling could return to Hogwarts and proceed in a peaceful campus life step by step, Dumbledore didn't want to cause some extraneous things. In fact, Dumbledore had already thought carefully and deeply introspected himself when shopping for dinner for two Dark Lords, one big and one small, on the streets of downtown Salzburg. There is no doubt that Miss Elena Castellana is not a troublemaker or troublemaker in the conventional sense. She is only 1.2 meters away, just like the witch named Pandora in the ancient magical myth. She exists. It is an endless vortex of disaster, and the only thing that can limit her destructive power is how big the stage she is on. Therefore, Dumbledore has made up his mind that even if Hogwarts is disturbed by this little girl, it is more frightening than letting the entire magical and non-magical world experience the end of the world every time. Glancing at Dumbledore, who was stubborn, Elena gritted her teeth bitterly and took a deep breath. Then, hey, the first-generation old man, look at him yelling at me. Obviously Professor Dumbledore did something wrong. I saw Elena's small mouth pursed, and her two beautiful lakewa's instantly turned a layer of water. She looked up at Gellert Grindelwald pitifully, and her little hand gently pulled the old devil's clothes. Horn. The whole person is like a frightened deer. People can't help but feel softened. Ms. Castellana, it's useless. And I'm not yelling at you, am I? Dumbledore looked at Elena with a gleam of light on his face, and shook his head dumbly. This little mixed bloodvo actually tried to use the talent to influence one of the most outstanding wizards in today's magical world. It turned out to be just a naive child. Gellert's character is too clear for him. Indifferent, unfeeling, sensible, and cynical. This kind of childlike behavior may only be useful against the poor malorphanage dean. What's more, the content involved is Grindelwald's most despised merchants and money transactions. Dumbledore glanced at it without any response, and continued to eat the pie on his own. Grindelwald shook his head with a smile. Okay, stop making trouble. Hurry up and finish eating. and then we have to go back to Newmont. Go and pack your luggage in Gad Castle. At this moment, Grindelwald finally finished slowly the small piece of Austrian venison pie in his hand, wiped the corners of his mouth gracefully, raised his head and looked at Dumbledore, and said suddenly, "I think Elena is right, Dumbledore, you are indeed wrong?" Dumbledore blinked, the expression on his face froze, and, no matter what the secret, my identity, status, and seniority should be enough, I think you really need to explain what happened. Of course, before I get the answer, I can of course go to the English magic. If you take a tour, someone will know. Grindelwald grinned, and carelessly scratched the oil stains between the fingers with a tissue. You know, I, Grindelwald, go wherever I want. Chapter 208. Who moved Elena's big stake? A rare unexpected look appeared on Dumbledore's face, and he took a deep look at the old man in front of him that he had known for nearly 100 years, as if he had only known him today. After 2 or 3 seconds of silence, Dumbledore's lips squirmed a few times, and finally shook his head, turning into a helpless sigh. "This is not a wise choice, Gellert." "That's just in your opinion, Albus, I know you too well." Grindelwald shrugged, looked around at Paracelsus' house that had remained unchanged for decades, and raised his eyebrows. "The world is changing faster than we thought. The old system and experience will hinder your vision. Perhaps we are still at the absolute peak in magical power, but you have to admit that in some new areas, we are as immature as children. Let alone fairies. Even ordinary muggles can easily defeat us. But this kid is different." While talking, Grindelwald pointed to the white-haired dumpling next to him. "Cock." The pitiful expression on Elena's face has been wiped away since the support of the first generation of the great Demon King. At this time, when she heard Grindelwald's call, she couldn't help nodding her head excitedly, and the little dull hair on top of her head happily moved left and right at ear. "I'm so happy." "Gellert, this is just a child under the age of 11. You are too overestimating her. She hasn't grown up to stand on such a large stage and deal with international magic events with ease." Dumbledore frowned, with a deep puzzled look on his face. "In just 5 days, what kind of strange stuff this little guy had filled Grindelwald with so much that Grindelwald could behave so abnormally." "Listen to me." Grindelwald waved his hand and interrupted Dumbledore's words. "Since it can delay your entire day, it will not be a simple matter from the current state. The greatest possibility is that you meet it's a problem in a completely unfamiliar field, a field you are not good at all." And this child, the first Dark Lord, paused, giving Dumbledore a meaningful look. "Perhaps she can't resolve the incident properly, but I believe that she must be able to turn the whole incident into a muddy water, so that everyone can return to the same chaotic and unknown origin. At that time, we only need to follow her. Certain if these ideas are further refined and executed, we can easily defeat all opponents with our rich experience." "Yeah, it's just you?" Elena, who was still nodding desperately, suddenly stopped and raised her head in confusion. "I always feel as if I was being turned around by a half-a-year-old potato again." "Wait," she was scolded, "right?" Elena's shiny apricot eyes widened in an instant, and she looked straight at Grindelwald sitting next to her, and met the glances that the old Demon King swept over, playing, warning, and joking. Obviously, if Elena jumped out to make trouble at this time, Grindelwald would definitely jump to the side of Dumbledore's camp and help the evil white devil suppress the weak, poor, and helpless underage girl. Gellert Grindelwald, a half-life-old potato with no conscience. He did it on purpose. Elena should have thought that someone who could play with Albus Dumbledore would definitely not have any better personality, and definitely concentrated on all kinds of bad traits. Am I right? Gellert Grindelwald curled his mouth, raised his eyebrows, turned his head and smiled at Elena. "Actually have to make an inch? This old guy is really not a person." "Yes, yes, you say, yes, yes." After judging the current delicate situation, Elena took a deep breath, grinds her teeth, and replied word by word. "In this world, No one can fight the combination of Albus Dumbledore and Gellert Grindelwald at the same time. For the sake of Grindelwald speaking for her, the magnanimous Elena temporarily do not care. Then your answer? Albus Grindelwald nodded in satisfaction, tugged at the little dull hair on Elena's head, turned his head to look at Dumbledore in thought, in a good mood. Leaving Newmungard Castle for the first time in 46 years, walking away proudly from the death of God, once again summoning the saints, finding a new life goal, and suppressing 2 heartaches at the same time. So much pleasure, the things were intertwined and brought him joy like a dream. Feeling that the little dumb hair on top of her head was being pulled, the expression on Elena's face was a daze, and then the little face of love gradually bulged up, her expression changing rapidly. ### Snapped. Elena raised her right hand, slapped Grindelwald's back without hesitation, and made a clear sound, quickly rescuing her cute little foolish hair. Okay. Grindelwald withdrew his hand painfully, glanced at the little Lolita who was changing from sunny to cloudy for a second, and let out a puzzled nasal sound. I saw Elena raise her head, 2 cute little paws held up in the air, her fingers bent to make a fierce look, and she made a silent mouth without expression. At this time, Grindelwald was sitting less than 2 palms away from the girl's cute little paw, in other words, completely within the range that Elena could grab at any time. It turns out that besides food, can't you touch this upturned hair on your head? Grindelwald's eyes shrunk slightly, and silently wrote a note in the Elena survival guide in his heart. Then he turned his head quickly, and asked righteously, Albus, did you forget to buy Viennese schnitzel for Elena? What's the point of so many foods? I have already said that only the veal is grilled, and the tender and fragrant Viennese schnitzel is the most important thing. The presents. All in all, diverting attention is always the most correct way. Although Dumbledore is present, Grindelwald is at least 90% sure that Elena should not easily reveal that vital hole card because of such a small matter. But, in the unlikely event that he was really hit by this unreasonable little thing and he was rescued under Dumbledore's onlookers with unknown life and death, compared to the shame of losing face, he felt that he should put the disaster away as soon as possible. It's better to lead to Dumbledore anyway. This white-haired dumpling shouldn't have the strength and courage to beat the principal in a short time, right? Sure enough, the next moment Elena turned her gaze to Dumbledore. Did you steal my big steak? Dumbledore, who was thinking about how to answer Grindelwald's last question, was stunned. An extremely rare dazed expression flashed across his face, and his thoughts were briefly messed up. The Gringotts fairy cutlet is gone. Oh no. I mean the Vienna schnitzel shop split into 2. Wait a minute, my head hurts a bit, let me fix it first. Dumbledore rubbed his forehead, closed his eyes, and chose not to look at the 2 evils in front of him for the time being. Looking at the incoherent Dumbledore, Elena and Grindelwald glanced at each other and exchanged silently. Look at the good things you have done, driving Professor Dumbledore crazy. It's my shit. It's not all you provoke. That's your friend for decades. Go and persuade. Then it's your principal. It's useful only when you go. Hey, I'm tired. I'm sick. Fortunately, there is Easter. I can rest for 4 days. Hey, it's 39.5. Go to bed first, and go for an infusion if you wake up. No wonder it's so dizzy. The fat chicken breeder is so fierce. Chapter 209 The Shadow of the Americans. Well, I think about it. Dumbledore rubbed his eyebrows and summoned a wooden chair to sit down in front of the 2. His Royal Highness, he reluctantly said, it started this morning when our Minister of Magic was caught by a group of grumpy Gringotts fairies. Stopped at the entrance to the magic department and began to talk about. Then Mr. Fudge took the Gringotts goblins to Hogwarts and found you? Elena raised her eyebrows and interjected. Obviously, being able to lie down and win will never take the initiative to carry. Holding the thigh is a human nature. Connery Fudge, the most capable minister in the history of the Ministry of Magic, will naturally not take the problem off himself. Especially Albus Dumbledore, who has various auras and reputations on his body. But he still won't rob him of any credit or political achievements. Yes, Dumbledore said, with a smile on his face. To be precise, this time the Gringotts elves first suggested to Cornelius Fudge. You know, since that share after the rigorously written magic contract, the fairies generally became more polite when facing wizards in the magic world. Not to mention, most of the news that came these days was what we had previously expected. It's a pity that you were not the drafter of that contract, Grindelwald grinned and said, and you are not the one who made the deduction. The Ministry of Magic and the goblins obviously found the wrong person. A month ago, maybe that was the case. But now it's not necessarily anymore. While talking, the old silver-bearded wizard blinked flexibly at Elena, and his azure blue eyes showed a smug look through the half-moon eyes. Sometimes, don't underestimate the wisdom and learning ability of a wizard. After all, when I was studying at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, I was also a first-class student. Compared with arithmetic, divination and astronomy, the financial-related knowledge is not so difficult to understand. After clarifying the knowledge gaps that need to be filled, with Albus Dumbledore's status in the magic world and his vast social circle, it is not too difficult to find some books on basic economics. After all, it's a big deal. Dumbledore won't really put all his bargaining chips and hopes on a little girl who has been in school for less than a week. In contrast, he believes more in his own judgment after thinking. So, Professor Dumbledore, do you want to say that you have become a master of economics in a month? Elena raised her eyebrows. Her face seemed to be covered with 4 characters. Bird do the bow. Of course not. Dumbledore shook his head and replied gently, however, 1 month's time can at least let me understand what the currency exchange rate is, what is meant by the so-called short and long and, as signed by Miss Castellano, what a wonderful work of art that mortgage contract is. Amazing. Grindelwald crossed his index fingers and tapped the protruding knuckles lightly. He couldn't help but let out a sneer. I heard a feeling of pride in your mouth. Dumbledore glanced at Grindelwald, a strange expression, almost pity in his eyes. Being able to figure out what I'm talking about is an amazing ability in itself. Most people can't do this. Gelot. Dumbledore shook his head and said softly, Albus, what do you mean? Grindelwald frowned. Without responding to Grindelwald's questioning, Dumbledore turned his head to look at Elena, and said in a serious tone, just in the early hours of this morning, the fairies of the North American branch of the Gringotts Wizarding Bank announced that they had broken away from the original system of Gringotts. Make a separate financial settlement. For the fairies, you know what this means. So, the Gringotts goblins split into 2 factions, ready to go to war. Elena shrugged, looked up at Dumbledore, who was serious, and shook her hands innocently. Professor Dumbledore, you can't rely on me for this. European Gringotts and the split of Gringotts in the Americas is definitely not an idea that only appeared temporarily this month. Before that, it must have gone through a rather long process. Of course I understand this, it's just that the focus of the wrestling between the 2 fairies today, and the fuse of all wars, happens to be a currency called the ruble. Dumbledore paused, and his sharp gaze shot through the half-moon lens to the little girl ahead, speaking meaningfully. With the capital of the Gringotts fairies in North America, and the Magic Congress of the United States standing behind them, the exchange rate of the ruble, which had gradually stabilized, has once again plummeted, and everything is just right to coincide with the one you used to be. Deduction. Although the process is not completely correct, there are very similar results. Wait, Magic Congress of America? Hearing this word for the second time today, Elena narrowed her eyes slightly. What kind of role does the American wizard play in this story? The internal strife of the fairies? What will be the shadow of a national magic department? Hey, let me touch the phone. Chapter 210, A Golden Opportunity. There is no more information yet, and this is one of the things we are trying to figure out. Dumbledore shook his head slightly. his expression somewhat solemn. The clues that the goblins of London Gringotts can provide are only a group photo of secret talks between officials of the US Magic Congress and the goblins of the Gringotts branch in North America. We still don't know what cooperation has been reached between the two. Very simple. Armed support. Grindelwald said without hesitation. With the fairies' weak and deathly miserly character, only with the help of that group of American wizards can the fairies in North America have the confidence to declare independence. After experiencing several fairy wars, the magical world has always been extremely severely suppressing the armed forces of the fairy. In addition to the basic security system, the fairy is hardly allowed to possess any armed forces. Therefore, compared with the ancient fairies who could easily start wars hundreds of years ago, the only way for fairies who lack controllable armed forces to start wars is to call foreign aid. In fact, according to the original agreement, when necessary, the Ministry of Magic of various countries will provide basic protective force support for the local Gringotts Wizarding Bank. But this does not include sending wizards to directly participate in the war between fairy factions. There is no doubt that the Magic Congress of the United States successfully drilled the loopholes in the contract and intervened in the internal affairs of Gringotts as a patron. On this point, including me and most officials of the Ministry of Magic, think so. Dumbledore nodded, his expression becoming more serious. Then, more importantly, this time, the Gringotts goblins in London made a clear request for military support. They want to unite with the British Ministry of Magic's cutting-edge combat power to launch a lightning expedition and use the unclosed Jinjialong transmission channels, preemptively, forcefully suppressed the group of North American Gringotts elves who claimed to be the Federal Reserve System of Wizards of the Americas. At this moment, Elena, who had been listening carefully to the story, suddenly stood up from the edge of the bed, her eye pupils shrinking violently. Wait, Dumbledore, what do you call the goblins of the Gringotts Americas who declared independence? It's Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore frowned, corrected Elena gently, and continued unhurriedly. According to the Gringotts goblins in London, the group of insurgents claimed to be the America Wizard Reserve Bank system. Of course, we naturally refused this request to initiate war without hesitation. Kill them. Elena's delicate and tender face was full of murderous, and her tone was extremely cold. Without any emotion or compassion. Decapitation at the speed of light with precision. This is the core manifestation of the Wizarding War. If Elena had some hesitation in her heart at the beginning, is it all a coincidence after all? So, since hearing the familiar reserve system in Dumbledore's mouth, Elena is at least 90% sure of her inner conjecture. The Fed, the goddamn, has stepped in. Even though the fairies in North America put on the Wizard Bank shell, the recognition of their core keywords is too high. What nonsense are you talking about? Not to mention, just this afternoon, the passage was closed by the fairies over there. Even if it was still open, how could we support this barbaric act of war? Dumbledore frowned repeatedly, subconsciously reached out and probed Elena's forehead, turned his head to look at Grindelwald, and said dissatisfiedly, "What have you instilled in my students these days? Albus, don't push everything on my head. This little guy has a fierce temper." Grindelwald snorted softly, tapping the back of his hand with his slender fingers, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. However, the reaction of the spirits of Gringotts will be so intense, which is beyond my expectation. As the headquarters of the spirits of Gringotts, which has been in operation for thousands of years, they have no confidence to defeat the challenge of a young branch head. Even if the wizards of the Magic Congress of the United States are added, they can ask for help, but they will not make such a request right from the beginning. Yes, this is the first place that confuses all ministry officials. Dumbledore nodded, and lightly supported the lens on the bridge of his nose. Similar to this kind of bloody purging by force, it was relatively common in fairy fights hundreds of years ago, but it has been extremely rare for decades. Moreover, it is usually a fierce method that is only used when it is absolutely disadvantaged. So, most of us are more inclined to think that this should be just a way for fairies to show their uncompromising attitude. What is there to think about? because they have indeed been driven to desperation. Your hesitation may cause the magical world to miss the way to end this dispute with minimal cost. Elena sighed deeply, with regret written on her face, and looked at Dumbledore helplessly. Sure enough, only the wrong name was taken, and there was no wrong nickname. Albus Dumbledore was indeed a veritable devil breeder, and the world's largest devil in the future was gently let go of his hands. The Federal Reserve System, the United States Federal Reserve System, referred to as the Federal Reserve, a completely independent central bank that can influence the world's structure, does not require the approval of any high-level U.S. president or legislature for its resolutions. It does not accept funding from the U.S. Congress, and its membership term spans multiple presidential and congressional terms. Similar to such a giant organization with the transcendent status and a pivotal influence, it can be said that it perfectly meets the magical world's own positioning aspirations, and with the degree of elves' obsession with wealth, it is even more impossible to let it go. A delicious piece of fat. There is no doubt that no matter which side the actual Fed controller in this parallel world is, the American wizard, the American goblin, and the American mole definitely crossed the International Wizarding Federation Confidentiality Act and reached some non-magical related secrets. Partnership. Regardless of the control of the non-magical world, no matter which side of the goblins wins, the Gringotts goblins who have completely controlled the coinage of Genji Arlong have gone through this violent merger. With the fall of the bear, they will completely grow into a behemoth without any wizards to check and balance. After a short pause, Elena looked at Grindelwald, who was still a little unclear, and explained, "Did you not understand?" Obviously, the goblins of European Gringotts know very well in their hearts that they can no longer get out of this scene. In the internal wars of China, if they continue to proceed in a conventional manner, the hope that they will eventually win is not too high. And even if they win, they will be considered a failure. Just because the wizards of the American Magic Congress intervened. Grindelwald raised his eyebrows, revealing a hint of concealed disdain. It's because of liquidity. Halfway through talking, Elena suddenly swallowed, raised her head and glanced at the white demon, whose expression did not change much, and quickly explained. The mortgage contract between Gringotts and Hogwarts was paid on the spot in the form of cash. That is to say, Gringotts' working capital was drawn directly. In this way, within a short period of time, European Gringotts has no way to compete positively against the well-prepared North American fairies. Of course, it only needs to give the fairies some time to buffer. The medium-term investment and long-term investment gradually return, which will naturally make everything reverse. However, this way the time front will inevitably be prolonged. Edward. Elena suddenly stopped talking, frowned heavily, her face quickly changed. So that's it. Grindelwald nodded thoughtfully, and continued. As the battle enters a seesaw, the independence of the North American fairies will naturally become an established fact. So, this is the reason why Albus is unwilling to help the European Gringotts fairies. Right? I just want to minimize disputes. Dumbledore shook his head slightly, neither admitting nor denying. After speaking, the old man turned his head to look at Elena, who was in deep thought, and smiled gently. So I said long ago, it's good to leave these things to me to deal with. Contacting this information too early will not do you anything. Meaning, opportunity. At this moment, Elena suddenly raised her head. Her eyes were bright and she had never seen her before, and her tone was filled with appalling enthusiasm. This may be the only opportunity for mankind for nearly 1,000 years. Fundamentally severely damage the entire Gringotts, and let the monetary power return to the control of the wizard. The main thread of the second volume is open. Gringotts is a very large, ancient banking institution. The disintegration of the Soviet Union is also an extremely complicated event. It is not that simple to eat the flesh of this bear. Of course, loan rubles exchange $8 for disintegration exchange rubles repay loans. This is the easiest way to make money, but it is also the most hated way. And if you want to maximize profits, this is also the cost of time. A relatively high form, because the ruble collapsed completely in 1993. This is why before this, almost few people would write about this, because this one requires too hardcore financial knowledge. The exchange rate difference is just to fool the old radish, or Elena's original intention, but if you only rely on a small contract, you can't enter the Gringotts after all. It is only a few 100 million gold gallons. That's all. Although Gringotts pained, they could still afford it. Book friends who are good at economics should be able to guess what will happen next. Please don't spoil it! Book friends who have studied Soviet history a lot also try not to give hints. Thank you. Chapter 211. What is the price? The rise of any species is full of blood. Even the unprecedented super predator overlord on this planet, the terrifying upright ape named the most terrifying predator human beings, will not go anywhere easily on the way to the overlord. Fire dragons, giants, elves, elf, goblins, gnome, thunderbirds, goblins. Long before the wizards learned how to master their own power, these ancient and intelligent species had already occupied all parts of the world. However, dozens of centuries passed, accompanied by those killings and conquests that are forever hidden in history. Humans have successfully ruled the world. Giants were exiled to islands and mountains with rare human traces. Fire dragons migrated to desert islands far away from mole cities. Entire races of house elves and goblins were marked by servile magic, and they worked for wizards all their lives. The ancient races either died out or had to submit to the rule of wizards. However, among all the magic races that have fought against wizards, there is only one creature, even today, that is still active on the stage of the magic world, and that is the fairy. Fairies, the only creatures with high intelligence in the social system that coexist with wizards. It is true that wizards will never be innocent, and fairies are not a kind-hearted race with soft hands. Fairies can also be very cruel and bloodthirsty towards wizards. Therefore, the number of wars between wizards and fairies over many centuries can be said to be almost equal to the number of wars waged against all other intelligent creatures. They have their own language system, which is complex and complete enough to support financial accounting and the daily life under the modern social system, which means that the fairy language is a mature language with perfect tolerance and self-innovation ability. The magical systems of the fairies and wizards are completely different, and they are even more powerful tools for slaughtering and suppressing the rise of wizards in ancient times. In fact, if it weren't for the birth of magic wands and magic texts, humans would usually have to withstand a death-to-injury ratio 5 to 10 times higher than that of the fairies if they wanted to fight against the fairies that could easily cast spells without a wand. Not to mention, the fairies also mastered extraordinary smelting skills, mysterious magic weapon forging techniques. All in all, this is an intelligent race that can be called a complete civilization. However, as the positions of the two ends of the balance beam between the fairies and wizards changed, the term fairy war gradually began to be replaced by the term fairy rebellion, and finally gradually changed to be marked today. The title of terrorist is a fairy subversive group that is deliberately separated from the goblin group. But unlike other races, the elves rely on their wisdom to deal with the relationship with the wizard in a timely manner, or they know how to compromise and bind their interests, and use their strength to obtain the only thing that sits at the same negotiating table with the wizard. Qualified, and got their best weapon Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Regarding this point, both Dumbledore and Grindelwald knew very well. Therefore, when Elena showed a Hogwarts mortgage plan that could snap Gringotts' wall, Dumbledore decisively chose to accept it after judging the risks and benefits, and helped together to hide from the sky at the point of the pit goblin. All wizards are on the united front. However, it is one thing to defraud the fairies for a sum of money, and to overturn the entire Gringotts wizarding banking system is another completely different concept. Miss Elena Caslana, do you know what a terrible behemoth you are facing? Dumbledore lowered his head slightly and looked over the lens to Elena. He did not immediately ridicule or deny the girl because of the girl's age. Instead, he asked solemnly, with a very weak expectation in his tone. After nearly 1,000 years of operation, the fairy has occupied a pivotal position in the magical world. Although many wizards still believe that elves are succumbing to wizards, the top officials of the Ministry of Magic in most countries understand that Gringotts, which controls currency casting rights, currency issuance channels, and more than half of the magical world's wealth reserves, has long been separated from wizards. Their control becomes a huge monster. Take the British Ministry of Magic as an example. Before the handover, Millicent, the previous Minister of Magic, once said to Cornel Fudge in a private setting, "The goblin of the Gringotts Wizarding Bank is like the giant leeches on the heart of the magic world. They determine the blood flow of the entire magic world, drawing nourishment from everyone to grow. However, no matter who wants to destroy it, it will incur hostility from the entire wizarding world. Frankly speaking, it's not particularly clear." Elena shook her head honestly. "So, you know, even if this so-called opportunity you mentioned succeeds, how much will it cost?" "Actually, I haven't thought about it yet." Elena shook her head again. Before Dumbledore could speak, the girl continued. "But, I only know a little." Elena stood up, glanced at Dumbledore, then at Grindelwald next to her, smiling confidently. "I know that once we decide to take the Gringotts Wizarding Bank off the board, we will regain monetary rights and the future lifeline in our own hands. At that time, the ones standing behind me will be the two present the entire human magic world. It's so hard to write asking for a day off. It's really hard to overturn a bank that has been thousands of years old. The point is, if someone else can write nonsense, but Fat Chicken can't fool himself. Uncomfortable. The most pitiful thing is that I found out that there are so many mistakes in my paper. I was too idealistic and too simple to think. Reasoning and thinking. By the way, I have to think about how to return to the theme of magical food articles. Chapter 212, a major historical turning point not written in the original work. With the bursting declaration of the girl's secondary attributes, the room fell into peace again. As if someone suddenly told a cold joke that was not funny, a slightly embarrassing atmosphere was slowly spreading. Dumbledore still had the same warm smile on his face as he always did, and he sat in the chair decently and politely, leaning forward slightly, as if waiting for Elena to continue her point of view. The sitting posture of Grindelwald sitting next to the girl is obviously much more casual, leaning on the edge of the bed in a comfortable posture, the first-generation Dark Lord poking his head, one hand in the bento box on the table picking what he wants, the delicacies he ate. Obviously the meat-filled pizza just didn't make him full. Glancing at Dumbledore and Grindelwald, whose expressions were not wavering, Elena felt a trace of embarrassment in her heart if she had read it correctly. Grindelwald's first reaction was definitely mocking her. It was too awkward. Faced with these 2-century-old wizards, she would have imagined that she would simply rely on bloody mouth to mobilize their emotions. Now calm down and think carefully. Suddenly there is an inexplicable sense of shame. Therefore, in the past life, how did the protagonists who were able to talk in front of the old monsters who had practiced for hundreds of thousands of years, and use their blood and ideals to influence and persuade each other, how do they view preschool children performing dramas in this way? Persevere in his loving eyes. Cough cough cough. Elena made a fist with her right hand to her mouth, slightly concealed her embarrassment on her face, and gently cleared her throat. "Well, do you have any comments, questions or ideas?" While talking, Elena secretly stretched out her foot and kicked Grindelwald's calf, who was watching happily next to her, eating, and knowing how to eat. At such a large age, how can it be a little basic? No eyesight. Snapped. Pop, pop. Wow, great ambition. Hearing Elena's words, Grindelwald raised his hands, clapped his hands flamboyantly, then looked at Dumbledore with a serious face, and said with a smile, Albus, I think Eleanor's thoughts just now are particularly instructive. Gringotts is indeed our confidant. I am just a sick old man. The future of the human magical world depends on you two. That's it. It's really a kid. After throwing the topic and trouble to Dumbledore again, Grindelwald rubbed his calf and smiled silently in his heart, jokingly trying to see what good old friends had to deal with. The emergence of Gringotts was not just because of the war between wizards and goblins. It involved very complicated exchanges of interests and compromises. However, if you look at the results purely, what Elena said is not wrong. Fairies control the economic lifeline of human wizards, and this has almost become a heart disease of most of the top officials of the Ministry of Magic. Due to the social system, although it has entered the modern society, in the face of the extremely scarce and fragmented magic world in commercial activities, the government department that manages and coordinates the resources of the entire wizarding world has always lacked an income that can make up its own operation and circulation section, whether it is to pay salaries and benefits to the employees of the Ministry of Magic, or to build and organize some policy-related facilities or activities. The Ministry of Magic needs to raise funds from the ancient pureblood families and the goblins of Gringotts as a corresponding response. In exchange for the Ministry of Magic, a number of various licenses will be signed, and undoubtedly, the biggest piece will naturally be borne by the fairies of the Gringotts Wizarding Bank. In other words, the Ministry of Magic, which is most hostile to Gringotts elves, is also the most dependent on the existence of Gringotts elves. Once the Gringotts Wizarding Bank announces a strike, within 3 months, the Ministry of Magic of all countries will fall into the embarrassment of not being able to pay wages. As for the use of force to break through the Gringotts and open the vault to benefit all the poor wizards, for the pure-blood wizard families, it is much easier to change even a batch of disobedient ministry officials, than to rebuild a Gringotts Wizard Bank. It's really a great idea. Dumbledore glanced at Grindelwald. The smile on his face remained unchanged, and it gently and calmly repeated a comment of the first Dark Lord. His eyes stopped on Elena's slightly nervous face, and then he smiled, said, "In fact, as the Speaker of the International Federation of Magicians, in urgent and important situations, I have the right and channels to secretly convene summit meetings of the Ministry of Magic of various countries. However, the premise is that you need to convince me why you should do this. What are the benefits of letting the wizard control the issuance and regulation of currency? The most important thing is, if I choose to do nothing, will there be any impact? Because the fairies control currency issuance, this is not good for the entire magical world." Elena opened her mouth, and replied somewhat unclearly. Compared with Grindelwald's attitude toward the theater, Dumbledore's performance is undoubtedly much stranger. The old wizard obviously threw out a super decoy that he couldn't refuse, but he threw out a few common-sense questions that seemed to have been answered. At least it seemed that it didn't match his previous privilege at all. In this case, according to Elena's previous experience in business negotiations, there are only two meanings. One is that the other party has made a feigned move, and the other is that the other party has almost no decent sincerity, a relatively high psychological expectation point. I hope the other side can understand the difficulties and retreat. Yes, they have been in control for thousands of years. Grindelwald suddenly grinned from the side and let out a sneer. "Little guy, don't you think that for thousands of years, you alone have thought about taking back the right to issue currency from the fairies?" Gellert. Dumbledore frowned slightly. "Sorry, I can't help it." Grindelwald shrugged. "Compared to your guessing and guessing like this, I think this little guy is more suitable to tell her the answer directly, and let her figure it out later. Don't think too much. Don't always pull the banner of the whole magic world." Grindelwald hugged his arms, turned his face to look at Elena, blinked, and chuckled. "Albus, this guy has never been a compassionate saint. He is just a quail afraid of trouble. If you want to convince him, you'd better give him something that can really impress him like you did before selling Hogwarts. Benefits or threats are fine. As for methods and opportunities, you only need to give a naive idea. This guy has more than 100 years of experience than you. Hey, Is that so? I just think that if you and old wizards like you talk directly about interest, there will be some. Elena gestured unexpectedly, and Grindelwald suddenly extended a helping hand. Let her be a little unprepared. Grindelwald raised his mouth, shook his head and said, "You can impress me with naive ideals, but you can't impress Albus. In fact, the split of Gringotts, coupled with your deductions, is indeed an opportunity to try, but you committed two fatal mistakes. First, you should use something more favorable to persecute Dumbledore, such as Hogwarts. Second, the dominance of the Gringotts Wizarding Bank must never be handed over." Enough, Gellert. You have a lot of words today. Dumbledore's face fell cold, and he snorted infrequently, interrupting the old wizard's next words. He walked quickly to Elena's bed, blocked Grindelwald and Elena with his body, separated the two of them from the exchange of sight, looked at the thoughtful Silver Horde Witch, frowned and said, "Frankly speaking, according to my original idea, no matter what you say, I will keep the entire Ministry of Magic quiet during this goblin battle, and will not participate in the confrontation with the Magic Congress of the United States. Because only in this way can I guarantee in this incident, the overall balance of everything will not be accidentally broken. However, since Gellert chooses to bet on you, I will give you an opportunity to sit on the edge of the board in advance. As me, a principal of a magic school who trains students, why should I be like a politician? Same. Persuade the Ministry of Magic to join the battle." He raised his head and looked at the azure blue eyes behind Dumbledore's half-moon lenses. For the first time, Elena clearly saw the calm and indifferent intellectual expression from behind those gentle and kind gazes, like the surface of the water at the bottom of the well. Perhaps this was some kind of true emotion of Dumbledore after stripping off the halo. If she didn't guess wrong, in her previous life, it should have been around this time that the same fairy split happened, but without the interference of her unexpected little butterfly, Dumbledore naturally chose to let her. The entire magical world stood by and left the Soviets and Americans to play games. What she is doing now is to change a major historical event that is not written in the book. Ifamoni School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. If you do nothing, Ifamoni will replace or even annex Hogwarts sooner or later. Is this reason enough? Go. Chapter 213 The Way to Conquer the World. Super Chapter. Ask for monthly pass. Ifamoni. I admit that it is a great magic education institution no less well known than Hogwarts. Moreover, since the U.S. Magic Congress announced the abolition of the Rappaport Law 30 years ago, their development the speed is really amazing. In my opinion, they are indeed likely to challenge Hogwarts' traditional status. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully, and his mind immediately corresponded to the young school Elena had said on the other side of the ocean. If one must choose a campus model among the many magic schools in the world that is most similar to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, then it must be the Ifamoni School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in Massachusetts, USA. Compared with Hogwarts, which was founded in 993 AD, the Ifamoni School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was not established until the middle of the 17th century. It is undoubtedly a fairly young latecomer. Initially, Ifamoni was just an Irish immigrant. A stone hut built by Aesop Thrall and her magi husband James Stewart. With the continuous development of the school, the number of students increases. More teachers have been recruited to come. Rough Granite Cottage soon became a great castle, and Magic Nepal Magic School of Law in Iraq soon reputation in the North American indigenous people. It spread widely between the tribe and the British colonists. Wizards and wizards from all over the Americas sent their children to Ilvermorny, and Ilvermorny, like Hogwarts, became a boarding school. In fact, because the founder Aesop came from Scotland, the school consciously used the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry she is most familiar with as the initial template reference from the beginning of the school, so people can easily. Many similarities were found in the two schools. For example, in terms of descent, Aesop's aunt, Gormley is a direct descendant of Salazar Slytherin. The infamous Voldemort had to respectfully call his ancestor kind. For another example, After the first-year freshmen of the Ifamoni School of Witchcraft and Wizardry came to the school for the first time, they would also join 4 different academies: Longhorned Water Snake, Cat and Leopard, Thunderbird, and Goblin, through a sorting ceremony. In addition, whether it is the basic courses, the boarding learning system for the 7th grade, or the L&L that each student needs to participate in is the same. The only difference is that most of the little wizards in North America will be allowed to get their first wand after entering the school, instead of going to the wand shop to buy it by themselves like the students at Hogwarts. Although in terms of the richness of the teachers and the depth of the magical background, Ifamoni is a bit inferior to the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, which has a history of magic for thousands of years. The development of these hundreds of years has been enough to enable it to cultivate a large slightly next to the backbone of the magic world wizard. As a new school of magic, Ifamoni recruits Mulborn wizards. It is inherently easier than Hogwarts. There is almost no old and stubborn pureblood similar to Europe in North America. The wizard family. This has undoubtedly become one of the biggest advantages of the rapid rise of Ifamoni. But, anyway, the Ifamoni School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is always too far away from Europe. Moreover, they are too young. As a school that imitates the Hogwarts teaching model, I don't think it will be a threat. Dumbledore shook his head disapprovingly, apparently not thinking that Eleanor's mouth would have any impact on Hogwarts' future. On the contrary, it is because of homology and similarity that it will become Hogwarts' biggest competitor. Elena looked at Dumbledore without showing any weakness, and retorted tit-for-tatly, "Only when the two are significantly different can they coexist peacefully. The source of the magic world is extremely limited. With the advancement of technology and magic, the geographical space barriers that originally restricted people to gather and move are rapidly disappearing. The wizards of the Magic Congress of the United States extended their tentacles to the European Gringotts goblins, which is a particularly obvious signal of offensive. The older one is, the more it means finer, more comprehensive, and at the same time a higher barrier to entry. Although in this era, the vast majority of people are still adhering to a long-standing brand, and will have an overwhelming and huge advantage over similar imitation brands. But Elena, from the cruel era of the information explosion, is very clear in her heart. The situation is that newcomers with low development costs and extremely high trial and error advantages can always easily defeat those old brands in some new areas. Among them, one of the most interesting examples is undoubtedly the 3 MOBA games that have formed a peculiar contempt chain: Dota, League of Legends, and King of Glory. Undoubtedly, the 3 games are competitive and well structured. The degree and difficulty of getting started form an exceptionally smooth ladder level, and the opposite of this ladder level is their social communication popularity. Among these, the point that everyone agrees with is that the event that really prompted the League of Legends to quickly defeat the Dota to seize most of the MOBA game market is that it chose an exceptionally strong backstage support. The power of capital was introduced into the contest of similar qualities, and the situation was reversed. There is no doubt, although the situation today is slightly different. But if once the Magic Congress of the United States is allowed to do what it wants to help the North American goblins annex the European Gringotts, and at the same time smoothly eat a whole plump and delicious Soviet teddy bear, the so-called North American Wizarding Bank Joint Reserve System will become the most terrifying giant in the magical world, even more terrifying than the Fed in the non-magical world, a monster that no one can check and balance. At that time, if Hogwarts is still the same as it is now, and is counting on funding from the Ministry of Magic and the school board to maintain the school's operations, being subject to others is just a simple small order. Therefore, since realizing the end of the American magical world, Elena, who originally only wanted to help Hogwarts make a fortune in the disintegration of the Soviet Union, has begun to change her purpose. She doesn't want to wait until a few decades later. The turnover is hovering in the painful struggle of saving the intangible cultural heritage of the magical world. Hogwarts will not die out because of the abandonment of the school. Elena thought for a while, and decided to use some relatively simple numbers to let Dumbledore understand the seriousness of the matter. If I remember correctly, over the years, even if you have ridiculed the crowd to expand the proportion of enrollment for little wizards from non-magical families, the number of enrollment at Hogwarts is still inevitably declining year by year. The total number of students in the first grade this year is only 73, which is a full reduction of nearly 30% of the number of students enrolled in the 7th grade compared with the largest number of students in the 7th grade. There is indeed such a situation, but it should be only a temporary situation. Hogwarts enrollment is not fixed every year. Dumbledore nodded slightly, and glanced at Irene with a serious face with interest. Nah, motioned the girl to continue. He was very curious about what kind of strange opinions a little guy who had just entered school for a week could make from the level of school development. After all, compared to the completely unfamiliar financial field, Dumbledore has been immersed in teaching for more than half of his life. The field is still quite conceited. In my opinion, you are too optimistic. Elena shook her finger, looked around the small house, walked to the window and pointed to the brightly lit city outside. Let's take Salzburg as an example. Among the permanent residents living in this city today, more than 60% are middle-aged and elderly people. In fact, since the end of the World War in 1945, the population composition of the entire Europe has been in a state of development towards aging and declining birth rate. If the probability of birth of wizards in Muls does not change essentially, then, as time goes by, Hogwarts will be able to recruit fewer and fewer hemp wizards. Compared with most skills and knowledge, magic is more like an innate ability. According to the current definition of the magic world, a person is divided mainly through two directions: magic perception ability and magic release ability, with the ability to perceive magic and the ability to release magic at the same time. This is naturally considered a wizard. Correspondingly, people who have neither the ability to perceive magic nor the ability to release magic are called muls. In the middle of the two, people who can only perceive the existence of magic but cannot release it, such as Argus Filch and Mrs. Fig who can see the Dementors, are the so-called dumb guns. For the birth of magical talents, the magical world, which lacks the support of systematic genetic medical research, has not been able to explore it so far. Therefore, although little wizards will indeed be born in muls, this does not mean that the population of muls will directly determine the number of wizards. At least from the current point of view, the vast majority of wizards still come from families where at least one of their parents is a wizard. This is why the UK is always the most densely populated place for wizards, because the genetics of magic are superior and active. As long as one of the parents is a wizard, generally speaking, the offspring must be wizards or dumb guns. Based on this, pureblood wizards can form a deep-rooted family. The model continues its influence in the magical world from generation to generation. Professor Dumbledore, out of curiosity, I once asked everyone in the same grade, except for the Weasleys. Most of the other students from wizard families are only children. The economic environment in the magical world has never been prosperous. Let most families choose to raise only one child. You all know that even though Hogwarts bears a lot of school and miscellaneous expenses, learning magic is never a cheap thing. Hey, save me some. After a short pause, Elena glared at Grindelwald, who was about to finish the food on the table, knocked on the table with some dissatisfaction, looked at Dumbledore again, and continued, "And if you want to fundamentally improve the economic situation of the magical world, then regain control of the right to issue currency and the right to redistribute the economy as a whole is an essential basic condition. This is why Americans will not hesitate to walk on the verge of violating the International Wizarding Decree. One of the reasons why the Gringotts Goblin should be helped to become independent." Hearing Elena's concern, Dumbledore raised his eyebrows, unmovedly continued to insist on his previous point of view, and said softly, "But, on this point, as long as I can ensure that the British magical world is not affected, well, at most, we can ask the Magical Congress of the United States for a certain amount of profit and income. which can also achieve the goal you said to a certain extent. You still haven't shown that Ivanovich and Hogwarts were involved in this incident. And the reason why we must join the fight in Gringotts. Population, wizards, America, goblins, the disintegration of the Soviet Union. At this moment, a flash of light suddenly flashed in Eleanor's mind, violently connecting her vague thoughts before, forming a powerful and huge idea. The wizarding community. Once a large-scale social unrest occurs, the migration of the wizarding community will inevitably occur. Huh? What do you mean? Dumbledore frowned, his expression a little confused. In the mouth of this little girl, there are always some brand new words appearing from time to time, which makes an elderly person who is already 110 years old always feel a bad feeling that he is quickly being abandoned by the times. Yes, the number of wizard families will directly determine the number of young wizards born in the future. Elena raised her fingers and said seriously, "This is also the second question I want to talk about. Only a relatively affluent and stable living environment can give people the desire and motivation to have offspring. In order to avoid the fairies and wizards from America, the magic world of the entire European continent will be the magic world has made a mess. And we must actively intervene in this battle." The girl raised her head and looked at Dumbledore with a thoughtful face. After she paused for a second or two to organize her language, her words became smoother and smoother. The daily income and expenditures of most wizard families rely on a functioning Ministry of Magic for overall planning and payment of salaries and benefits. In today's magical world, there is an exceptionally special alliance of magical departments composed of dozens of the Ministry of Magic of the Soviet Union composed of the Ministry of Magic of two countries. If it is said that the magical world in which these people live has temporarily collapsed, I see, this is an incredible plan. At this moment, Grindelwald patted his palms gently, and couldn't help but continue Eleanor's words. A complex expression appeared on his face, and a look of interest was eager to try. At this time, who can extend a helping hand to them first, and provide basic accommodation and work guarantees, who can get the absolute right to speak in the magical world for decades to come out of thin air. In this way, you little fellow, think what you want is not Gringotts or Jinjialong. What you want is the entire magical world in the future. Soviet wizard. Dumbledore rubbed his wand lightly with his hands, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, something he hadn't considered before. While using the so-called ruble to make a fuss, do you want to gather together the wizarding wanderers from the Soviet Union? However, Hogwarts and the British Ministry of Magic are not selfless philanthropists, and we cannot add such a sum out of thin air. Huge Jinjialong expenses. We are even less likely to hire them in the form of recruiting troops or employees. Undoubtedly, slightly behind Grindelwald, Dumbledore also realized Eleanor's thoughts. However, in Albus Dumbledore's view, Elena's thoughts are obviously more dangerous and uncontrollable than the benefits she can bring. The girl obviously wants to take advantage of Gringotts' split and confrontational opportunity, directly and partially dismantled Gringotts' economic control over certain countries, and attracted some wizards from other European countries to the Hogwarts camp. But there is a very important point in this. Although Hogwarts and the British Ministry of Magic look slightly more justified than the Magic Congress of the United States, they still have no legitimate reasons and expenditures to consolidate and attract this in the long term. Criticize foreign wizards. To be precise, if subjective factors are removed, the Americans who seem to be more wealthy at present seem to be more likely to snatch the elite wizarding talents from this land. No, there is one thing you may have understood incorrectly. If we are targeting people now, then it is no longer just a pure money game. When necessary, wealth can be thrown out as bait to attract their attention. The wealth accumulated in the castle is enough for all the forces participating in the money competition game to suffer huge losses at a critical moment, as long as our purpose is not to make money, but to drag everyone to hell together. The corners of Eleanor's mouth curled up, revealing a terrible, meaningful smile. In economics, there is one of the most classic theory, called the last survivor principle. There are two ways to win. One is to defeat the opponent, and the other is to drag everyone to die together. and then be the one who lives to the end. There is no doubt that in order to harvest the huge wealth of the entire Soviet non-magical and magical world, whether it is the Gringotts elves on both sides or the wizards of the US Magic Congress, the sights at this time must be focused on the struggle for wealth. If you go to the game in the normal way, the final result is actually to sacrifice a poor bear, and then everyone carries a different amount of bear meat back home to spend the winter. However, if there is a spoiler who, with the goal of dying everyone, transfers all the debts of more than 28 trillion after the disintegration of the Soviet Union to all the participants, it is another very interesting story. As for the benefits that Elena and the others can get in this, without continuing to elaborate on the thoughts in her heart, Elena glanced at the food piled up on the table. Her eyes gradually brightened, and there was never one thing that could really drive humans. Professor Dumbledore, you may not have a real understanding of the living environment of those living in the Soviet Union. Jinjialong can't alleviate hunger, and Jinjialong can't bring warmth and supplies of life. However, if we add a little time to magic, I think we can do this. After all, the experience of the castle in Numungad these days has made me realize a problem. The biggest advantage of the magic world, it occupies a lot of land resources and natural vegetation resources. Gdajang, ask for a monthly pass, ask for a chapter. Ru, ask for leave 37. I have stayed up too late lately, my body is really overwhelmed, the brain is independent, and the brain is revolutionizing. In this state, the code words are very bad. Let me take a day off and adjust my schedule. By the way, count the number of leave requests and check the calendar. This is the third time this year. 365 days a year. No leave was taken last year, and the remaining national statutory holidays add up to about half a month. This year, we will try to keep the number of leave applications within 7. That's right. If you feel familiar, you can go and beat the leather armor on the side of Super Mechanic. Chapter 214 2 or 3 Things and Misunderstandings Before School Starts. Numungad Castle. After the dinner time, under the leadership of Dumbledore, Elena and Grindelwald returned to the castle of Numungad very smoothly, and began to pack the luggage that was about to be brought back to Hogwarts, actually above, to be precise. It was Elena who was picking up her own underwear and textbooks in the bedroom alone, while the other 2 old wizards were in a daze in the living room. For example, for Gellert Grindelwald, the luggage he really needs to carry is actually a small metal box sealed by magic. There is nothing more than that. According to Grindelwald, as the richest principal in the history of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the generous Albus Dumbledore would naturally not watch his new faculty for some new clothes and daily necessities, and caused some inadequate influences in the magical world. Speaking of which, are you ready to agree to that girl's proposal? In the warm and comfortable living room, Grindelwald lay lazily in the same armchair in the Gryffindor College common room, peeling the candy paper from the hard candy on the dessert rack in the living room, while watching the doorway is trying. Dumbledore said casually as he restored the broken plank into a door panel. Regarding Elena's previous thoughts in the cabin, Dumbledore did not respond positively on the spot, but chose to consider it for a day before giving a final reply. But for Grindelwald, who knows Dumbledore's character well, this way of answering is actually no different from directly agreeing. Think about it equals I will find a balance for myself to accept. I didn't accept it all, I just selected some of the results. Dumbledore shook his wrist flexibly, repaired the wooden door a little bit patiently, raised his eyebrows, glanced at Grindelwald, and said with his mouth slightly upturned, besides, I don't think there are many choices left. Even if I refuse, some people don't seem to be willing. Frankly speaking, I already regret letting her meet you. Albus, I said, you shouldn't give me hope. Grindelwald admitted his thoughts without any hesitation, grinned triumphantly. So now, where do you plan to start? Hogwarts. In a wizarding way. Dumbledore's wand lightly tapped the wooden door that had been completely restored, and the Hogwarts school badge on it slowly circulated a layer of magical sheen, and he said with great ease, obviously, Hogwarts is undoubtedly the best place to prove whether some opinions and methods are feasible. Moreover, I think our Miss Castellana does not understand. In many cases, for wizards, it is enough to understand the results. At this point, perhaps only through a long career in magic learning can make a change. No objection. Grindelwald nodded briefly and cheerfully. On this point, he and Dumbledore held the same point of view. Elena obviously did not understand that it belonged to the wizard's way of thinking. Compared with muggles who pay attention to strict logical order, wizards only need to know what will happen and the results they need, and they can skip the complicated steps in the middle and go directly to the end through magical shortcuts. In other words, for a truly powerful wizard, it is more complicated to understand what results you want than to understand how to make the results appear. By the way, how are you going to arrange my position? I is also a celebrity in the magic world anyway. Since he wants to use the identity of Paracelsus, Grindelwald will naturally deal with the professors of Hogwarts. Although imprisoned for 46 years, if it is placed on Paracelsus, who has been living in seclusion for many years, it is normal that some information is not smooth and backward, and the more important thing is the identity of daily activities. The main therapist in the school infirmary, and Dumbledore was silent for a few seconds. In theory, the defense against the dark arts class professor is undoubtedly the most suitable, but there is no vacancy in this position for the time being. Paracelsus, who has been walking in the non-magical and magical worlds as a doctor for decades, is quite reasonable to go to Hogwarts as a school doctor because of the signs of Grindelwald activity in the secluded Salzburg. Excuses. It's just that the workload of the school doctor alone obviously cannot fully match the needs of Gellert Grindelwald. The main purpose is to help Grindelwald regulate his diseased body. According to previous experience, Hogwarts has not needed such saturated medical support for most of the time. Dumbledore paused, glanced thoughtfully at Grindelwald with an eager expression on his face, and added slowly, "And the Hogwarts castle administrator." It happens that poor Mr. Argus Filch has been complaining about the shortage of manpower. After adding Grindelwald, the energetic children in the school may not be as unscrupulous as before. Castle keeper Albus, don't you think that sometimes you are a bit cruel to students? Grindelwald grinned, his slender fingers playing with a magic wand. It's better than they do cruel things to themselves because of their ignorance. Dumbledore shrugged and said helplessly, sometimes, children who can't control their own power are more terrifying than adults. Not to mention, this year's Hogwarts castle was not particularly safe. Indeed, the little wizards nowadays are much scarier than we were back then. Hearing Dumbledore's words, Grindelwald suddenly remembered something, nodded with lingering fear, and let out a sigh of approval. What are you talking about? At this moment, Elena poked her head out of the bedroom curiously, and looked suspiciously at the two old wizards who were talking very happily. I don't know why. She always feels that if the two people can reach a tacit agreement, it is very likely that they will unite and say bad things about her. It was as if the biggest common language between her and Grindelwald was to complain about Dumbledore together. Dear two professors, I have packed. Can you come and help me carry my luggage? The little silver hoard witch moved her slender shoulders, and complained with a lovely puffed cheek. After all, those two big boxes are too heavy for me. No problem. Dumbledore nodded gently. His eyes rested on the silver light of the girl's right hand. However, my dear Miss Castellana, can you give me a reason, as to the sharp knife in your hand for you to learn later? Will life help me? Knives? Those are my tools for dealing with the herbs in the potions class. Elena blinked, looked over Dumbledore, looked at Grindelwald sitting on the sofa, and replied calmly, you can verify this from Mr. Grindelwald. These days, we have all of the potions classes are based on these teaching equipment. Really? Dumbledore glanced at Elena and raised his eyebrows noncommittently. Just a reminder that the first class of the first grade at Hufflepuff College is Professor Snape's potions class. He is a very strict potion master. So, you'd better try not to challenge Professor Snape's views too violently in the potions class. While talking, Dumbledore's wand lightly tapped, and a piece of parchment danglingly floated in front of Elena and unfolded, showing the girls' class schedule for the next week. Compared to the little lions who can sleep late on Monday morning, the first class of Hufflepuff's first-year students is a cruel opening ceremony. Professor Snape, Elena repeated Dumbledore's words softly, turned around and put the knife in her hand into the box to prevent Dumbledore from seeing the look in her eyes. Don't worry, my favorite is the potions class. And in the entire Hogwarts, the most favorite is the potions professor. Chapter 215, Return and First Grade. Well, here we are, with a bright flame, the figures of Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and Elena appeared on the wooden floor of the principal's office, and of course, the girls' two heavy suitcases. Thank you, Fox. Dumbledore nodded at the phoenix who flew back to rest on the bird shelf, showing a gentle smile. Even for the phoenix with magical powers, it is not an easy task to bring 3 people back to Hogwarts across such a long distance. Fortunately, it is at this time when Phoenix Fox's magic power is at its peak. It's much quieter than I thought. Grindelwald stood by the window, looking at the tranquil surface of the Black Lake under the night, with a somewhat complicated tone. 46 years, to be precise. If you know Albus Dumbledore in the summer of 1899, 92 years have passed. This is the first time he has come to Dumbledore, the magic castle in the mouth. Of course, it's already time to turn off the lights. The students have returned to their dormitories and are ready to fall asleep. Back at Hogwarts, Dumbledore turned his head and glanced at the brass-skulled pendulum clock on the table, and replied with a smile. The bedroom upstairs is quite spacious. I usually take a nap there. Gelot, you can rest in my bed tonight. In fact, I think we need to discuss some details about the magic. The addition of a visitor to Hogwarts is fundamentally different from the addition of a faculty member. This is not only the form or the interpretation work for teachers and students, but more importantly, all teachers will inevitably form a wonderful connection with the castle through a contract. This involves extremely advanced name magic and contracts. Magic. Of course, all of this is not difficult to solve in the face of the 2 most outstanding wizards of the contemporary era, especially since one of them has spent most of his life in this castle, probably since the history of Hogwarts. The most senior principal. What really troubles Grindelwald and Dumbledore is actually the ubiquitous ghosts and some details. Time is one of the most terrifying monitors. If you fail to consider all the links, it is very likely that all preparations will be made. It fell short because of some extremely small places. Sorry, dear, you may need to go back to the lounge by yourself first. Dumbledore turned his head, turned to look at Elena in the office, and shrugged slightly apologetically. While talking, he drew out his magic wand and tapped the suitcase lightly. The big black box that had been clinging to the floor floated lightly, as if it had become 2 hydrogen balloons, swaying slightly in the air with the airflow. The password is, wrong. But, glancing at Dumbledore, Elena reluctantly lifted her finger and poked the fluttering suitcase. After thinking about it, she confessed with her head downcast, Professor Dumbledore, I don't know the journey from the principal's office to Hedge. The road to the park common room. Elena is very aware of her shortcomings. She doesn't want to be alone with 2 suitcases, like a lonely wild ghost walking through a maze in a huge castle, and then waiting for some kind ghost to take her out for a walk, bring it back to the dormitory. The night in the Scottish Highlands is still very cold, and this time is not a good time for her to succeed. I know, so I'm talking about the password for the Gryffindor common room. Dumbledore blinked flexibly, pointed to the golden and red lion pattern on Elena's chest, and explained with a smile, regarding your special situation, I have communicated with Professor McGonagall, so you now have a bed in the Gryffindor girls' dormitory. Of course, in terms of courses, you mainly follow the special schedule to execute Gryffindor. Hey, speaking of it, I haven't seen the cute little beaver for a long time. Oh Professor Dumbledore, you really are a good person who cares about students. I won't disturb the Topperson world between you and Mr. Grindelwald, by. The dissatisfaction on Eleanor's face was swept away in an instant, and Dumbledore happily pushed 2 suitcases and ran out of the principal's office in Dumbledore's somewhat unclear eyes. Now that there is a cute little beaver to molested, Elena naturally doesn't bother to continue to watch Dumbledore and Grindelwald's rivalry in the principal's office. As for what Dumbledore said, an extra bed was prepared. Sorry, she's this the only problem with people is that they recognize the bed when they sleep. Passing through the portrait of the fat lady confidently, Elena pushed the floating suitcase into the Gryffindor girls' dormitory, and with the help of the faint light of fluorescent flicker, placed the suitcase properly on the one marked Elena Castellano under the bed. Then, Elena extinguished the light of the magic wand, and quietly touched the bedside of a certain first-year little Lorry. After a whole week of training, no matter what grade students are very tired, even after 2 weekends of rest, it only slightly relieved a little physical grief. Therefore, although less than an hour has passed since the lights were turned off, most of the girls have already fallen asleep deeply. The whole girls' dormitory is quiet, and only the girls breathe slightly. Hermione Granger, who undertook part of the training and guidance work for the first-year freshmen, was no exception. After a week, the baby fat on the girl's face had obviously disappeared. A small circle, and her eyebrows couldn't help but give a little look. The majesty of Elena. Elena, when will you be back? Hermione frowned, hugged the pillow, and let out a low dream. These days, she was not the only one, and everyone would ask Hagrid this question almost every day. However, every time it was the unified reply: Elena received treatment outside the school because of her injury, and would be back soon. For this reason, these days, even with the 3 of Malfoy, Gore and Crabbe, Hermione has hardly given them a good look. After all, in her opinion, it is the culprit that caused Eleanor's injury. One is the 3 of them. In a daze, Hermione felt itchy in the back of her neck, as if someone was secretly breathing at her. Vaguely, a warm and soft body leaned against her back, making her unable to stretch her arms comfortably, as if the white-haired dumpling that suddenly got into her quilt a few days ago was back. Is it a dream again? Hermione murmured, stretched out her little hand to pat a few strands of silvery white hair away from her cheeks, and was about to change her position to go to sleep. Suddenly she became stiff, rubbed her eyes in disbelief, and slowly turned her head to look behind her. I saw a little silver hoard witch concentrating on pinching the ends of her hair and drawing circles on her face, with a familiar smirk and joy on her shimmering face. Hermione Granger's eyes widened for an instant, before the sound in her mouth could be heard. Her lips were again blocked by Eleanor's hands, and her screams were pressed back into her throat. Everyone is asleep. Don't wake them up. Elena blinked and said pitifully, anyway, as you can see, I'm back. Then I didn't find my way back to the Hufflepuff common room. You won't plan on my return. One day, kick me out of the lounge alone. While talking, Elena squeezed into Hermione's bed and squinted comfortably. This is the beautiful Hogwarts castle, and the deserted Newmangott can't be compared. Where have you been these days? Everyone is worried about you. Hermione took Eleanor's cheeks with both hands and looked around, lowered her voice, and whispered with concern, by the way, your injuries are healed? Are you okay? Hurt? How could everyone at Hogwarts know that she had just been injured? Elena was taken aback for a moment, and then reacted quickly. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot. This is the excuse that Lux in Old Carrot explained to everyone in order to kidnap her. It's not completely better, it's just that I abducted the doctor to the school together. Professor Dumbledore should tell everyone about the situation tomorrow morning. Elena glanced at the little beaver whose expression was full of concern, and scratched her cheek uncomfortably, and changed the subject. Stop talking about it. What's the result of the training? Sorry, we are the last. Speaking of this, Hermione's expression was a little shame and fearful, because the day after you left, everyone was poisoned by eating poisonous mushrooms. After a whole day of rescue, everyone was awake. And along with us, There are the seniors from the 7th grade. Poisonous mushrooms. The look on Eleanor's face became a little weird. It's no wonder that one of the positions that Dumbledore arranged for Grindelwald this time was one of the therapists in Hogwarts school infirmary. It turned out that there was this reason. Okay, so which grade is the first? The 3rd grade led by Professor Snape or the 6th grade led by Professor McGonagall? Since the 7th grade has been wiped out, in Eleanor's view, if the final big winner is not unexpected, it should be born from these 2 grades. After all, with the exception of these 2 professors who have a particularly strong desire to win or lose, the configuration of other grades is relatively weak. Neither. Hermione shook her head lightly, with an incredible look in her eyes. The 4th-year seniors led by Professor Quirrell, who completed the total score at the last time and won the 1st place in the school. According to them. Yes, I don't know why. Whenever Professor Quirrell turned away from them, they would feel a kind of fear from the heart. Go. Chapter 216 The Demon King and the Demon King and the Demon King. Professor Quirrell? Elena curled her lips in disgust, and didn't intend to make too many comments. Although the final reward was given to a certain non-nosed monster, this made the girl feel a little bit uncomfortable. But considering that this part of the bonus was mainly from Dumbledore's personal savings, so think about it carefully. Let's count as the life money or funeral expenses that Dumbledore paid to His Royal Highness the 2nd generation Demon King Gildorf. If everything goes according to the original plan, the biggest possibility of this Gingy Arlong is to go inside the boss dropped items at the end of the year. As for how much shock the 4th grade students got in the back of Quirrell's head, Elena has no interest in understanding this kind of boring question of details. After all, even the dead Weasley twin brothers are using it. After Snowball got a face on the back of Professor Quirrell's head, didn't he also live steadily to the finale and then be liquidated? We won't discuss the 4th grade. After eating poisonous mushrooms by mistake, how are Hagrid and everyone now? Elena shook her head, took a few gold and red cushions from the bed, and tucked them behind her, holding 2 bare feet sitting on the pillows, her upper body leaning against the crimson flannel curtain, asked with concern. I have to say that Elena has always felt that the soft beds in Hogwarts Castle seem to have been used with a kind of slacking magic from one person to that person. As long as you lie on it, you will soon be relieved of sleep, wraps the whole body, and then becomes lazy. Faced with Eleanor's white feet almost reaching her eyes, Hermione, who was planning to shrink under the quilt, raised her eyebrows. The expression on her small face wandered between anger and confusion, and finally sighed helplessly. With a sigh of relief, he also got out of the warm quilt, and leaned against Elena with his legs crossed in a learning manner. What else? Since then, everyone has been forbidden to approach the Forbidden Forest and Black Lake, and Mr. Hagrid's temper has become neurotic and sensitive. Even though we have been training hard every day, we have never entered again the meal sequence of the first 2 rounds. However, after all, I couldn't take everyone past the senior grades. Speaking of what happened these days, Hermione's eyes flashed helplessly, and she bit her lip hard. In fact, she had quarreled with almost all the little wizards including Hannah more than once in order to find a way to win every day. However, when the corresponding efforts are still the last place, almost everyone will point their grievances at Hermione, who is acting as the cold-faced coach, and intentionally or unintentionally isolate the girl from the crowd, whether it's eating or training. Every time little Hermione mustered up the courage to reconcile with everyone, most people would smile and avoid her sight in 2s and 3s, as if they were avoiding some kind of terrible plague. The only reason that Hermione Granger can sleep peacefully every day these days without being overwhelmed by this terrible isolation is that Elena, who only exists in the replies of the professors, will soon be cured and return to school. This is normal. After all, everyone's physical fitness is indeed not as good as that of seniors. Even me. Because the lights in the dormitory had been turned off, Elena did not notice the small emotions on Hermione's face, shrugged and patted the little beaver who sounded a little frustrated. She was about to enlighten the girl and suddenly felt a soft body slammed into his arms from the side. Elena, Why did you come back? I missed you so much." Hermione buried her head in the silver hair on Eleanor's shoulders, sobbing in a low voice, wrapped her hands tightly around the white hairy ball in front of her, and couldn't help pouring out all the grievances she had made this week. Cold, calm, loosen, let go." Elena, who was suddenly attacked, slapped her eyes and patted the little beaver who was lying on her body with her hands around her neck with some difficulty. For the first time, she realized that Hermione seemed to be stronger than Hannah. Actually this is not surprising. After all, Hermione, who was born in September 1979, was almost a full year older than Elena, who, following Eleanor's voice, Hermione clasped her arms a little more subconsciously, as if this Elena would slip away from her by accident. "Let it go. Let it go, I can't breathe. I'm feeling rich." Elena originally thought that after seeing Hermione again, the two of them would have endless words to talk to. It's a pity that she only guessed the beginning of the story, not the end of the story. Elena, who has mastered the magic text of the ancient barbarian power, never thought that on the first night of her return to Hogwarts, she would almost come close. He was hugged by a little beaver. After crying hard, Hermione, who successfully vented her body, relaxed, and her whole body looked like an octopus, hanging on Elena in a daze, with her head buried in the silver white of the girl. In her hair, from time to time, she whispered softly like a dream. And Elena, who finally broke free, felt a strong exhaustion all over her body. She lowered her head and looked at her blushing face. She didn't know if she was pretending to be sleeping or really sleeping, but she couldn't help but yawn a few times. Forget it, then go to sleep. Speaking of it, she sometimes does ignore it. Compared to her, who has been beaten up by the society for several rounds, the little wizards in Hogwarts Castle are just a group of young people who are more sensitive than everyone in the orphanage. "It's just a child." Elena backhand gently hugged the tired little Lori Hermione, and pulled the quilt up. The two cuddled together like two little beasts, and fell asleep deeply. And the other side, in the small bedroom on the second floor of the principal's office. "Albus, are you kidding? This is what you said. A little trouble?" Grindelwald stared at the old wizard in front of him in disbelief, took a deep breath, and tried to restrain the urge to smash the pillow in his hand on the old face. "Is there anything more crazy than hiring a wizard who is most likely to be controlled by Voldemort using the Imperious spell or directly possessed as a professor? I am here to recover from illness and to be a teacher, not to serve you as a thug and the jailer." Just now, after signing and completing one short-term employment contract, Dumbledore told Grindelwald with a relaxed tone that Christmas had arrived early and told Grindelwald about some of the work he might encounter in the next year. Of course, it naturally includes the hope that Grindelwald will not expose the weirdness of the defense against the dark arts professor named Quirrell Squirrel for the time being, and if possible, protect the students as much as possible. Was invaded by the wizard's magic, though according to Dumbledore, he had done some protection and countermeasures. "Relax, Gellert. Hearing at the portrait door downstairs is sometimes pretty good." Dumbledore raised his hand and waved his magic wand lightly, releasing a magic enchantment covering the two of them, and said helplessly, "According to my observation, Voldemort should have lost most of his magic power at the moment. It's just a very strange thing. The form exists in Quirrell. Different from ghosts and normal souls, he seems to have gone farther than all of us in terms of immortality." "So what you mean is that you want to catch him and study the mystery carefully?" "If you are worried about the lack of life, I think neither Nickleem nor Paracelsus would be happy to help." "You are a little busy." Hearing Dumbledore's answer, Grindelwald raised his eyebrows disapprovingly. He obviously had no interest in Dumbledore's so-called immortality. Both he and Dumbledore knew the price of forcibly extending life from death. "No, I just hope to entrust you to take care of something small when necessary." Dumbledore blinked and smiled gently. "Actually, to be precise, you only need to sit there occasionally to ensure fairness. Of course, before that, it's best not to appear too strong." "Sit down." "Fairness?" Grindelwald tilted his head for unknown reasons. "Well, It's just a fun little level. Dumbledore nodded seriously. I plan to pass some small tests to verify some of my ideas. Or, if you are really bored, you can also participate in it. Of course, it's best to deal with Cass. Miss Lana kept it secret, otherwise the situation would be too complicated. Chapter 217 The Senior Sisters' Experiences in the Potions Class. Early the next morning, Hermione Granger, who had been tired from crying the night before, lay in bed extremely rarely, even though this day was theoretically the first day of the new semester at Hogwarts. When Elena was awakened by the good biological clock she had cultivated in the orphanage, Miss Beaver was still reluctantly curled up in the quilt, motionless as if sealed on the bed by magic. Elena by his side lifted away. "Get up, Hermione. Let me sleep for a while. 5 minutes will be fine." The little brown-haired Lori wriggled and struggled twice on the soft bed, half closed her eyes, stretched out her hand and grabbed the quilt in the air. She lifted her head from the pillow with a dazed expression, and the corner of her mouth and the pillow pulled up a crystal clear line. The silk thread fell back heavily on the pillow after less than half a second, muttering that he wanted to continue sleeping. "Well, it looks like you have to zoom in." Elena sighed helplessly, and simply took down the clock decorated by the kitten little lion on the bedside dressing table, dialed it back for an hour, placed it in front of Hermione, pushed the girl, and then said in a slightly anxious voice, "Don't sleep in bed, Hermione, we will be late if we get up." "This is the first day you start class." "Late? What time?" When poor little Hermione opened her eyes again and scanned the clock on the pillow, and saw that the time had moved to 8:30 unknowingly, she almost bounced off the bed and jumped out of the bed barefoot. Started to wash in a hurry. For Hermione, who was expecting to be a top student, being late for the first day of the formal class was a terrible start. When the robes of Gryffindor Academy were put on hastily, Hermione was trying hard to tie her tie with her tousled brown hair. Some chaotic brains finally began to wake up, and the girl suddenly stopped her movements, bewildered, staring at the white-haired dumpling who was sitting on the bed casually playing with the clock. "Elena? What are you doing?" "Of course it is to adjust the time, otherwise it will be bad if you forget it later." Elena shrugged and explained calmly, "Why are you looking at me? Are you not going to comb your hair today?" While talking, the mixed-race little Ver raised her hand in demonstration and gently stroked her long silver hair on her shoulders. She saw the girl's waterfall-like silver hair falling neatly behind her in an instant, with a sullen expression on her face. "It goes without saying." Hermione's eyes twitched like a little lion with her hair exploding. She lowered her head and glanced at the socks on her feet that were hurriedly dressed in different heights, then looked at the other girls who were still sleeping around her. Her eyebrows slightly one jump and then another jump. "Caslana, you are dead today." In the next second, without any hesitation, Hermione waved the gold-red tie in her hand that had not been untied, and rushed towards the white-haired dumpling on the bed with a cocky expression, and her hands accurately scratched Elena's waist. She always remembered that Elena's waist was super sensitive. When she accidentally touched it the previous time, Elena almost fell directly to the ground. "Ahahaha, don't touch my waist, be careful I bite." "White-haired dumpling, you are called Posangtsai today, and I won't let it go. Don't touch it." Accompanied by the cheerful screams and screams of the girls, the other lion cubs who were asleep also woke up one after another, rubbing their eyes, or sitting on the bed in a daze, or looking at the two with interest. "Little Lolita, who is playing?" For Elena's sudden appearance, most of the Gryffindor students were not surprised. In fact, since Elena led a fight between Hufflepuff College and Slytherin College, compared to the mixed reviews in Hufflepuff College, her popularity in Gryffindor College it's simply too high. Both boys and girls in Gryffindor are full of affection for the legendary first-year Little Witch who has overturned dozens of people. Well, rumors will naturally be exaggerated of Slytherin Quidditch. Not to mention, since Professor McGonagall used magic to give Elena a bed in the girls' dormitory, in the eyes of many Gryffindor wizards, Elena has actually become the complete Gryffindor, just accidentally got into the Badger Academy Hufflepuff Academy because of its super ability to cause trouble. HMPH. Forgive you this time. What's the point? I don't even use 10% of my strength. After the two fought in bed for a while, the thinner-skinned classmate Hermione still failed to continue beating Elena on the bed with the crowd of senior elders watching, and after snorting as a truce signal, he stood up and walked to the full-length mirror, and began to rearrange his clothes and deal with the bow tie that he had mixed up. I have to say that after this fight, all the distress that had been frustrated in Hermione's heart was vented out. Even if other students of the same grade continued to alienate her in the following time, she felt that it was not so letting people care about and uncomfortable things. Speaking of which, I was almost fooled by you just now. Gryffindor did not have classes in the first grade in the morning, and our first class on Monday will not start until the herbal medicine class in the afternoon. But, Elena, it should be different, right? Well, my main class schedule is still based on the schedule of Hufflepuff College. Elena, who was still sitting on the bed, nodded, took out the school schedule from the pocket of the robe hung on the chair, and looked at it. The first and second periods are potions lessons. Ravenclaw together. Potion class? A senior girl on the bed next door propped up her left arm curiously, and said sympathetically, "The first class of school is Professor Snape's potions class. You are so pitiful. I suggest you don't wear your body. This set of Gryffindor Academy robe is gone. Otherwise you may become a sacrifice to the potions class on the first day of Hogwarts." What's wrong with the potions class? Ilias-senpai. Hermione, who was changing clothes, couldn't help feeling a little nervous when she heard this. Even according to the class schedule, they will not have the first potions class until Friday morning. However, this didn't prevent her from being frightened by the gloomy tone of Senior Alias' mouth, because that is Professor Snape, Dean of Slytherin, in the history of Hogwarts, the holder of the highest record of cumulative deductions for Gryffindor College points. According to our experience, so far, there is no Gryffindor who hasn't been deducted by him in class. Alia said with a serious face, her tone a little helpless and frustrated. Why? Hermione felt completely illogical and asked curiously, even if it is a school professor, it is impossible to deduct students' scores for no reason. As long as we work hard. Impossible. Hearing the conversation topics of several people, just returning from the bathroom after washing, the tall Angelina Johnson shook her head and said unceremoniously, for example, once you make a mistake in the potion configuration, so as long as he finds out, 1 point to 5 points will be deducted. There is nothing to complain about, it just means that Professor Snape is stricter. Hermione spread her hands. It is true, but even if you have no operational problems, there will be various reasons for deductions. For example, if the students around you make mistakes in their operations, they will sometimes be deducted points. Alia recalled it for a moment, her face a little ugly, her lips curled up to imitate Snape's tone. Why didn't you think of reminding your classmates to avoid such low-level operating errors? Do you think that using your classmates' errors to set off your own success is something worth showing off? Then, even if the operating errors it's Slytherin College, so it's usually Gryffindor who is sitting next to it that deducts points. So, as long as we remind the surrounding students in time, so that everyone can pass the level smoothly. Hermione looked around the dignified seniors, blinked and asked curiously, "You are not allowed to whisper in my class. Gryffindor deducts 5 points. This is the best result. After all, for girls, Professor Snape is relatively gentle." Angelina said with a look of fear, "If it's a boy, like George and Fred, you can ask later how many times they have been bumped by Professor Snape's head." As the girls talked, more and more senior Gryffindor girls gathered together, scrambling to spread the word about the potions class to the surrounding Gryffindor freshmen. Horror deeds. Not only that, but especially remember not to ask the questions that the professor said before. Otherwise, have you not heard me just now? Because of your inattention, you will waste the precious time of the class. Naturally, Professor Snape will answer related questions, but after some explanation, the deduction of points is almost 100%. But if you don't ask questions, you will be deducted points. You forgot. Once we all agreed not to ask a question, but before the last get out of class, we were all labeled as arrogant and arrogant. The whole class of Gryphons, most of them have been deducted 5 points. Let's put it this way: if there is a problem, it is death. And if there is no problem, it is death. Asking a question is a death. And not asking a question is a death. And then the people around you should be equally smooth. Otherwise, reminding is dead. Not reminding is dead. Elena scratched her cheek, summing up the experience of the senior Gryffindor senior sisters, hesitating whether to change her clothes into Hufflepuff uniforms. With that said, it seems that the only way is to find a way to mix a set of Slytherin uniforms, and then use them as lab uniforms before taking potions class. Wait, not necessarily. Elena lowered her head and looked at the golden lion on her chest, and then at the little beaver whose expression was about to collapse. If she remembers correctly, according to the plot of the original book, since Harry enrolled, at least in the first few academic years, Gryffindor will win the final Academy Cup 100% because of the partiality of an unscrupulous principal. So according to this logic, as long as she is wearing Gryffindor's college uniform, she can actually be confident and bold to molest the professors of various subjects anyway. No matter how many points are deducted, Dumbledore will find a way to add it back. It should be so. Think about it carefully. Why suddenly there is a strong desire to mess up? Gu Zhang said that prizes are given out every day, so remember to pay attention to the best posts in the book review area to receive the prizes. At present, only half of the little fat chickens have received the award. Chapter 218 Field. Im just a Liliacridine 2. Seeking monthly pass. Having a common complaint is always the best way for people to increase friendship. This is the same truth in the non-magical world and Hogwarts. After the morning's condemnation of Severus Gryffindor's enemy Snape, the relationship between the girls in the Gryffindor colleges, who were still somewhat alienated, instantly became a lot closer. The entire dormitory, there is a sense of comfort that the pressure has been released. In fact, in Elena's view, after getting up early in the morning, Professor Snape complained about Professor Snape. For many senior Gryffindor sisters, it seems to have the same effect as getting rid of the backlog and sleeping overnight. And looking at this posture, individual seniors are considering whether to hold a Snape to Cow conference on a regular basis. Anyway, even if Professor Snape knew about it afterwards, he couldn't break into the Gryffindor girls' dormitory to deduct points. In the wave of condemnation, Hermione finally untied her tangled bow tie, and then used her subconscious mind to force Elena, who was in the middle of the crowd, out of the Gryffindor public, the arches of the lounge. Over time, Elena, who participated in the discussion of the topic, has unconsciously begun to instill some particularly dangerous theories into the little Gryffindor wizards, such as, anyway, all points are deducted, so just take the initiative from the beginning and take your destiny in your own hands. Do you want to be cowards for a lifetime, or heroes for a moment? Even if there is only one lesson. Since the failure of the potion is inevitable, why not drag the Slytherin next door to hell together? Human energy is limited, and the law does not blame the public. As Gryffindor, everyone must unite. There is no doubt that with Hufflepuff's public room speech experience, plus the day and night with Grindelwald over the past week, Elena has at least risen to a big level in her deceptive ability to do things. Not to mention, compared to the little wizards of Hufflepuff College who are gentle in nature, the students of Gryffindor College, who are inherently rebellious and adventurous, face these extremely provocative resistance. It can be almost equal to 0. By the time Hermione sensed something was wrong and forced Elena out of the Gryffindor common room with a push and pull, many of the wedge's eyes had already begun to flash with dangerous light. If Grindelwald see this scene, the old man will definitely be very pleased. because it proves that Elena has already begun to learn some of his using threats and benefits to drive others is the most stupid behavior. A true wise man only needs to plant a small seed in people's hearts, and then quietly wait for it to take root and sprout at the right time. Elena, I always think you say that is a bit too much. After all, that's the professor of the school. Hermione's face was full of worries. As a good student, the logically rigorous class destruction plans that Elena said were simply a major challenge to her fragile three views. Hermione, do you know what xing is? Elena shrugged. A smirk hung over her mouth, and she embraced the sad little brown-haired Lorry. Before the girl could come up with an answer, she continued to speak on her own. The so-called happiness can only be manifested through comparison. For example, I have an apple, but you don't. Another example: starting this year, all senior students have begun to rebel, but our first-year freshmen are obedient. Good baby. You. Hermione opened her eyes wide in horror and looked at the silver-haired witch next to her with an unbelievable look, as if it were a devil with sharp horns and a tail. Satisfied with the shock from Hermione's eyes, Elena gently stretched out her index finger and pressed it on Hermione's soft lips, showing a pure smile. Don't make any comments, think about it. We did not take the initiative to participate in anything that disrupted school and classroom discipline. We are people who want to be good students. After spending a week with Grindelwald, Elena's greatest knowledge learned was not about potions and magical animals, nor was it the secrets of ancient magic texts, but a demon king who once stirred up the entire magic wind situation. Some trivial cleverness. This may also be what Dumbledore wanted her to learn, how to learn from Grindelwald's failure. One of the most important points is that a truly successful demon will use like a hero to stand on the commanding heights of all morals to maintain world peace. Although I always feel that Elena's theory is very problematic. But with the poor surname Minutes less than 11 years of life experience, there is no way to organize and find a point that can effectively refute Elena. To be precise, after turns of sophistry, Hermione can still follow her inner intuition to force Elena out of the common room. This is an exceptional quality. What she is experiencing now can be simply defined as the reshaping of the three views. Don't talk about it, I'm hungry. Let's go to the auditorium downstairs for dinner. I still have 2 full potions classes in the morning. Glancing at Miss Jack of all trades with a blank look, Elena raised her eyebrows triumphantly. The charm of talent and the devil's speech skills are like a cheat device. I hope that the magic wind's superb medical magic can make Professor Dumbledore have a strong heart to deal with the surprise that will be like the tide afterwards. According to the plan, there will be at least one every month. Let's go eat first. Seeing that Elena turned the topic off, Hermione was relieved, and the ulcer temporarily escaped from the problems Elena's mouth had. After all, her first potion class would not arrive until Friday morning. After a week to get acquainted with the campus environment, as long as it is not the kind of helpless road idiots and idiots, most freshmen are already very familiar with the road from their common room to the auditorium. Along the way, in order to get rid of the destruction of the three views that haunted her mind before, Hermione seemed to regard herself as a guide for senior freshmen, skillfully leading Elena to greet the portraits or statues on the way. Imitating like the senior students, she introduced to Elena some movement patterns of the stairs and hidden shortcuts. Wait, remember to skip the first level suit you have sunk once before. Do you still need to say? The Castellana family will not falter second place in the same place. While talking, Elena shook off Hermione's brother and confidently took a small step forward. Click. With the sound of a collapsed staircase, the shrewd witch exuding danger suddenly disappeared in front of Hermione, leaving only a poor white-haired ball stuck in the groove of the wooden staircase at Hogwarts. Inside. Idiot. You skipped a first-level suit ahead of time. Taking a look, Hermione Granger stroked her forehead helplessly, and stretched out her hand to pull Elena out of the pit. Sure enough, no matter how long it has passed, no matter how scary Elena shows, Lucci will still be Lucci after all, and Lucci will never become a villain. You can remember this position a little bit. You have to stay in the castle for 7 full years. If you will often stay in the Gryffindor girls' dormitory in the future, this is your only way. Miss Know-It-All's tone was a little helpless. Hey, isn't Hermione you here? From now on, you will be my spot map. Elena smirked and patted the sawdust off her body. Liver map? What is that? Cough, cough, cough. Nothing, it's just a magic joke by a few senior students who are more noisy than the Weasley brothers. Let's go down quickly, I feel like I'm going to starve to death. Elena, who was unwilling to say that she had missed her mouth again, secretly stuck her tongue out, and Hermione, who held out her hand with a disgusting expression on her face, shook, and turned the topic off. Speaking of it, Elena suddenly realized a problem. Until now, even if she finds a way to get the map of the spot, she may still be unable to get rid of the dilemma of getting lost. The map of the spot does not mark which level of ladder needs to be skipped. In her previous life, even with the omnipotent Baidu map, she has been able to eat the way. Perhaps she needs to develop a more scientific and complete set of pathfinding magic, rather than relying on the relics of the animal quartet decades ago to save her hopeless road idiot attributes. With Hermione's guidance, their journey to the auditorium became particularly smooth. And because it was early to wake up, even if there was a delay in the lounge and on the road, Elena and Hermione were still the first batch of little wizards to arrive at Xxua Hall. However, by the time they arrived in the auditorium, the dining tables of the 4 colleges were already full of various breakfasts such as baked potatoes, fried eggs, bacon, hot milk, and hard candy, as always shabby and rich. There is no doubt that the lowered catering standards have not changed with the end of the Hogwarts military training. If not surprisingly, this situation will continue until after Christmas this year. However, before Elena walks to the table and takes the lame, there is a tricky little problem to face. Elena, you finally showed up. I waited for you one more night. Next to the gate of Hogwarts Auditorium, Hannah Abbott, with shoulder-to-shoulder short blonde hair, closed her bright and beautiful eyes, with lame dark circles. Her gaze was straight at the moment as she walked down the stairs, arm in arm. Hermione and Elena, with an indescribable resentment in their voices. In Hannah's arms, the small reserve of food that was obviously Fatu had clearly noticed the return of the Master of Fate, and was quite lovely and kept flapping her wings to say hello to the cute person. In fact, since Elena returned to Hogwarts yesterday, the grain reserves have begun to become restless and excited. Good morning, Hannah. Long time no see. Elena's face froze, feeling the increased strength of Hermione on the right side of her wrist. A trace of hesitation suddenly appeared in her heart. Why is there such a bad feeling that Shura Field has come? She's just a cute little lily. Gdia Jang asks for monthly pass. Asks for chapter to say Acridine. Chapter 219. The weakness of the Caslana family seeking a monthly pass. Everyone has their own weaknesses. Some are money, some are rights. The traditional weakness of the Caslana family is the woman. In this regard, both the Caslana family's women and men are all the same, and Elena is no exception. Just as she couldn't resist the soft bed of little Lori Hermione, facing the grievances in Hannah Lori who had been waiting for her all night, Elena's combat effectiveness is probably not as good as the one who still slapped her foolishly reserved food for wings. Actually, Elena scratched her cheek, trying to make her expression look sincere. Elena slept in the Gryffindor common room again yesterday, right? If I'm right, it should have been less than an hour after the lights were turned. The food reserve was noisy for almost the night last night. I also waited for her all night. Ignoring the explanation of the white hair dumplings, Hannah Abbott turned her head and looked at Hermione Granger with a calm look. Her tone was determined and calm. It was more like expounding rather than asking. Facts already known. Although no one has ever made a strong argument from a scientific point of view, many people firmly believe that there can be some kind of wonderful telepathy between animals and people, and this is in the magical world, especially wizards and their society. Among the pets raised, it is particularly obvious. Compared with moles who have no magical powers, wizards and critters can always easily establish a mysterious connection. Having a humane familiar is almost a standard configuration for a good wizard. Sometimes, the bond is even deep enough to become a certain achievement title, such as, Lost Toad Neville Longbottom, Wormtail Lord Ron Weasley, Beautiful Serpent Soulmate Tom Riddle, Last Phoenix Heir Albus Dumbledore, Guardian of Sniffing Newts Commander, Fat Chicken Predator Elena Caslana. Therefore, Hermione was not too surprised by the statement that Hannah said waited a whole night. After all, in a sense, the cute little reserve food is one of the best Elena detection radars, perhaps the last laughing owl in the world. This Scottish round-faced little fat chicken is very strong, driven by the desire to survive. He can often show a lot of surprising and strange abilities. However, understanding does not mean giving in, especially when facing a faintly aggressive little blonde badger. Hermione narrowed her eyes like a kitten about to be snatched from her favorite toy. Yes, as soon as this pesky white-haired dumpling came back to school, he sneaked into the dormitory to grab my bed. Hermione Granger shrugged helplessly, raised her chin slightly, and confessed openly, but, after all, she doesn't know the way to Hufflepuff. Living in the Gryffindor Tower is undoubtedly one of the best appropriate choice. Obviously, Professor Dumbledore thinks so too. Since Eleanor's departure, the communication between Hermione and Hannah was arguably the most frequent in this week. The two can almost be said to have taken over Eleanor's teaching assistant duties and helped Hagrid to coordinate and manage the training of the first-year freshmen. Due to the difference in personality and philosophy, as well as the authority difference in the Moonlight Eight, it is usually Hermione who is the unkind, white-faced character, and Hannah is the one who comforts and encourages everyone. Redfast also brings a strange atmosphere. Hannah will be more popular, but there is almost no authority. Hermione happens to be completely the other way around. Based on this relationship, the relationship between Hermione and Hannah has always been relatively subtle, in a relationship that appreciates each other but secretly competes. But before that, they get along fairly well, until the disaster named Caslana returned to Hogwarts. Excuse me, Elena from our college is causing you trouble again, and it's fine to leave it to me later. Hearing the sense of superiority in Hermione's tone, Hannah's delicate little face bulged and responded quickly. After focusing on the word our college, she took a step forward and reached out. The little silver horde witch who lived with a dazed face smiled slightly and said, "We will have 2 potions classes in a while. Elena, you definitely don't know how to get to the potions class, right? Follow me after breakfast. You won't worry about getting lost if I'm here afterwards." Also, that's right. Feeling the faint murderous aura in the tone of the blonde girl in front of her, Elena nodded weakly and chose to be a harmless little animal instead of actively participating in the tragic shameless field, turning her head and blinking her eyes. Then Hermione, "See you, Phil." For breakfast, I think Elena should eat at the Gryffindor table. Hermione took Elena's left arm affectionately, leaving the girl where she was, looking at Hannah seriously, and said, "After all, she's wearing a Gryffindor college uniform, just sitting like this in a group of Hufflepuffs. It seems a bit too uncoordinated." Hearing Hermione's words, Hannah glanced at the golden and red lion courtyard sign on Elena's chest. Her delicate round face bulged, and a hint of dissatisfaction flashed through. This white hairy ball was dressed again, and again. If this continues, you will really be abducted by the group of lions. Granger, you may have forgotten that Elena was assigned to Hufflepuff by the Sorting Hat. Hannah squinted her eyes, calmly added a bit of strength, and wanted to pull Elena. Go. Well, there was no pull. But Miss Abbott, if I remember correctly, Elena didn't wear a sorting hat, did she? While wrestling with Hannah through the white-haired dumpling, Hermione replied tit-for-tatly, with her iconic tone for granted. Obviously, both Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall think that Elena should actually belong to Gryffindor, otherwise we will not specially add a bed for her in our common room. Miss, are you questioning the decision of the principal and the dean of our college? So, You want to ignore the decision of the Sorting Hat and simply let Elena become a Gryffindor student? Do you think Professor Sprout will agree? Hannah raised her eyebrows and said displeasedly. Hermione shook her head and said methodically, "No, I mean, I should be responsible for the place where Elena sleeps at noon and night every day, as well as the navigation work of this idiot. Unfortunately, this is what I want to say. The Gryffindor lounge on the 8th floor is too far away, and it may not be too friendly for Elena, a lunatic." "Well, stop arguing also. I'm not Lukai." Elena raised her hand weakly. "Return the reserve to you. Don't talk." "Just now, you got stuck once by the stairs." The two little Lili who were debating fiercely turned their heads unanimously and glared at the white-haired dumpling standing between the two. Oh, looking at the two cute little Lori who were arrogant as soon as they met, Elena closed her mouth wisely, took over the chubby food reserve, and began to rub her aggrievedly. Ooh, Hermione suddenly became terrible. And Hannah became terrible too. This was not the harem life she wanted. Just as the three were pulling at the entrance of the auditorium, little wizards arrived in the auditorium one after another. They looked at them curiously, and talked and asked each other in a low voice. The biggest hobby of mankind is gossip. Not to mention how rare it is that Hufflepuff and Gryffindor have a dispute. Just three high-value cute little Lili together to stage the shameless scene. It is enough to support a pleasing performance. Not to mention, one of the protagonists of the story is the legendary Elena Castellana, the first double college student in Hogwarts history, the first student to threaten the Sorting Hat and succeed, the cause of the largest student fight in nearly 100 years, the most terrifying robber in the history of Hogwarts Kitchen. Just less than a week after school started, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry has added or revised at least 4 or 5 school rules because of her indirect or direct reasons. Moreover, as the dispute between Hermione and Hannah escalated, the situation has gradually begun to develop in the direction of a strange comparison. At least we have windows in our dormitory. We are close to the auditorium and the kitchen. We have won the most Academy Cup. But in recent years, you have all lost to Slytherin. That's because Professor Snape is eccentric. Senior Sister Gryffindor has already said this morning. We have never asked for the likes of deducting points. Don't think that Professor Snape only deducts Gryffindor points. As far as I know, Hufflepuff's points deducted in the potions class are not lower than yours. We Gryffindor got a lot of deductions. Hufflepuff has also been detained a lot. Maybe. At this moment, a cold and slow voice suddenly joined the girls' conversation. Because of the dispute between the three young ladies, this year's Gryffindor and Hufflepuff will have their points deducted together in the first week of school. Hermione and Hannah turned around and saw Severus Snape standing at the entrance of the auditorium, the black robe trembling slightly in the cool morning breeze. He was skinny, with greyish-yellow skin, a hooked nose, and greasy black hair over his shoulders. The expressionless indifference on his face at this moment clearly expressed the man's impatience and unhappiness. The reason for my deduction is because of the stupidity of your seniors, not because of any naive college conspiracy. I hope the two young ladies can perform slightly better in the class after me. There is no doubt that anyone who hears that he is compared to a frenzied point deduction madman, participating in some kind of childish competition among children, will not be in a good mood. However, if you deduct points just because of this, you will directly realize his title of point deduction madman. Snape twitched his eyes and glanced at Gryffindor, who was not far away. Grade students, it's best not to let him find out who gave him this nickname. Well, if you don't plan to split Miss Castellana into 2 pieces and carry them back to the dining table as dolls, I suggest that you should not block the door anymore. Snape said softly, with a strong mockery and coldness in his tone. It was the first time I saw that there would be 2 girls arguing to snatch another girl. Maybe we should offer an extra love course. The sound is very soft, but it makes people feel a little bit of suffocation and cold low air pressure. Hermione's face turned red in an instant, and Hannah's face was also a little blush. We were wrong, Professor Snape. I'm sorry, Professor Snape. They were caught on the spot when they said bad things about someone behind their backs. and they were poked a little bit. They each had some cautious thoughts that they didn't understand, and the two first-year little Lily were instantly deterred by the aura of the potions teacher. The next moment, the two of them let Elena go by coincidence, lowered their heads weepingly, not daring to look at Snape's face. Is this the end? Elena, who had been pretending to be dead in the beautiful shameless field, opened her eyes, stopped ravaging the small reserve in her hands, and curled her lips with regret. In fact, she still enjoys the feeling of being snatched as sweet and sour pork. In this case, let's verify a conjecture by the way. Elena turned her head and looked at Professor Snape, who was about to go to the classroom seat. She stretched out her hand to hold the sleeve of the wizard's robe, with an indescribable cuteness in her tone. Dear Professor Snape, speaking of it, I also have a question for you. Okay? Feeling the sleeves being pulled, Snape turned around and frowned slightly. In so many years, this was the first student who dared to pull his sleeves. If you have questions about the potions class, you can ask me in class. If it is a trivial matter in life, please talk to your prefect. Actually, it's a question about the potions class that only you can answer. Elena's eyes sparkled with a bright light called fucking trouble, and she asked curiously, Excuse me, if I am wearing a Gryffindor uniform and get points deducted in your potions class, do you deduct Hufflepuffs or Gryffindors? If it's a bonus, then again, which college is it? It's a big chapter again. I want to make it more. The big chapter is also a way to explode. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 220 The first confrontation and miscalculation. Seeking a monthly pass. Then, Ms. Caslana, let me think about it. Severus Snape turned around, pulled back his sleeves blankly, lowered his head and stood behind the tall little boy, and whispered in his slow and systematic tone, as the first double college identity in Hogwarts history. Well, celebrity, you deserve some special treatment. For example, whether you add or deduct points, you should decide based on the uniform you wear. Is that right? Snape's gaze wandered over Hermione and Hannah, and finally stopped on the silly owl on Elena's chest. The chubby chicken had just blocked the academy mark and bout eye color on Elena's body. However, based on the conversation he had vaguely heard before, it was mostly Gryffindor's golden red. Yes, Professor Snape, you are really enlightened, kind and wise. As if not hearing the joking in Snape's tone, Elena blinked her eyes quickly, trying to put on an innocent and lovely tone, silently praying that her blood magic would work on Snape. Since entering the magical world, her ever unfavorable cuteness has become more and more unusable. Judging from the current record, facing Gellert Grindelwald has only been effective once, facing Dumbledore never once, facing Hagrid is all effective, but Elena suspects that this is part of the reason. It comes from Hagrid's subconscious preference for dangerous magical creatures, and according to Elena's understanding of Severus Snape, the difficulty of relying on Ver's own charming humanoid to influence this half-blood prince is roughly equivalent to the difficulty of raiding 10 Albus Dumbledore. A living person can never defeat a dead person. In this world, there may be no one who can replace Lily Potter's position in Snape's heart. Enlightened, kind and wise. Snape raised his eyebrows, and his thin lips twisted into a strange smile. This seems to be the first time he has heard such comments from a student in so many years. And the strangest thing is that this little guy in front of him was obviously only talking to him for the first time, but he showed a kind of uncomfortable familiarity, especially in those clear lake blue eyes. It seems that there is always with a trace of distracting compassion and respect. Yes, Elena bit her head and nodded. It was the first time to face Snape's cold facial paralyzed face up close, even if he knew the kindness of the wizard's heart. But the psychological pressure was still really great. It's no wonder that the Skyfall system is always the nightmare of childhood sweethearts. In addition to the famous Westermarck effect, it is purely in terms of appearance. Compared to James Potter, who looks a bit bad in the sun, Snape Professor Puff's melancholic literary style is simply being slapped unilaterally, not to mention that Harry's father is still a wicked rich man. Snape stared at Eleanor's face like an awl, raised his eyebrows and sneered. In other words, in Miss Castellana's view, the form just now is commendable. If it was just that the atmosphere was a little tense, now the entire auditorium seems to have been cast a wide range of freezing spells and silencer spells, and even the temperature seems to have dropped by 2 or 3 degrees. Glancing at the horrible curvature of Snape's mouth and the increasingly stagnant atmosphere around, Elena swallowed, gritted her teeth, and her heart succumbed. No matter what, let me talk about it. There must be dreams, just in case realized. Anyway, Professor Snape is a good man with good self-cultivation. He shouldn't be able to beat girls in the public, right? Such as if the points can be deducted and shared equally, and the extra points doubled. I think it might be better. Elena pinched the 2 small wings of the food reserve, poked lightly like her own fingers, took a small step back carefully, and said in a tentative tone, after all, people don't often say that sharing a piece of happiness with one person makes 2 points of happiness, and sharing 1 piece of pain with 2 people becomes half of pain. There was a slightly long silence. All the students around took a breath of air conditioning subconsciously, and invariably looked at Elena with a look that looked like a hero, or a martyr. It was indeed the ability to threaten the existence of the Sorting Hat in front of Professor McGonagall. You know, even Peppy Ghost walked around when facing Professor Snape. Severus Snape's eyes twitched, and he felt that the blood vessels on his forehead seemed to be bulging. He suddenly understood why Dumbledore would specially remind him that in the first class this morning at this time, pay attention to your own emotional control. The deductions are shared equally, and the extra points are doubled. Is this kid frightened or too brave, or both? The combination of Hufflepuff's singular brain circuit and Gryffindor's extraordinary courage to death is an extremely scary existence. Fortunately, when he was arranging classes, he didn't put the 2 colleges in the same classroom. Well, Snape took a deep breath, and his gaze swept the little wizards around him. The cold gaze made the bodies of the students in the upper and lower grades tremble. Well, he repeated it softly again, straightened up, and took a deep look at the innocent white-haired little witch in front of him. The smile on her face gradually disappeared. Her eyes shot cold, and she said softly, "Then, I hope Miss Castellana's convincing eloquence can help you distinguish the difference between nettle grass and cold water flowers. Otherwise, I don't mind 2 punishments at the same time. In addition to deductions, it is also related confinement and after-school work, for example, staying after school to peel lizard skins and prepare black beetle eyes. The problem is not big. I have carefully previewed the potions textbook before. Our first grade potions class materials will only involve nettled grass. If the professor accidentally mixes the wrong materials in the material area, I promise to help you distinguish it in advance." Hearing the familiar Snape-style threat, Elena breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she accepts Professor Snape's personality, no matter how you look at it, she is a stupid and poisonous otaku with weak lethality. The girl squinted to the cold-faced potions professor, and said with a hippie smile, "So, according to your logic, if I get extra points, can I get double rewards accordingly?" Hogwarts has never had the tradition of commanding an action twice. "As for the college that gets extra points, I will decide based on your class schedule. I think this situation may not happen at all." Snape's face froze, and he said stiffly. After finishing speaking, he rolled his sleeves and turned to walk directly to the classroom seat. He has never seen such a cheeky first-year freshman. Even the most troublesome Weasley twin brothers, at least when confronted with him, they are as well behaved as 2 speechless minnows. Protozoan. "Don't worry, Professor. You say this now because you don't know me yet. After you know me." Looking at Professor Snape with a helpless look, the dull hair on Elena's head dangled happily, and said like a little worm behind the wizard's dangling black robe, "Elena Castellana, go back to your seat, otherwise, you may be confined by me for the first class." Snape stopped abruptly, stood there, turned around and said with an ugly expression, "Boom." Before Snape could finish speaking, the little silver-haired witch behind him slammed straight into Snape, staggering the potions professor, who was caught off guard. and almost fell to the ground. It was said to be almost because just when Snape was about to lose his balance, a small white hand accurately grasped his arm and helped stabilize his body. Oh, it hurts. Professor, why did you stop suddenly? Elena raised her other hand and rubbed her red forehead, curled her lips, her expression aggrieved. Do you have any questions you want to ask? Lan, na, xiao, sister? Snape stood firm, took a deep breath, leaned down and looked at Elena's eyes. His voice squeezed out of his teeth. This kind of dog-skin plaster was Dumbledore. Did you recruit him to the school to torture him? But Professor, you haven't told me which college table should I sit at? Elena blinked and said innocently. Where are you sitting? Snape frowned. Yeah, should I go to Hufflepuff or Gryffindor? Elena spread her hands with a distressed look. At this time, it is undoubtedly the most suitable for Professor Snape to help back the pot of choice. Obviously, there is someone who can compare to Professor Severus Snape, who is the Dean of Slytherin College and Majestic, the most terrible potions class professor ever, who is more suitable to help her find a safe balance in the deadly Shinluo field. Snape glanced at the gold-eared lion pattern on Elena's chest, then glanced at the distance, looking nervously at Elena's too little ally. His eyes fell on Elena's face again. A familiar and annoying breath of winners in life rushed to the face. What an annoying little guy. It seems that you enjoyed the feeling of wandering between the academies, right, Miss Caslana? The potions professor raised his eyebrows slightly, drew his wand and tapped it on Elena. The gold-eared lion pattern was distorted and suddenly turned into a silver-green snake-like pattern. This morning, you sat down on the table at Slytherin College. As the Dean of Slytherin College, this little right is still a little bit, eh? Elena lowered her head slowly, and subconsciously pulled the shirt and bow tie in her overall became the style of Slytherin College. Glancing at Elena with a surprised face, Snape's mouth curled up in satisfaction and said softly, Don't worry, I will change it back before class, so you don't have to worry about Slytherin's score. Before Snape could finish speaking, the little Lolita in front of her eyes lit up, turned around and took Hannah's hand, and ran away without looking back. Wait, Elena Caslana, you come back to me. It's a big chapter again. I want to make it more. The big chapter is also a way to explode. Ask for a monthly pass. Welcome to the 515th anniversary celebration. Now we are in the top 10. Click on the home page to join the team and do the mission. There is the title of fans cute mixed passo! Exclamation mark. Question mark. By the way, in the thank you letter for the 515 event, there is a voice thank you letter from Fat Chicken. It takes half a minute. P.S. Testimonials are not included in the number of charged words. Chapter 221. Suddenly feel a little distressed about Professor Snape seeking a monthly pass. Hufflepuff common room, female dormitory. Poor little Hannah was limp on the bed feebly, her golden hair dampened with sweat and clinging to her cheeks messily, her delicate face flushed almost as if bleeding, her eyes staring blankly at the curtain hanging down the bed. This is the first time Hannah has intuitively experienced the non-human physical fitness of a certain white-haired dumpling. On the way, apart from adjusting the position, Elena kept sprinting almost the whole time, and waited until the two arrived. At the end, Hannah felt as if her whole body had fallen apart, and she didn't even have the strength to move her little finger. What the hell happened, Elena? Hannah turned her head laboriously and looked at Elena, who was taking off her clothes with excitement beside the bed. Her eyes filled with confusion. Everything happened so fast, she still hasn't figured out what happened. Elena, who was still wearing the Gryffindor Academy robe last second, suddenly changed into a silver-green Slytherin Academy robe and appeared in front of her. Immediately afterwards, Elena directly took her hand and ran out from the auditorium, begging to help her identify the way to the Hufflepuff lounge, while at the same time, the auditorium behind them seemed to be reverberating. Professor Snape's rebuke. Hey, this is the uniform of Slytherin Academy. The current Slytherin dean casts the spell himself. and the channel is formalized. It does not come from magical illusion. No one can question and punish the legitimate existence of it. But what's the point of this? Hannah, who had recovered a little bit of energy, raised her head from the bed and looked at Elena in a puzzled way. Professor Snape can't deduct points for Slytherin just because you are wearing Slytherin's academy robe, right? What about Professor McGonagall, or Professor Sprout? Whether it is a wokois or a deduction together, it is a very interesting situation. This is not for my personal gain or loss, but for the whole college honor. Elena gently stroked the silver-green robe that had just been taken off, revealing a horribly grinning laugh. Is this for the honor of the academy? Hearing Elena's answer, Hannah's small mouth opened slightly because of shock. The simple-minded little Lolita seemed to feel the door of a new world suddenly open, and the original three views were crumbling like a snow mountain collapsed. Glancing at Hannah, Lolita, who was shocked, as if she was undergoing a major change in thinking, Elena decided to add another fire to help Hannah complete the transformation of her thinking. I hope Dumbledore can understand her in order to eliminate efforts made by the estrangement of the college. And, don't you think Hogwarts clothes are a bit too monotonous? As a girl, how can you not have a few sets of different styles of clothes for replacement? If you don't dislike it, in fact, I can lend all my clothes. You wear it. Is it really possible? But Professor Snape, Hannah, whose energy and stamina had been squeezed to the limit, showed the last trace of struggle on her face. Don't worry, Elena smiled slightly, revealing a smug smile like a devil. Even the Dean of Slytherin College, it is impossible to break into the Hufflepuff girls' dormitory without authorization and show off the girls' clothes. Incantation. In other words, we now have access to 4 colleges at Hogwarts. After thinking about it, she has designed many of the Bronze Eagle rings at Ravenclaw College. And next, the kind-hearted woman also specially prepared more interesting expansion question banks, such as, the problem of cattle eating grass, the poor fat chicken flying crazily between trains, the pool administrator who pumped water while releasing water, and the farmer brought crossing the river with the little animals. Good friends from the Lie Village and the Truth Village. It is guaranteed that the clever and easy-to-learn Ravenclaw wizards will experience the joy of swimming in the endless ocean of mathematics. More importantly, if you add some wonderful pharmacy aids together with this outfit, even if you want Professor Snape to deduct Slytherin College points, it is not completely impossible. Elena smiled meaningfully. In her impression, Professor Snape seemed to have always been lacking in anti-theft awareness, both for the potion materials and the protective measures for childhood sweethearts. They were extremely inadequate. In place. As a helpful little witch, Elena believes that it is necessary for her to help Professor Snape realize this shortcoming in time to avoid subsequent theft of private collections in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grades. So, Elena, are we going back to the auditorium for dinner? Seeing Elena, who had changed back to Hufflepuff Academy's attire, Hannah Abbott's mood suddenly improved, and even the exhaustion on her body disappeared a lot, and she sat up from the bed with her pillow in her arms, excited. Asked indifferently, there is no doubt that from Elena's current dress, at least for today, she will no longer be abducted by Hermione Granger to the long table at Gryffindor College. Sometimes, little the happiness of girls is that simple. Would you like to go back to the auditorium for dinner? Contrary to Hannah's expectation, Elena did not respond immediately, holding her chin thoughtfully into a long silence. Then, in Hannah's unexpected eyes, the silver-haired little witch shook his head. No, we won't go back. There is one more important thing waiting for us to do. The more important thing? Hannah tilted her head suspiciously. In her impression, Elena seemed to have always put food first in importance. She could hardly imagine anything worthy of this gluttonous white hair. Dumplings give up a delicious breakfast. Hannah, do you know why the potions class is the most deducted subject among all courses at Hogwarts? Because Professor Snape is the strictest professor? Hannah replied with some uncertainty. Not completely correct. Elena shook her head slightly, put her fingers up and shook in front of Hannah, revealing the answer with a serious face. The real answer is that because the potions class is a practical course that spends most of the time in the process of making potions and processing materials, and this kind of discipline that relies on practice is itself a process of constant trial and error and failure. The experience of failure and error is even more important than success. All practical courses are essentially frustration training. If there is some kind of point deduction budget pool in each discipline at Hogwarts, there is no doubt that potions must be the subject with the highest deduction limit. This also explains why Snape is the least experienced the professor of, can become the demon king of demerit points that makes all students afraid, because this is an education method tacitly approved by all professors. In fact, if you carefully observe Snape's deduction method, you will find that compared to the multiples of 5 that other professors are accustomed to adding or deducting points, Snape's mouth will be deducted from time to time. Points, 2 points deducted, such scattered small points. That is to say, in any case, can we not avoid the situation of being deducted? After listening to Eleanor's analysis, Hannah collapsed and said with some frustration, and fell heavily on the bed with her pillow, "I used to think so too. So I was thinking about how to transfer or evenly divide the demerit points." Looking at the frustrated little Hannah, Elena couldn't help but sit on the edge of the bed, stretched out her hand to rub the girl's fat cheeks, and whispered, "But, until just now in the auditorium, Snape the professor reminded me of one thing." "What's the matter? Do you remember what Professor Snape said when answering me how to deduct points?" A mysterious smile appeared on the corner of Eleanor's mouth, leading Hannah to think. "Professor Snape said that he will punish you twice, deducting points, and working after class." Hannah recalled Snape's icy tone, and couldn't help shaking her body. "I also told you to strip lizards and treat black beetle eyes in the potions class." "Yes," Elena nodded. "So, under what circumstances would such a form of after-school labor occur?" "Points deducted in class," Hannah said uncertainly. "That's just a superficial phenomenon, and the reason hidden deep is that the raw materials available for the potions class are not so abundant. Most of them require Professor Snape to pre-process before class," Elena said softly, her eyes a little complicated. She seemed to see a thin figure alone in the basement while processing and picking potion materials, while complaining about the unscrupulous potion materials dealers cutting corners. "It's a pity that she is going to be a big villain again this time. Why does she always feel like a heinous villain demon? If there is a chance later, please make up for the professor." Elena shook her head, looked at Hannah and said softly, "Hannah, have you ever thought about what it will be like if an experiment class lacks the necessary experimental materials? And now, the potions classroom and Professor Snape's office are undefended." Ruatilda. "It's a big chapter again, and the second one is a big chapter. Just be confident, ask for a monthly pass, ask for chapters to say Acridine. Welcome to the 515th anniversary celebration. Now we are in the top 10. Click on the home page to join the team and do the mission. There is the title of Fans Cute Mixed Passo! Exclamation mark. It's Hogwarts on the bite of the tongue. Sis not z question mark question mark. By the way, in the thank you letter for the 515 event, there is a voice thank you letter from Fat Chicken. It takes half a minute. P.S. There may be some little cuties who can't hear what I'm talking about. Ahem. I'll let Reserve Grain post the full text version of the voice here. Summon Food Reserve. Sogu. Chapter 222 Gryffindor's Discussion Meeting Seeking a Monthly Pass. Hogwarts. The Castle Auditorium Hall. With the passage of time, the little wizards gradually woke up, and one after another came out of their dormitories. The 4 long college tables in the auditorium were soon filled with people. Through the tall window can see the clear sky outside, just like the magical background on the ceiling. It seems that today will be a good day. If you have read Hogwarts, a school history carefully, you will know that breakfast time for teachers and students at Hogwarts is not just a meal time to fill their stomachs, it also carries many important functions. For example, only at this time will the protective magic covering Hogwarts open a gap so that owls hovering outside can enter the school and deliver packages or letters to the hands of teachers and students. For example, whenever there is a major temporary educational administration adjustment in the school, the professors will choose to release the corresponding information to all students at this time. Of course, on the first morning of the school day, each student will be given the class schedule for the semester. For another example, a refreshing morning is always the best time for students to exchange gossip in various schools. Little wizards from different colleges and different grades like to use this opportunity to discuss some interesting campus rumors. Therefore, even if there is no class in the morning, most of the little wizards will not choose to miss breakfast. In fact, it is not so easy to miss breakfast. After all, in Hogwarts, it is difficult to have the kind of lone ranger without any friends. When you lie in bed, there will always be hungry friends. You forcibly pull up from your sleep. "Hey, Harry, Ron, this way." As soon as Harry and Ron walked into the auditorium door, they heard someone calling his name by the long Gryffindor table not far away. They looked up and saw Hermione waving at the two of them, and beside the girl, especially there was a rare gathering of little wizards in Gryffindor, and everyone seemed to be discussing something. Noting Hermione's movements and shouting, the red-haired twin brothers stopped talking for a while, turned their heads and waved at their youngest brother, beckoning them to rush over. And the more Gryffindor students gathered at the long table simply glanced at the two of them, then turned around and continued to discuss the unfinished topic, and the expressions on everyone's face were somewhat indignant and dissatisfaction. As Harry and Ron gradually approached the long table at Gryffindor College, some fragmented discussions became clear, and sentences floated through the noisy hall into their ears. Of course, Elena still knows too little about Professor Snape after all. This kind of punishment is terrible. The old bat must have conceived the punishment for a whole holiday. Anyway, Elena is at least half a Gryffindor. I think we should tell Professor McGonagall. Elena, the eldest sister, is back! Exclamation mark. Hearing the discussion from the front, Harry and Ron looked at each other, seeing the same incomprehension and surprise in their eyes, and stepped forward subconsciously. Hermione, is Elena back? What happened? I seemed to have heard the name of Big Sister. Although strictly speaking, Elena did not participate much in the training process at Hogwarts, but with her absence these days, Elena's prestige among the first-year freshmen has not increased. Most children's minds are simple and pure. Whoever can take them to eat and have fun is the most convincing kid king. Among them, the little wizards like Malfoy and Harry, who are privately referred to as the Moonlight Eight by the freshmen, are undoubtedly the ones who are most eager to see Elena return to Hogwarts. Since Elena, who is the backbone of the new life, left, almost all the expectations and pressure have been transferred to them, and they almost can't breathe. Only when they have really faced the feeling of being a role model and the focus of attention, they will understand how terrible is a white-haired dumpling that can lead all freshmen to break the routine. Elena came back not long after the lights were turned off yesterday, and she slept in the Gryffindor girls' dormitory for one night. Many senior Gryffindor sisters know. Hermione sighed helplessly, and explained aside again. She had answered the same question at least 3 times. Really? Great. Hearing Hermione's words, the two boys' eyes lit up, and they turned around in unison, searching quickly on the side of the long table of Hufflepuff College next door, hoping to find the little silver-haired witch who hadn't seen for a long time. It's a pity, you guys are late. Hermione glanced at the two boys with expectations, frowned slightly, raised her head and looked at the entrance of the auditorium with some worry. Weird, it's been almost half an hour, why hasn't Elena come back? It's normal. Anyone who is forced to change into an ugly silver-green suit will be a little unacceptable. One of the Weasley twins shrugged and replied sympathetically, yes, it's an extremely vicious spell. If I was replaced by a student of Slytherin College who was turned into a Slytherin school by Snape and thrown into the table of those little snakes, I would definitely pack my luggage and go home right away. Nothing. Hesitate. The other Weasley's red-haired brother nodded in agreement and couldn't help but shiver. With just one tap, a Gryffindor can be turned into a Slytherin. Even if it's just a change in the color of the uniform, it's already terrifying. Shrimp and Pig Heart, which is comparable to Professor McGonagall's The Terrible Magic That Turned into a Toad. But why did Professor Snape do this? Harry asked in confusion. Because Elena once said that the potions professor at Hogwarts might know about his mother, so he has always been more concerned about Professor Snape's situation. For so many years, the Dursleys almost never told Harry any story about his parents. Except for the vague Hagrid, Eleanor's guidance to him was the only direction he could currently explore. As long as the Professor Snape really knew the story about his mother, even if he was 10 times more cruel and terrifying than the legend, Harry would not give up the idea of continuing to ask. It is said that Sister Elena, in order to protect Hannah and Hermione, openly bumped Professor Snape, and even almost knocked the professor to the ground. A stuttering voice sounded from next to Harry. Harry turned his head and saw Neville Longbottom with a chubby face standing on the edge of the crowd. The expression on his face was extremely tense, making it unclear whether it was fear more or envy more. It does sound like that Eleanor's style. Oliver Wood, the Gryffindor Quidditch captain sitting next to him, nodded, his eyes filled with admiration. Don't forget, last week she fought with those Slytherin guys in order to protect other first-year freshmen. 1. If she flies well in flight lessons this week, I'm thinking about whether to recruit her into the Gryffindor team. Wake up, Wood. A tall, charming girl with a long black twisted ponytail banged Wood with a breadstick in her hand. Not to mention her flying talent. If she really flies well, first of all, you have to consider how to snatch this kid from Hufflepuff College. Professor Sprout is not necessarily good at talking in this respect. Don't worry, Angelina. I only need to look at it to know that she will probably fly very well. Wood waved his hand and said dismissively, as for the issue of important people, Professor McGonagall will definitely be willing to help. After all, according to your statement, Elena is actually a member of our Gryffindor. Ahem, we are off topic. Two of you. Seeing that the topic began to tilt towards the selection of Quidditch reserve players, Percy Weasley, who had been listening quietly to the discussion, cleared his throat, and the prefect badge on his chest looked very bright. The problem now is that Professor Snape used magic to change the uniform of a Gryffindor student. Regarding this kind of punishment that has never occurred, I think we'd better communicate with Professor McGonagall first. It's up to the professors to coordinate and deal with it accordingly. As for comforting Castellana's emotions, I asked Granger to bother a little bit. As far as I know, your relationship is the closest, perhaps just one of the most intimate. Hermione curled her mouth and said in a low voice she still had a bit of resentment for a certain white-haired dumpling's leaving without saying goodbye. The friendship she slept for all night was not worth the food reserve in Hannah's hands. This made Little Beaver a little bit somewhat unhappy, even if she could guess that Hannah mostly only exists as a navigation tool. Sorry. What did you say? Percy Weasley frowned and leaned forward politely. Don't worry, Elena is much stronger than you think. Actually, I think the reason she left the auditorium is not necessarily because she couldn't accept that the clothes on her body became the style of Slytherin College. Hermione turned her face sideways, and carefully recalled the look on the white-haired dumpling's face when Elena took Hannah and ran away from her. If she read it correctly, it seemed more excited rather than the grievances in the discussion. Oh, Granger, about this. Ron shook his head, preparing to refute Hermione's words. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, there was a clear sound of glass knocking in the direction of the teacher's bench. In the suspicious eyes of everyone, Dumbledore, who was on the golden seat in the middle, slowly stood up, smiled and looked at the students in the auditorium, patted his palms gently, and signaled everyone to turn their attention. Well, since we are digesting an extremely rich breakfast, I request everyone to be quiet for a while. Before the start of this school year, there are some precautions and changes in the faculty I need to explain to you. Ruatilda. It's a big chapter again, and the second one is a big chapter. Just be confident, Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for chapters to say Akridine. Welcome to the 515th anniversary celebration. Click on the homepage and join the team for missions. As long as we stay in the top 10 before the end of the event, we will have 300 titles. Round-faced fat chicken! Exclamation mark. The title of the book is Hogwarts on the tip of the tongue. Sogu 223 Dumbledore's rewards and unexpected joining requirements. Seeking monthly pass. Undoubtedly, this year is a very special year for Hogwarts. I think everyone in this room should have learned part of the situation from newspapers, family members or other channels. Dumbledore's blue eyes swept through the half-moon lenses among the young faces in the auditorium, shrugged, and spoke lightly in his usual gentle tone. Yes, without our knowledge, Hogwarts Castle was mortgaged to the Gringotts Wizarding Bank by an unknown person. Because of this, we had to cut various expenses and adjust the course content in order to get through. Difficulty. With Dumbledore's voice, there was a small uneasy commotion around the long tables of the 4 colleges. During this time, both students and faculty at Hogwarts have consciously avoided this problem. But this does not mean that everyone has forgotten that this school is going through an unprecedented crisis. In fact, Hogwarts' simple 3 meals a day standard is the most obvious and frequent warning sign. But, facing the commotion in the auditorium, Dumbledore had to increase his volume slightly to make sure that everyone could hear him clearly. I am very pleased to see that even in this situation, everyone is still maintained a high level of enthusiasm and vitality for learning. Some small episodes occurred during this. As he spoke, Dumbledore's gaze swept across the crowd again, frowning slightly and visibly. Until now, the old man has not seen the conspicuous silvery white in the crowd, which made Dumbledore feel a little uneasy. If you think about it from the good side, maybe the ball is still sleeping, or it is you lost again. Maybe he is a little too sensitive. If the child is left alone in the principal's office, it may take at least an hour or 2 to find the right way to the school hall if there is no help from other students. And as long as there are other students present, according to some things that have happened before, that Miss Elena Castellano will somewhat converge a little bit, and will not do anything too outrageous, right? Thinking about it carefully, almost most of the teachers and students are now gathered in the auditorium. There are house elves guarding the kitchen. Elena can no longer go in and make trouble. Grindelwald is already sitting in the faculty, on the edge of the seat. No matter from which point of view, Elena shouldn't cause any big headaches for him anymore. Dumbledore shook his head, suppressed the vague anxiety in his heart, smiled and looked at the students in the auditorium who looked up at him, cleared his throat, and said softly, "First of all, we need to congratulate all the 4th grade students for winning the first place in this teaching activity. Of course, we will also give extra applause to our Professor Quirinus Quirrell, because of his Kang-Dang." Hearing Dumbledore mentioning his name, Quirrell, who was sitting next to Snape, suddenly trembled nervously. The spoon in his hand slipped on the plate, and the sound of metal colliding with porcelain quickly spread, and it was quiet. The auditorium is very sharp and obtrusive. Professor Dumbledore, in fact, I just did a small amount of work, Lord. It is mainly due to the hard work and self-consciousness of the children. Quirrell picked up the spoon in a panic, his cheeks twitched unconsciously, and a smile that was uglier than crying appeared. Before the final results were announced, the scores of each grade were invisible to each other. Only Dumbledore, who was in charge of statistics, knew the overall ranking. Before that, he had never thought about becoming the eye-catching first place. Don't be too humble, Quirinus. Dumbledore smiled slightly and gave Quirrell a meaningful look. Everyone sees your words and deeds since you were a student. Your excellence has been obvious to all. I am very happy that you can return to Hogwarts and teach you what you have learned to young people. Quirrell's pale face seemed to have turned white again. Snape, who was sitting next to him, noticed that Quirrell's right hand on his knee instantly grabbed the robe. Obviously, Dumbledore's words made the new appointment, the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, became more nervous. Professor Dumbledore. Quirrell looked around his colleagues a little nervously, looking a little nervous. Okay, Quirinus. The protagonist today is not you. Leave the time for the children. Dumbledore tilted his head like an old naughty boy, raised his hand to stop Quirrell's follow-up words, turned around and looked down at the students who were looking down at him, clapped his hands happily, and continued. In addition to the 4,000 gold gallon bonuses mentioned before, I think some rewards are needed to record your outstanding performance. See all the students in the 4th grade, congratulations to you, because of your outstanding performance. Everyone is his own Academy 1-2 points. Ding ding ding. As Dumbledore's voice fell, a series of ding-ding-dong-dong bang came from the 4 huge college hourglasses located in the foyer of the auditorium. The little wizards turned their heads one after another, and an extremely rare scene appeared in front of everyone. In the pale golden morning light, sapphire, ruby, emerald, diamond. Gems of various colors fell like rain, hitting the bottom of the empty hourglass and making a pleasant sound. In the next moment, thunderous cheers and stomps broke out on the long tables of the 4 colleges almost simultaneously. The students in other grades who were still a little frustrated warmly embraced the little wizards in the 4th grade, haunting the subtleties of the auditorium. The atmosphere of confrontation was instantly dissipated by joy. Among them, the Hufflepuff Academy long table with the most points is undoubtedly the loudest. It has been too long since Hufflepuff Academy has won so many points in the Academy Cup competition. Many seniors, the girl was even wiping tears secretly, infected by the high emotions of the students, including Professor Dumbledore. The professors in the faculty seat also showed smiles on their faces and patted their hands to express their congratulations. Until the last diamond fell, the 4 college hourglasses returned to calm again, and the sound in the auditorium was slightly lower. Okay. In fact, I really want to give everyone 2 points, but then it won't reflect the rewards of the winners. Dumbledore shrugged helplessly, and continued with a smile. In addition, after discussing with the professors, we think we need to respond to some small episodes that have already happened. The auditorium became very quiet in an instant, and the Slytherins and Hufflepuffs became nervous and looked at Dumbledore slightly disturbed. We have emphasized more than once that the danger of the Forbidden Forest is not only the magical animals in it, but also the dangerous plants in it. Dumbledore's face turned straight, and his eyes swept slightly over the tallest 7th graders in the auditorium. During this period, I am very sorry to see an unprecedented large-scale food poisoning at Hogwarts. However, since you have already suffered the consequences for your recklessness and ignorance, I will not punish you anymore. Hearing Dumbledore's words, the freshmen in the 1st and 7th grades unanimously breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, they were also a little worried about whether they would deduct 1 point each as they did in the 4th grade. But, Hermione Granger. Dumbledore nodded gently at Hermione and said softly, in the face of a crisis beyond her abilities, she showed amazing calmness and courage, made accurate judgments, and notified the school professor in time to prevent this food poisoning from causing more serious consequences. After discussion, we decided to award Gryffindor College 50 points for this. We recorded this incident in the latest edition of Hogwarts, a school history as a warning and encouragement. The cheers of the Gryffindors almost overturned the enchanted ceiling. The little wizards who had been alienated from Hermione because of her unfavorable training requirements these days gathered together, embarrassed to touch their heads to express congratulations and apologies. Unpreparedly, it became the center of attention of the entire school, making Hermione's face flushed almost instantly, and she felt like her face was getting hot and a little smoky. Hermione waved her hands at a loss, responding flusteredly to the congratulations of the surrounding students, suddenly remembering something, raised her head, and said loudly to Dumbledore, "Wait, Professor Dumbledore, is there any problem?" "Miss Granger, if you want more scores, you can get them from the professors in class." Dumbledore blinked playfully, smiled and was particularly impressed with this only surviving little witch. "And Elena, huh?" Dumbledore's face froze, his eyes a little confused. Hermione bit her lip, looked at Dumbledore seriously, and answered with courage. If you have added points because I notified the professors in time, then Elena should also be rewarded. If it is not because she left me the food reserve in advance and told me that I can ask you for help when necessary, maybe I would never think of these coping methods. Reserve food? Oh, are you talking about Miss Caslana's owl? Dumbledore raised his eyebrows and shook his head dumbly. In the slightly contemptuous eyes of a new faculty member who had not yet been introduced, he said helplessly, "The noble is always the person who makes the behavior, not the decision and arrangement that people make in advance. Moreover, Hogwarts has never had a precedent for getting extra points for pets." Hermione shook her head stubbornly, and looked directly into Dumbledore's eyes without backing up. It's not the same. If Elena was there, maybe all this would not happen at all. And even if she left, the emergency plan she left behind played a vital role. Miss Granger. Dumbledore rubbed his forehead with some annoyance, and added to himself from another perspective, if there was no white-haired dumpling, most of this would not have happened. At this moment, there was a slight chuckle from the faculty seat, but it was quickly stopped. No one noticed who was making the sound, only that the general direction seemed to come from one of the professors. Okay. Dumbledore took a deep look at the trembling first-year Gryffindor witch, and sighed helplessly. In addition to Elena Caslana, many other new students also had the same temperament. It's exceptionally good. And I don't know if it's good or bad. Then Hufflepuff also adds 5 points. Dumbledore's tone was full of helplessness and reluctance. Ruatilda. These days are all big chapters, big chapters. Big chapter. Just be confident. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for chapters to say Acridine. Welcome to the 515th anniversary celebration. Click on the homepage and join the team for missions. As long as we stay in the top 10 before the end of the event, we will have 300 titles. Round-faced fat chicken! Exclamation mark. The title of the book is Hogwarts on the tip of the tongue. Well, I am especially grateful to the great people from the fantasy group and the Godderia words are automatically a hidden group for their help in answering questions about writing and rhetoric about the cute new fat chicken. Sogu. Chapter 224. Long live Mr. Otto. Seeking a monthly pass. Ding ding dong dong. Looking at the 5 diamonds falling from the hourglass in Hufflepuff College not far away, Dumbledore's eyes flashed with melancholy. I hope that the troublesome Miss Elena Caslana will not take this as it is an encouragement for what she has done. Although in theory the principal has unlimited rights to deduct and add points, considering the emotions of the faculty and students, generally speaking, when there are major points additions or deductions, they will contact the colleges of each college in advance. Communicate with relevant faculty members. Therefore, as Dumbledore said, the award for Hermione Granger was indeed decided after discussions with the 4 deans and Madame Pomfrey, the medical director of Hogwarts. In fact, if Hermione was directly involved in the process of curing all students, rather than just asking for help, she might even win a Hogwarts Special Contribution Award. But for Elena's reward, it was completely outside the plan. If it were not for the lack of practical operability and the inability to produce a warning effect, Dumbledore even wanted to throw the troubled white-haired dumpling into a separate college for deductions. I emphasize once again that students of the Forbidden Forest in the hunting grounds are not allowed to enter. At the same time, please do not use magic in the corridors, let alone use the magic you have learned on your classmates. Of course, in addition to this Thursday the corridor to the right of the building is also a prohibited area. If possible, I hope that all students can point out and discourage the violations of the students around them in time while abiding by the rules, and help your friends stay away from dangers and punishments brought about by violations. When he said this, Dumbledore gave Hermione a deep look and smiled with encouragement and expectation. The so-called education is to use one person to influence another person, or one person to influence a group of people. In Dumbledore's long teaching career, supervision from school rules and regulations and professors is far less effective and intuitive than the help from friends around him. According to his observations, there is no doubt that Miss Hermione Granger is one of the special that can affect Elena's words and deeds, and as a student of Gryffindor College, that share appeared on the girl. The rigorous conscientiousness is exceptionally rare. Dumbledore paused again and looked around the auditorium again. The serious-faced students still didn't see the white-haired dumpling. The uneasy feeling in the old man's heart had become clearer, as if it had already been. Something bad is happening. Okay, let's change to a more pleasant topic. Dumbledore patted his palms lightly and eased the serious atmosphere in the auditorium. First of all, it is Quidditch that many students care about the most. Please rest assured, the selection time and game time of Quidditch players are still continue as usual and will not be affected by the training activities last week. Hearing Dumbledore's words, Oliver Wood, who was sitting at the long Gryffindor table, knocked the table with a goblet in excitement. He couldn't wait to call up the players for recovery training. He was defeated badly last semester. What happened to the Slytherin team made him dull for almost a holiday. I have to say that the number of people at Hogwarts has increased too much compared to when I was in school. After 2 large-scale accidents last week, the school realized that our existing medical configuration sometimes it can no longer fully meet the needs of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. While talking, Dumbledore glanced at the long tables of Hufflepuff College and Slytherin College, then looked at the sly-faced little wizards of the 1st and 7th grades, and cleared his throat. Therefore, we are honored to invite Mr. Otto Apocalypse, who has extensive treatment experience, to Hogwarts and join the school infirmary to provide protection for everyone's daily life in the school. At the same time, Upper Mr. Quiz will also serve as the administrator of Hogwarts Castle, and together with Mr. Filch, he will be responsible for patrolling the campus to ensure that he can provide assistance to you in the shortest time after the accident. Following Dumbledore's introduction, the little wizards noticed that there was an extra chair at the end of the long faculty seat, and an ordinary old wizard with a gracious face and a slightly thin face was smiling at everyone, nodding greetings. Most of the professors sitting in the faculty seats were a little surprised, but when they saw Mrs. Pomfrey, Professor McGonagall, and the deans of all the colleges including Professor Snape, they applauded actively. Welcome, and put down the doubts in their hearts, smile and applaud to greet new colleagues. After all, it is just a therapist and castle administrator. As long as the dean and principal communicate well in advance, there is indeed no need to separately notify everyone. However, compared to the harmony of the faculty seats, the applause from the students was obviously a little perfunctory. There was only a polite, but not too enthusiastic applause in the auditorium. If Mr. Otto Apocalypse had not concurrently served as the Hogwarts Castle administrator, he might have been a little bit more enthusiastic, but it's only limited. Cough, cough. Grindelwald, oh no, to be precise. Mr. Apocalypse took a look at the less repercussive hall of the auditorium, raised his eyebrows a little, cleared his throat, stood up and nodded politely at Dumbledore. If I can, Professor Dumbledore, can I say a few words? Although sitting at the bottom of the faculty seat, as the old man slowly stood up, for a moment, everyone suddenly had the illusion that he was the center of the auditorium. To use a less appropriate analogy, it seemed to be suddenly 2 Dumbledores appeared in the auditorium. Of course, Mr. Apocalypse. A hint of surprise appeared on Dumbledore's face, and he reacted quickly, smiling and replied, "Thank you, Albus." Grindelwald yawned politely, turned his head to look at the curious young faces in the auditorium. His gaze swept over the simple and plain food on the 4 long tables. The corners of his mouth curled up in a pleasant arc, and he grinned. Laugh. Hogwarts is a fascinating place. I wanted to come here more than once in my dreams, but I never found the right opportunity until Professor Dumbledore came to my place to invite me. But since I learned about the crisis at Hogwarts from Professor Dumbledore, I have been thinking, as a therapist, what can I do for you? Is it just to heal your bodies after you are injured? No, of course this is not enough. Therefore, I thought of serving as a castle keeper, and I want to protect you in time before some danger occurs. But, it's just that, it seems that it's still not enough, because that won't allow you to have a healthy body to protect yourself. The old man smiled when he looked at the little wizards who were a little unclear, and suddenly raised the volume. Until today, when I saw sitting in the auditorium, I suddenly realized that I can actually make a little contribution to everyone in this school. He decided to take a part of my personal savings and invest in Hog for free. What's food and beverage expenses have allowed the school's 3 meals a day to be restored to the previous catering standards. The past dining standards. Every meal has a variety of meats. Can you eat until you can't eat without having to wait in line? The students looked at each other, and after a week of simple recipes, no one would miss Hogwarts' luxurious 3 meal specifications. Grindelwald glanced at the expression, gradually changed from doubt to shock, and then turned towards the little wizards who were ecstatic, nodded with satisfaction in his heart. The view of the white-haired dumpling is sometimes very valuable for reference. Money and food are always the most direct way to get through indifference and get a good impression. As for where does the money come from, Elena had told him long ago that Dumbledore had hidden all the money from the mortgage school in the castle. You know, he is now Paracelsus, as a representative of alchemy from ancient times, synonymous with local tyrants, and one of the discoverers of the Sage's Stone. That's how Dumbledore introduced to the professors when he was in the principal's office in the morning. Otherwise Mrs. Pomfrey, Professor McGonagall and others would not agree with him so easily as for the verification method. It is extremely simple. Ancient healing magic is not something ordinary people can master. Therefore, Albus Dumbledore, as the certifier and referer, will inevitably not expose himself for being stingy with a little wealth. Great Mr. Apocalypse. Long live Mr. Otto. Welcome to Hogwarts. At this moment, the students finally reacted, and the cheers broke through the sky in an instant, even louder than when they added points before. Ruatilda. Just be confident. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for chapters to say Acridine. P.S. Here is a vote for the title of fans. Cute mixed pass. Gather here. Round-faced fat chicken. Gather here. Welcome to the 515th anniversary celebration. Click on the home page and join the team for missions. As long as we stay in the top 10 before the end of the event, we will have 500 fan titles! Exclamation mark. Remember that the title of the book is Hogwarts on the tip of the tongue. So Chapter 225 Unlocking Curse. Sure enough, Professor McGonagall, Professor Sprout, Madame Pomfrey and other insiders sitting in the seats of faculty and staff looked at each other, and there was a stunned expression on their faces. If it is to be said that personal wealth is to be talked about in the entire magical world, the first history clearly records the earliest production of Philosopher's Stone. Nicole Lemay and his wife French, 13,301,417, who are the Stone of the Sages, are of course in the first place. However, the wizards with the Sage's Stone are not limited to the Nicole Lim family. Hohenheim Swiss, 1493, who once left a prominent reputation and various research results in the field of healing magic in Europe, and also left a strong mark in the non-magical world under the name of Paracelsus. November 111,541, is another wizard who is known to have a Philosopher's Stone. In fact, there are even a few people in the magic world who insist that perhaps Hohenheim is not as rich as Nicole Lim, not just because he is a famous single, but more importantly, he possesses magic. After the stone, the mere measurement of money has lost its meaning to them. Although Hohenheim has not appeared in the magical world since 1541, there are still many signs that the old wizard still exists in this world. Just like Nicole Lim, in order to prevent disturbed by others, she lived in seclusion in a safe house hidden by magic. Thanks to the information on Dumbledore's chocolate frog card, the special connection between the most powerful white wizard in the magic world and those immortal old wizards and Nick Lim is almost a complete public information. Many people firmly believe that the reason Dumbledore can live so long is likely to have borrowed the power of the Sorcerer's Stone. Well, I should have thought of it long ago. Bobby Pomfrey shook his head helplessly. Although there have been 2 large-scale student accidents, the actual treatment pressure at Hogwarts is not as intense as Dumbledore said, but if the reason for sponsorship is added, Everything is completely it makes sense. Madame Pomfrey turned her head and glanced at Otto Apocalypse, who was sitting at the end of the faculty seat. A trace of gratitude and kindness flashed in her eyes, and she shrugged at Professor Sprout, who was sitting next to her with the same expression. Shrugged. Apart from Nicolim, who else can be more generous than this old man? In her opinion, it is obvious that whether it is a therapist in the school infirmary or a part-time castle administrator, it is just an excuse for the old wizard to help Hogwarts. Actually, in my opinion, there is something more important than money, Poppy. Professor Sprout smiled and blinked playfully at his friend beside him. Do you remember when you last took a mid-semester vacation? You know, in theory, with this Mr. Otto's knowledge, you can easily deal with magic history, Hogwarts temporary substitute for all courses INTS, as long as the agreement of Professor Dumbledore and the old gentleman can be obtained. Holiday? How could it have been? And I can't worry about those children at all. Hearing Professor Sprout's words, Madame Pomfrey shook her head helplessly, and suddenly her eyes lit up, and she glanced at Otto Apocalypse with a hot look, and instantly felt that the face of the old wizard looked more and more intense, pleasing to the eye. Now that Hogwarts has the legendary top therapist, perhaps she can really consider giving herself a day off occasionally. Madame Pomfrey looked around the faculty and staff seats, and saw that she was not the only one, and all the professors who knew the true identity of Otto Apocalypse had a heartfelt smile on the corners of their mouths. Obviously, she was not the only one who thought of this extra vacation plan. Professor Dumbledore is indeed the most outstanding principal ever of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Even in such difficult times, he can help the school tide over difficulties in unexpected ways. A cheerful atmosphere reverberated in the entire auditorium, whether it was the faculty seat or the dean's desk. Everyone seemed to have put down a heavy stone, and smiled from the heart. Well, except for Albus Dumbledore. Since Gellert Grindelwald lost power in 1945, the original Dark Lord has distributed half of his fortune to all the saints, and the other half has been given to Albus Dumbledore. In other words, today's Grindelwald has no assets at all except the mysterious little books, let alone the exquisite wizard robe on his body. Even his personal clothing is from Dumbledore's personal sponsorship. Moreover, it is a really familiar way of speech. In the past month, such similar words and feelings seem to have appeared at least 2 or 3 times. Dumbledore twitched the corners of his eyes, turned his head slowly, looked at Grindelwald with a little bewilderment, and suddenly felt an unusually familiar twitch in his heart. Sure enough, that familiar and shameless smile of generous others is exactly the same as a certain white-haired dumpling that did not appear in the auditorium, and many more. Dumbledore's face suddenly changed. Logically speaking, Elena shouldn't be absent from Grindelwald's introduction ceremony. After all, in terms of close relationship, this two-generation devil can be regarded as the closest teacher-student relationship. Dumbledore had no doubt that in order not to miss the introduction ceremony of Grindelwald, let alone asking other students to lead the way, even if it threatened the ghost, Elena could do it unless the white-haired ball was being. It is more tempting to be clear about a certain project. And the most important thing is that Dumbledore has only now discovered that it seems that the person has a good relationship with Elena, and the Hufflepuff first-year freshman who should have been first on the admission list did not appear in the auditorium. If he remembers correctly, it seems that the last time Elena led the first-year students to rob the kitchen, it was the little girl named Hannah Abbott who helped her point out the direction. Even if Elena is robbing Hogwarts kitchen, it is actually good news. For some reason, such a strange thought suddenly floated through Dumbledore's mind. For the first time in history, the old man couldn't wait to end breakfast early. At the same time, the basement level of Hogwarts Castle. This is the door of an office in a dark corner. Through the torch on the wall, you can see the name of the office owner, Severus Snape, on the thick wooden door. Elena, I always think it's a bit wrong for us to do this. Hannah Ibo was holding a lot of potion materials in both hands, standing timidly in the corridor, stretched out her right hand and pulled Elena's sleeve, said carefully, her eyes mixed with fear and strange excitement. and this door is obviously locked. It's different from the potions classroom we've been to before. I think it's enough to take away the raw materials of these potions, right? Of course not enough. What if Professor Snape has spare materials in the office? Elena shook her head, held Hannah Lolita's red face in both hands, and said earnestly, in that case, don't we give up our previous work? Don't worry, as long as we move fast enough, no one will notice this. Everything. As for the locked door, the silver-haired little witch smiled confidently, turned around and drew out her magic wand. Don't you know, I have mastered a rather advanced lock-opening spell in the past few days. Bombarda Maxima, Ruatilda. Just be confident. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for chapters to say Acridine. Welcome to the 515th anniversary celebration. Click on the homepage and join the team for missions. As long as we stay in the top 10 before the end of the event, we will have 500 fan titles! Exclamation mark. Remember that the title of the book is Hogwarts on the Tip of the Tongue. Chapter 226 The Arrogant Dumpling. Boom. Facts have proved that the wooden door of Hogwarts is not much stronger than the one in Newmangad Castle. Facing the Elena Special Edition explosive curse with the ability to detonate twice, the door of Professor Snape's office was like a fragile foam board, and it turned into a pile of tattered pieces of wood without any resistance. Elena, you call this magical lock-opening spell? Hannah swallowed hard. Although she didn't know much about the spell, the appearance in front of her was obviously not like the effect of a normal lock-opening spell, which was very different from the secret infiltration she imagined. While talking, little Hannah quickly looked around. Her face was full of anxiety and fear, as if dozens of angry Professor Snape would gush out from all directions in the next moment. Of course, the unlocking cursed curse that can open the door locks smoothly. Is there any problem? Elena raised her eyebrows, tilted her head to admire her masterpiece, and nodded contentedly. I have to say that although Grindelwald did not teach her too many spells, the practicality and scope of application of each one are quite satisfying. You only need to adjust the equivalent of magic power to make it easy. Cope with most situations with ease. Sure enough, the old saying is right. Here are no low-level spells in this world, only low-level wizards. Perhaps because of the proximity to the bottom of the lake, Snape's office had a slightly uncomfortable cold feeling. There are many large glass jars on the shelves along the wall, and the dim light shines through the glass jars filled with various potion materials, reflecting all kinds of weird patterns on the wall, just like the shadow of the devil. There is a fireplace in the office, but it does not seem to be used very often. Not far from the fireplace, there are neatly arranged rows of crucible racks. Elena guessed that might be the most common heat source in the room. Or, shall we leave? It feels a bit bad for me here. Hannah timidly looked at the layout of the room, shaking a little uncomfortably. Most of the potion materials are not particularly good looking. To be precise, if you are not a person who loves potions, this kind of place full of various incomplete animal and plant bodies is no less than a creepy one. House of Horrors. Leaving? How could it be possible? This is a rare treasure house in Hogwarts. The dull hair on Eleanor's head shook with excitement. There is only one chance. It is time for Professor Snape, who lives in the basement of Hogwarts, to step out of the world with only potions and try to embrace a more colorful and beautiful world. According to Elena's experience, although Severus Snape is a potion master, he is not low in spells, but he is obviously weak in detection magic and protection magic. Whether it's Hermione, Dobby, or Barty Crouch Jr., they can easily take the potion materials they want from Snape's personal collection, and Professor Snape is instinctive outside of speculation. There is hardly any means to solve the case. It is not possible for ordinary wizards to use Xun to go back to the scene some time ago. This is not only because of the complexity of the magic, but also because of its extremely high requirements for the ability to identify the traces of the magical wizard. The more dense the wizard, the higher the difficulty of the magic. According to Grindelwald's previous evaluation, Even if it was him and Dumbledore, it was almost impossible to pinpoint exactly what happened during a certain period of time in the crowded Hogwarts. This undoubtedly greatly contributed to the arrogance of a certain white-haired dumpling. To be continued. Why is the update so short today? I can't explain it. Because I'm just a silly Luke-eye round-faced fat chicken. For specific situations, you can read the stories in the book review section. My heart is tired. Oh. Sogu. Chapter 227. Elena, let's break our friendship. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, on the basement level of the castle, in front of Snape's office. Compared to the emotionally high Elena, the emotions of poor Hannah Laurie can be said to be on the verge of collapse. With the deafening explosion, and the fragments of the door panel scattered all over the place in front of him, the eyes of Hannah Abbott, who was dragged aboard the thief ship in a daze, gradually returned to clarity. Oh my God, what did we do? Hannah looked at the potion material she was holding in her arms blankly, and let out a helpless moan. A daze appeared on her small face. In any case, blowing up a professor's office is too exciting for a first-year freshman to mention. This is the potions professor they will face in a while. We are making history. Elena smiled slightly, turned around and rubbed Hannah's face. The little dull hair on her head swayed, revealing a devilish smile with a strong pride and excitement in her tone. Think about it, Hannah. Evacuate the potions classroom in advance to interrupt normal teaching plans. Blow up the door of the office, openly looting the personal collection of an official professor. Everything we do is this. It's something that never happened in Hogwarts Castle. That's because you will be expelled if you do this. Hearing Elena's list of prohibited items one by one, Hannah Ibo, who finally recovered her face, wrinkled pitifully, and almost couldn't cry directly. Don't worry, even if you are expelled, isn't I still with you? Besides, I have studied the Hogwarts school rules several times, and this behavior is at best being closed for confinement. Of course, maybe time it will be longer. Elena squeezed Hannah's little nose and explained seriously. In fact, it is actually very difficult to be expelled from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Different from schools in the non-magical world, expelling a little wizard from the school almost means depriving a wizard of the qualifications to learn and perform magic at the same time. This is actually not just a school punishment, but the deprivation of the basic rights of the extremely serious wizard is as serious as the imprisonment sentenced to Azkaban, second only to the death penalty. Therefore, to be precise, even the principal of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry has no such right. In fact, you only need to study the students who have been expelled from the magic world for so many years, and you can find that only when a little wizard seriously violates the laws and regulations of the magic world. Note that it is the laws and regulations of the magic world, not school rulers. Such a punishment will happen. For example, in order to avoid the expulsion of his brother's wife Leta Lestrange from the school, he took the initiative to take on Newt Scamander, who was in the guilty of bringing and experimenting with Mink illegally and threatening the life of a student. For example, Hagrid Ruber, who was falsely accused by Tom Riddle of opening the secret room to release monsters and killing a student, was expelled from Hogwarts and broke his wand. For example, Gellert Grindelwald, who studied illegal black magic and warm magic, and conducted extremely dangerous magic experiments on his classmates, caused damage to the school building and widespread injuries to students. Even the famous Harry Potter, who will face the crisis of being expelled from school from time to time. If you take a closer look, in fact, almost all of him will be summoned and tried because of serious violations of the International Wizarding Federation Confidentiality Act, whether it's the second grade driving the car to sway the city, the third grade inflating aunt, the fourth grade this year is because of the alleged spread of cult symbols. The fifth grader used the patron saint curse in front of Dudley Dursley. In addition, even during the time when Umbridge, who was the most abusive power in Hogwarts history, was also the principal, the extremely bad behavior of Harry publicly mentioning Voldemort's name in class ended up being just confinement and corporal punishment only. Of course, The most important thing is that as long as Dumbledore and Grindelwald are there, with these two profound magical accomplishments, even Professor Snape can invite the legendary Newt Dognose Scamander. The school came to help solve the case, and it is estimated that there is no useful clue. If Dumbledore and Grindelwald choose to help the gangsters, stand on Professor Snape's side and bully the little ones, Elena Castellana is not a persimmon to provoke. The big deal is to set the table to death. In the end, everyone didn't have to play together. However, it is a pity that Hannah Loris' psychological quality is obviously more fragile than Elena imagined. Even if you are expelled, since hearing the hypothesis that he might be expelled, Hannah's last psychological line of defense has completely collapsed, so that the explanations and reasons that Elena said later can no longer be understood and thought. Elena? Do you hate me? Hannah Lilith's eyes were extremely hollow, like a body that lost her soul. Of course not. Why do you think this way? You are one of my best friends. Elena looked at Hannah with some confusion, and replied without hesitation. So, Elena, do you hate Professor Snape? Without answering Elena's question, Hannah looked blankly at the mess, and continued to ask like a doll with no emotions. How is it possible? In the entire Hogwarts, the person I respect and love the most is Professor Severus Snape. Elena blinked and said very seriously, I have to say that the reason why Slytherin College can become the college with the largest number of girls in later generations is largely due to Professor Snape's personality and the attractiveness of Master Malfoy. Of course, I like Tom. Riddle had a lot of people. After all, the second generation of Meguro Demon Lord was handsome before he sacrificed his nose to gain life. The most respected. Hannah glanced at the wooden door that was blown to pieces by the curse, and repeated the sentence softly. Like the most. Hannah took another look at the potions materials in her arms that were just taken out of the potions classroom and were enough to disrupt all the teaching plans of Professor Snape. Indeed, if you don't understand potions, you don't. It is possible to do this. Then one of your best friends? That's it. I see. Hannah nodded blankly, and looked hollowly at the white-haired dumpling in front of her, her voice as calm as stagnant water. Elena, is it too late for us to break our relationship now? I'm tired. Work hard to restore the update status tomorrow. Good night everyone. Chapter 228 Professor Snape about to be transformed. Desperate. Break up? Elena, who finally realized that the atmosphere was wrong, stiffened, turned around and looked at the blackened state behind her carefully. Hannah. I saw Hannah Lilith's eyes were extremely hollow, her eyes were slightly aggrieved and glittering, and she was indifferent. And she had no other expressions. It looked like this was far more scary than just getting angry. Wow, does this Hannah look angry? Now, Hannah, are you mad at me? Elena poked Hannah with her finger, and asked cautiously, the little dull hair on her head dangling fawningly. Snapped. Hannah slapped Elena's fingers away expressionlessly, her voice did not fluctuate, as if she were an Iron Man without emotions. No anger at all. Anyway, the potions class materials were taken with you, and the office door exploded with you. Even if you say you want to take down Hogwarts, I won't be surprised. It's the way you like it, right? None of the people and things you like can escape your harm. This is obviously very angry. Cack! Exclamation mark. It's over. This time Hannah is really offended. Listen to me. There are actually reasons for these. Sometimes we can't just look at the surface of things. He retracted his fingers and rubbed it. The white-haired dumpling fawningly leaned in front of Hannah, the little dumb hair on his head swayed from side to side, and said seriously, anyway, it is absolutely impossible to break a relationship. I like it the most. This is Hannah. Huh? Explain? Hearing Elena's words, the corners of Hannah Abbott's mouth moved slightly, and she glanced non-committal at the beautiful and disgusting silver-haired little witch in front of her, and subconsciously clung to the potion material tightly on her chest, indifferently said, okay, then you can explain it. There seems to be a turnaround. Elena's eyes lit up and nodded hurriedly. In fact, apart from the inability to make finished potions, the act of taking away some of the potion's materials will not have much impact on the teaching effect of the first potions class. Think about it. The first class can do it. What? Isn't it just some of the most basic things? How to set up a pot, how to light a fire, how to use cutting materials, to understand how to use the balance, and to explain and learn the most basic rules of action in the preparation of various potions. In fact, from a learner's point of view, Hogwarts Potions course teaching plan is very rough. It is obviously the most technically required course, but it is full of impetuousness and imprecision. You know, whether it is a chemical laboratory, a biological laboratory, a physics laboratory, or a chef training school where there is a reason to start the actual operation without even the basic safety norms and habits. Even the production of the most basic scabies potion should not be directly used as the teaching content of the first class. This is a group of children with an average age of only 11. According to the standards of the non-magical world, it is at best a group of elementary school 6 children who are in grade or just in the first year of junior high. In just 2 lessons, let alone a step-by-step and accurate completion of a cumbersome potion brewing, you can learn how to use the knife correctly so that your fingers will not be cut, or how to correctly read and use a balance to weigh the potion. It's already a remarkable improvement. Just like Hogwarts forcibly driving the ducks on the shelves, it is strange that there is no problem. Elena has no doubt that compared to the explosion of the crucible, the leak of the crucible, the cut to the finger or the scald by boiling water is definitely the most common situation in the potions class. It is not difficult to explain why Professor Snape's image in the mouth of the students is so terrible and cold. No matter who you are, every day facing a group of clumsy kids who don't even know how to be cautious and meticulous, and may be in a situation at any time, they will not be in a good mood. Especially, some kids who don't know good or bad still treat him. The protection and early warning reminders are regarded as fault-finding and deliberately making things difficult. So, in order to reverse everyone's impression of Professor Snape and to better help everyone master the knowledge of the potions class, someone must stand up to interrupt the current backward and not rigorous teaching plan. I'm not sure that my behavior is absolutely correct, but I can be sure that the current arrangement of the potions class is absolutely wrong. Elena pursed her dry lips and looked at Hannah expectantly. This time, Elena did not use her blood talent anymore. The effect of magic is only temporary after all. To gain recognition, she must be sincere and ideal. This is what Gellert Grindelwald taught her the truth. As Elena explained patiently, the cold expression on Hannah's face finally began to show signs of melting, because she had helped in the Uncle's Broken Cauldron Tavern, and she was not particularly difficult to understand Elena's point of view. Even Uncle Tom, a wizard, was accidentally cut by a knife or scalded by hot soup. But, even so, Hannah frowned, and said uncomfortably, "Should we not need to take away the potion materials in advance for every class?" Phew, this iron girl is finally willing to speak. Elena breathed a sigh of relief, nodded, and replied without hesitation. "So, in addition to interrupting the teaching plan, we also need to show a new alternative. As long as Professor Snape is willing to start trying to change, everything will gradually get better." Brand new change? Hannah's expression was a little confused. "Well, it's actually just a little change in thinking." Elena smiled slightly, and the little dull hair on her head swayed from side to side, and whispered, "Hannah, do you know which subject the potions class is most similar to?" "Alchemy?" Hannah thought, and replied with some uncertainty, "No, it's actually culinary." The smile on Elena's face became more and more obvious. She shook her head rather cocky, and sternly pulled her finger to analyze it seriously. "First of all, whether it is potions or culinary sciences, in identifying ingredients I mean that the requirements for identifying raw materials are actually the same, and the methods of handling and processing raw materials are similar. Accurate. Generally speaking, some processing techniques involved in culinary sciences are even more diversified than simple stewing. Secondly, from the specific operation techniques, the auxiliary tools that will be used, and even some corresponding descriptions and recording methods. The potions class and the cooking class are actually very similar. This is mainly due to the various potion materials. In fact, it is not completely standardized and consistent. Each black beetle's eyes are actually slightly different. This is why most of the descriptions of potion refining are: take a small amount of certain potion, drop it, pour in an appropriate amount of 20 liquid, and then add part of the 20 potion material. The most important thing is that most potions are medicaments that can be taken. This means that, in essence, potions is actually a discipline that studies how to use and integrate the medicinal value of various potion materials. This is actually very similar to the ultimate goal of culinary science. It's just that cooking pays more attention to edible value. In fact, about this point, Elena has actually been verified in the castle of Newmangard. Even Grindelwald has to admit that, in a sense, making a pot of potion and stewing a pot of hot and spicy soup, except for the different materials and more cumbersome processes, is actually not much in essence. The difference. Wait, so Elena, you are not planning to? Hearing Elena's words, Hannah's face suddenly became a little weird. Yes, Elena nodded with excitement. I just want to use this opportunity to try to let Professor Snape assist in the basic potions lesson from the perspective of cooking. And I'm at least 99% sure that Professor Snape definitely has an outstanding talent for cooking. If not surprisingly, he only needs to adapt a little bit. I believe that Professor Snape's potions skills will definitely be easy. Capturing the stomachs of all teachers and students. At that time, the corners of Elena's mouth lifted slightly happily, and scenes that she had imagined appeared in her mind. Ruatilda. Please tell me, Acridine. There are still a few days left in the 515th anniversary celebration. Round-faced fat chickens. Everyone, come on. Hurry up and go to the home page to join the team and do missions. As long as we stay in the top 10 before the end of the event, we will have 500 fan titles! Exclamation mark. Remember that the title of the book is Hogwarts on the Tip of the Tongue. Chapter 229. Welcome to Hogwarts 2.0. Regarding the curriculum reform at Hogwarts, it was not an impromptu thought. In fact, since she determined that she would go to this magic school a month ago, Elena has been thinking about how to make her time at Hogwarts campus in the next few years more colorful. There is no doubt that with the progress of the times, many old teaching models and curriculum concepts in the magical world are no longer fully applicable. Innovation and change are an inevitable event. The difference is only time, even if not. With the emergence of Elena, the non-magical world facing the big explosion of technology after decades must also respond. Fortunately, the mortgage incident faced by Hogwarts provides everyone with a very suitable reason to make changes. In order to allow the school to continue, all professors and students will show extremely high cooperation, degree and patience. If everything goes well, then according to the plan originally envisaged by Elena and Dumbledore, starting this week, the entire Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is about to enter a new stage. Although Professor Dumbledore and most people in the school referred to this period as the Hogwarts difficult period, from Elena's point of view, she prefers to call it Hogwarts 2.0 times. This is a brand new version of Hogwarts that has never been experienced by a little wizard. From expensive experiment courses such as potions and herbal medicine courses, to courses that used to focus on gaining abilities, such as transformation courses and spell courses, from life skills such as defense against the dark arts and magical animal protection courses, to pure theoretical courses such as astronomy courses and history of magic with theoretical zero expenditure. Almost all courses in the entire school have undergone certain adjustments and changes, and strive to achieve the goal of increasing income and reducing expenditure without affecting the original teaching goals. Effect. Of course, a plan is always just a plan. Hogwarts is not the speech of Albus Dumbledore. Judging from Dumbledore's feedback, it seems that with the exception of Professor McGonagall, who is the vice principal, most of the professors did not fully accept the teaching reform proposed by Lena. Among them, Professor Severus Snape, who is facing the greatest degree of funding pressure, is undoubtedly one of the professors with the most obvious resistance. Dear Professor Dumbledore, what else can I teach if the potions class is lost? Crucible care and how to boil hot water? Or do you think the little guys at Hogwarts are genius enough to rely on have you come to learn potions out of thin air? An angry potions professor said. It is said that even the portrait of the principal's office downstairs can hear the roar of the wizard. As the intimate little padded jacket of Professor Dumbledore, and as a loyal fan of His Royal Highness the Half-Blood Prince, Elena believes that she has a responsibility to stand up and solve problems for everyone and take the initiative to remove those redundant wrong options. If you are just a lonely, indifferent, arrogant, and sharp-spoken potion master, no matter how brilliant you are, you will only be tempted to think of being far away. After all, not many people would be willing to approach a potion master that exudes people. A restless potion master. However, if you are a super chef with a poisonous tongue, bad temper, and arrogance, as long as you can cook delicious dishes that people can't refuse, then the situation is completely different. In order to eat delicious food, a group of foodies who have no morals will only give a thumbs up. Cheeky. Sure enough, I am a master of style, not in harmony with the world. Well then, if you make sense. Hannah tilted her head and thought about it. Although she always felt that something was wrong, she still couldn't figure it out. Forget it, I didn't intend to go into this point. The blonde little Lolita shook her head, temporarily set aside the doubts in her heart, planning to wait until later to secretly ask Granger's opinion, and then focus her attention on another question. But does this have anything to do with using the spell to blast the door of the professor's office? While speaking, Hannah kicked the door fragment on the ground with his toe, and calmly looked at Elena, who was immersed in fantasy. Huh? This Elena, who was imagining that Professor Snape was cooking with a cold face, and a group of little wizards around him cheekily waiting for the food scene. Elena came back to her senses, blinked in confusion, and followed Hannah Lolita's gaze. Looking at the broken door panel, his tone was a little hesitating. So, you must be thinking of ways to make up a reason to deceive me now, right? Seeing the white-haired dumpling suddenly falling into hesitation, Hannah puffed up her cheeks and asked angrily, I have to say that Granger is indeed right sometimes. This Elena is a big liar. You must be vigilant when talking to her. As long as her eyes start to turn around and her tone of voice appears hesitant, it must be the beginning. Prepare to lie. No, absolutely nothing. Elena, who was exposed to her thoughts, trembled, and she waved her hands in denial, and couldn't help but wonder what happened to her during the week she was not at Hogwarts. This state of thorough questioning and clear purpose is not very consistent with the character of the cute and stupid Hannah Laurie in her impression. Under normal circumstances, the correct script should not have been successfully passed. Hannah is slowly thinking about cooking by herself. Has the relationship with the potion gone? When did Iron Girl Hannah become so difficult? Elena? Hannah snorted and raised her chin slightly. For some reason, Elena seemed to see a trace of Hermione's shadow on Hannah's face in a daze. Well, facing Hannah Lolita's clear eyes, after the dull hair on Elena's head shook for the last time, she finally fell down listlessly. The silver-haired little witch sighed and raised her hands to admit helplessly. Okay. The potion materials were taken from the classroom to make Professor Snape change his teaching plan. But the main reason for blasting the office was actually that I wanted to steal some from Professor Snape's office. Rare potion materials, because I need to brew some more complicated potions. Materials for potions? Hannah frowned, her tone full of suspicion. But, you haven't even taken a potion class. What potion can you refine? No, to be precise, I've actually taken potions class for a whole week in advance. And it's just potions class. Elena shook her head, did a few mental calculations, and continued, even if it is only calculated according to the class hours, it is equivalent to the total length of the potions class at Hogwarts for 4 months. Not to mention, we have speeded up. Less progress. We? Hannah raised her eyebrows and keenly caught the words in Elena's mouth. Yes, we. Elena nodded vigorously, as if she had made a difficult decision, raised her head and smiled relaxedly, and replied with a serious look on the little witch in front of her. Hannah, didn't you ask where I have been these days? I went to a castle located in a foreign country that is similar to Hogwarts. There, a respected old wizard gave me a separate session, tutoring mainly about potions class, and a small amount of knowledge about magical animals. Oh, really? Professor Dumbledore said that because you accidentally injured your head in the conflict with Slytherin College, you are temporarily receiving treatment outside of school. The suspicion in Hannah's eyes became more and more obvious, and two words were written clearly: big liar. Accidentally hurt head? Exclamation mark. The expression on Eleanor's face froze. Very well, dear Lauxin Lauluo, she wrote it down. The girl grinds her teeth secretly, and silently took out a small notebook in her heart to make a note. Yes, that's right. The healer and the old wizard who taught me are the same person. During the treatment, he taught me a lot about potions, by the way. Elena smiled again and tried to follow Hannah's words. Oh. Hannah raised her eyebrows non-committal and responded indifferently. Really? And the therapist who taught me has already arrived at Hogwarts. If you don't believe me, you can always ask him and Dumbledore for verification later. Seeing Hannah's serious skepticism, Elena curled her lips, slightly injured, and the little dull hair on her head moved listlessly, and she couldn't help but feel aggrieved. It has been so difficult to tell the truth these days. Hannah glanced at the depressed white-haired dumpling, and after a few seconds of silence, suddenly smiled helplessly. What else can I do except continue to believe in you? I have already said that whether it is to blow up the office or steal the potion in the classroom, I am with you. But you must tell me what kind of potion it is. Let you do such a dangerous behavior and why. Compound decoction, a potion recorded in powerful potion that can turn the drinker into the appearance of other people, is very potent. Tone of the raw materials called African tree snake skin is extremely rare. As far as I know, in the entire Hogwarts, only Professor Snape's personal collection may have it. Elena replied without hesitation. While in Numungard Castle, Gellert Grindelwald specifically explained the various ways and precautions for the use of this potion. In fact, during the First Wizarding War, the compound decoction was used as this is a very important strategic potion to use. War will always be one of the fastest ways to promote human progress. Compared with Harry and others' original use of compound decoction, Elena has quite a lot of bold ideas about this medicine, which needs to be verified one by one, which will undoubtedly consume a lot of raw materials. It's just African tree snake skin? Hannah asked softly, with a weird look on her face. Then just to be like someone else? There may be some, for some rare potion materials that can be eaten, such as gill sack, fire grey snake eggs, dragon claw powder, feather grass, fire dragon blood. Elena poked her finger and said cautiously, in fact, it is not so easy to obtain raw materials for many potions. Jinjialong is not omnipotent, and the situation of price and no market is particularly common in the wizarding world. Not to mention, the acquisition of many potion materials is still full of danger and uncertainty, and usually has to spend a lot of time, even risking their lives to hunt and find those rare and dangerous magical animals. As a weak, poor, helpless, but especially edible little witch, if you want to taste it to relieve your greed, you can only count on Professor Snape's collection for the time being. It is a mysterious delicacy from the East Skills tuition, and help Professor Snape get rewards that students love. Go. Please tell me Acridine. Ask for a monthly pass. There are still a few days left in the 515th anniversary celebration. Round-faced fat chickens. Everyone, come on, hurry up and go to the homepage to join the team and do missions. As long as we stay in the top 10 before the end of the event, we will have 500 fan titles! Exclamation mark. Because I lost the bet in the V group today, I am willing to accept the bet. Tomorrow Fat Chicken will work hard to update 6,000 words. Chapter 230 Compound Decoction and the Roar of Locomotives Seeking Monthly Pass. Well, although I don't understand it well, It seems that you have indeed learned a lot about potions in the past week. Glancing at Elena, who counted the names of rare potions like the name of a dish, Hannah sighed with a complicated expression. Elena Kaslana, you can't stop for a while. For a while? Learning is the most difficult thing to fake. Undoubtedly, based on the information that Elena showed, Hannah could clearly feel that this evildoer has been ahead of her peers in potions, just like Elena has always been in other fields. As it showered every time Hannah felt that she could get a little closer to Elena, she would find that there was still an extraordinarily long distance between herself and the little silver-haired witch. The only thing that made Hannah a little confused and curious about what kind of wizard she was, and for what reason and mentality, would she think of teaching the mysterious potions as plain culinary science. Hannah raised her eyebrows, glanced thoughtfully at the white-haired dumpling in front of her, and said suddenly, "So, your main purpose is to make compound decoctions, right? That way you can become a student of another college, and then you can make trouble, such as Slytherin or Gryffindor." She wouldn't forget that Elena had collected 3 academies' uniforms, not to mention that Elena accidentally leaked it not long ago. In some cases, she even had a way to make Snape the professor deducted the Slytherin college score. However, to Hannah's surprise, Elena did not look as proud as she imagined. Instead, she shook her head and said in a slightly frustrated tone, "No, in fact, I won't become anyone. Well, at least for a long time, I won't. I have some other uses for compound decoctions, some more wonderful and interesting ideas. Need to try. To be precise, it is not that it will not, but that it cannot. Because the first restriction on the use of compound decoctions is that the drinker and the imitated must be pure humans. The pure human here does not mean that the blood of other magical creatures cannot be mixed in the body. In fact, the blood of most pure-blooded wizards is mixed with the blood of a few magical creatures, but it refers to the proportion of human ancestry in the bloodline can be overwhelming. Regarding this point, long before Gellert Grindelwald told Elena, she had already learned from the original work that the learning experience in the castle of Numungard was just a positive testimony to them from the wizard's mouth. The previous guesses of these mole magic researchers, for example, Fleur Delacour, who has a quarter of the blood, can become Harry's appearance by drinking the compound soup, but Hagrid, as a hybrid giant, cannot use the compound soup. Of course, using the current with the known compound decoction, no one else can become Hagrid. Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Chapter 6-7 Potters. This is not difficult to understand. The magic in the compound decoction is only aimed at copying and simulating the body of ordinary humans, and most half-blood wizards have at least half of the non-human blood flowing in their bodies. It is impossible to rely on only one hair. Complete the imitation of them. In the same way, the powerful magical blood in the mixed blood wizards will also prevent them from using the compound soup to become ordinary wizards. If the compound soup can eliminate the magical powers belonging to magical creatures, it may not only be included in powerful potion, the potion inside is gone, and it will become a nightmare for all magical species in the entire magical world. So, from the beginning, Elena understood that the pure compound decoction didn't make any sense to her at all. Just like the meaning represented by her black walnut wand, it is very beautiful but not easy to control. Once the wizard who holds them can't face her heart directly, the wand will not be used normally. Simple deformation and imitation are not her needs. Therefore, what she needs is a more powerful compound decoction that has never appeared in the magic world. One that can allow another more powerful blood in her body to participate in the transformation. The potion of dash. In other words, a special compound decoction that can turn a mixed blood wizard into another. The most powerful thing about the compound decoction is that it only changes the body composition and state, and does not affect the wizard's soul, nor does it affect the display of magic and the continuation of learning and memory. The human body has limitations. As time goes by, Elena's body strength as a mixed blood voe will not be much higher than normal, which is why she can't bear too many times her reasons for reinforcement. According to the estimates of Grindelwald and Hohenheim, she can use Ruan not more than 10 times a week. otherwise there may be backlash like the one in Salzburg, and serious situations may even directly lead to irreversibility, physical collapse. However, if one day, Elena can find a way to improve the compound decoction, so that the blood in her body can temporarily become the blood of other magical creatures, such as the blood of giants, that is, to become a half-blooded half-giant like Hagrid, then use Ruah with this kind of physical fitness, for example, 10 times the strengthening of Ruah. It will no longer be the ordinary hybrid giant Hagrid Ruah, but comparable to the greatest hero in Greek mythology, Hercules. Of course, all of this is just a rough idea for the time being. According to Grindelwald, in order to improve this already complex potion, it may be necessary to gather at least a few of the most outstanding wizards and potion masters in the entire magic world to complete this whimsical imagine. Of course, before that, the basic potion materials must be adequately prepared. Elena will not wait step by step to fill up Professor Snape's favorability before starting the corresponding potion research. Anyway, the great, wise and knowledgeable Mr. Otto Apocalypse happens to be in Hogwarts Castle. Doing some brainstorming things in your free time can effectively prevent Alzheimer's and boredom. But these things, you don't need to tell Hannah little Lolita. As for Professor Severus Snape, who is the most difficult and indifferent in the eyes of everyone, it is the easiest target for Elena to attack, at least compared to a certain person who is born with her incompatibility. The older cat girl, or the hot-hearted radish who is not close to the female sex, is much simpler. Really just research, not use it yourself. Hannah repeated a little worriedly, and looked at the little silver hoard witch next to her. I don't know why. Sometimes she felt that she was very close to Elena, but sometimes they were far apart, as if nothing. Watch out, that Elena will disappear out of thin air like a bubble in the sun. Elena, promise me that you must not secretly try some dangerous potions or magic experiments by yourself. Even if you are confident, you can let me try it first, so at least. Well, before Hannah could speak, a gentle body suddenly leaned in and hugged her gently. Feeling the concern in the tone of the blonde little Lily in front of him, Eleanor's eyes softened. This is why she must return to Hogwarts instead of staying in Salzburg to inherit the St. Sheer. There are too many people worthy of her protection. Don't think that you can pass the test in this way, Elena. You have to promise today. Hannah turned her head uncomfortably. Her nose was full of the good smell of Elena. It really is. The stubborn and cute little iron girl, the silver-haired little witch smiled slightly, but fortunately she has a tried and tested skill. I know, I will tell you as soon as I have anything in the future. After that, Elena naughty bite Hannah Lolita's earlobe, and her warm nose swept across Hannah's side. Hannah, who had never experienced this kind of experience, instantly seemed to be hit by a petrification curse. Stiff in place, then the whole person seemed to lose strength and leaned softly in Elena's arms. Elena. Hannah felt that her cheeks were getting hot, and there was no one around, but she could feel too hot steam as if she was constantly squirting from her ears. Her heartbeat had never been faster, and her mind was messed up. Yes, even a sentence cannot be organized. Thank you for being able to endure my waywardness. Accompany me to robbery in the kitchen, to confront Professor Dumbledore for me, willing to accompany me to move the materials for the potions class, and even willing to. So, next. Elena gently attached to Hannah's ear and said, the air current invaded the little girl's sensitive ears, causing the poor and shy blonde badger's body to tremble slightly, and even the earlobes began to gradually get a layer of powder. Her eyes became a little hazy, and a strange tremor like an electric shock spread all over her body. Is this the strange feeling that Granger secretly showed off? It is said that Elena, this guy will do this every time he intends to be unreasonable. It's really totally impossible to resist. Next, accompany me to do something not so right. From now on, I will tell you everything. And if possible, I hope you can continue to be willful with me for 7 years or even longer. Well, what do you want to do? The last trace of stubbornness remaining in Hannah's voice was completely softened, and the familiar softness was restored. Feeling the blonde little Lily who seemed to soften into a puddle of water in her arms, Eleanor's mouth raised happily. First pick some edible ingredients, then I will go back to the common room and make you a private breakfast. The list of riders who are particularly grateful for this chapter in no particular order: Yanyan Xioxian, QNXXW1, Tudu 100%, Maorin Oluxiang, Hanxing Numing. In addition, there will be an extra section of a small theatre that was not written for some reason in the V group. Not long, but very interesting. In the first chapter, Fat Chicken continues to go to code words, and there are 2,600 words left. I will work hard to complete the agreement today. By the way, once again promote Elena Kaslana, the high definition color graffiti from Jang SL in the Sinin building. If you can't find it, it means the fate has not arrived. There are still a few days left in the 515th anniversary celebration. Round-faced fat chickens, everyone, come on, hurry up and go to the home page to join the team and do missions. As long as we stay in the top 10 before the end of the event, we will have 500 fan titles! Chapter 231. I can't explain this matter to you seeking a monthly pass. If there is a reason to persuade oneself, the degeneration of man is really fast. This is a sentence written by Angry Banana, a web essay author whom Irina liked very much in Hidden Kill. In the face of the warm whisper that Elena had previously confessed, Hannah Lolita, who had never seen such a sweet-talk deception, had no resistance, and almost completely declared her fall in an instant. Elena, how about we just think of a way to move the entire cabinet away? It was still the soft, waxy, non-lethal tone that made people want to hug and knead in the arms, but the eager excitement flashed in Hannah's eyes, making Elena a trance. An illusion of looking in a mirror. Facts have proved that compared to Elena, who has a little bit in her heart, after removing her worries, as a little Hufflepuff wizard who has been inspired by some honey badger nature, the 11-year-old Hannah, the courage and action demonstrated completely exceeded Eleanor's imagination. This may also be why, whether it is the Weasley twin brothers, the James Potter Animal Quartet, and the Iron Triangle of Salvation are always happy to challenge the school regulations. Undoubtedly, violations of the school regulations can indeed give the little wizards at the age of bear children bring almost addictive happiness. The whole move may be inappropriate. Slightly imagine the picture of Professor Snape returning to the office after breakfast door was broken, the cabinet was gone, the murderer was at large, and there were a group of first-grade bear children waiting for him in the potions classroom. The most important thing. The thing is that he didn't know that he was also robbed in the classroom. Although Professor Severus Strong Snape, who is a double agent, has a very strong psychological endurance, the schedule on the first day of class is so rich, it is still a bit too exciting. Elena tried to suppress the thought that was about to agree in her heart, thought for a while, and somewhat discouraged her. Except for the necessary potion materials, the rest of the ingredients the potion materials, we still try to eat as much as possible, so as not to waste. After all, Professor Snape is not that young anymore. Even if it is a change of thinking, it still needs to be gradual. Elena thinks that she is still a good-hearted child after all. Similar to this kind of an off sale, she still can't pass the hurdle in her heart. She has to leave a little bit for the ill-fated Professor Snape. Hope it works. Well, everything is up to you. Hannah nodded obediently and replied softly, without further hesitation, and stepped forward to Snape's office. However, before Hannah could walk to the door, Elena stretched out her hand and pulled her from her side. Wait, we're just standing here, not going in. Elena's voice came from the side. Huh? But Hannah blinked suspiciously and looked at the potions professor's office ahead. The doorway was at least 2 to 3 meters away from the cabinet filled with the names of various potion materials. Food reserve. Do you see the cabinet? Pull all the drawers to the door for me one by one. Elena lifted the chubby little owl from the floor next to the aisle just now in order to hug Hannah. The obstructive chubby chicken was left aside by the cold little owner, and looked at the sleepy eyes. Said Round Face softly, in this week, it seems that you are doing well. Now you may need to prove that the extra fleshy muscles are muscles that can provide strength, not fats that need to be eaten. Otherwise, goo! even after a brief week of separation. The wonderful tacit understanding between the small reserve and Elena still exists. Before Elena could finish her words, I saw that the little owl, who was still a little confused and sleepy, slapped a sharp spirit immediately. The hairy and fleshy body shook, and the next moment he woke up. His eyes revealed a trace of decisiveness and fierceness like a large bird of prey. Owls exist as wizards' messengers in the magical world. In fact, they are quite different from ordinary owls. This difference is not only reflected in the recognition of the address and the degree of delicious meat, but also in the weight that is slightly beyond the scope of common sense, ability and endurance. In fact, many magical zoologists believe that even ordinary non-magical creatures who accompany wizards for a long time will gradually be affected by magic, and some wonderful evolutionary situations will occur. Before coming to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Elena tested it specifically. Compared with the physique of other Scottish round-faced chubby chickens, Dumbledore gave her the last laughing owl even has been a bit biased towards half a magical animal, whether it is in terms of weight, explosive power, and endurance. The food reserves that can participate in the hunting of the few fish bosses in Lomond Lake are obviously not so much a small messenger as an adult Costin who has shrunk in size but has the same strength. From the beginning, Elena had no intention of stepping into Professor Snape's office in person. After all, the average number of Hogwarts students who enter this potions professor's office every year is likely to be even less than half a time compared to the crowded aisles. Even if Professor Snape only has some of the simplest pursuit magic, he can easily target Elena. Even in the original book, Professor Snape, who has been facing consecutive thefts, seems to have not caught it. Murderer. But this does not mean that Elena can burglary with complete confidence. You know, even the most ferocious little Batty Crouch, when he entered Professor Snape's office, he didn't choose Elena's high-level unlocking curse, and he blasted the door completely open. Who knows, will Professor Snape make some drastic moves this time? However, if the thief is just an owl, there is no problem at all. Unless it is the one who claims to be able to track any magical animal and can also put most of the dangerous magical animals down. The magical animal master with the most hunter talent in the wizarding world personally rushed to Hogwarts. Otherwise, even the dean of the Ravenclaw College who teaches the curse class, Professor Felius Flivi, may not be able to locate the murderer. And with the help of food reserves, even in the face of Professor Dumbledore's questioning, Elena can say with confidence, her biggest mistake was accidentally blowing up a wooden door. As for burglary or something, she haven't even stepped into the threshold of Professor Snape's office. Fire ash snake eggs. This is a rare and good thing. Although these are preserved by the freezing spell, it is no longer possible to refine the blessing potions. The refining of the blessing potions must use fresh fire ash snake eggs, but boil them it is still used when making various love potions. Speaking of which, although the fire grey snake is more troublesome and difficult to cook, the cooking difficulty of the fire grey snake egg is much lower. Even if it is eaten raw, it is good. Select champagne. Of course, there is no problem taking it all away. Professor Snape, a single wizard, naturally does not need to refine any beautiful potions. This precious medicinal material should be used to benefit us beauty-loving witches. After all, the market price of beautiful potion, the only beauty potion, is too expensive. A bottle of 1,030 gallons is still in short supply. It is faster than grabbing Gringotts. African tree snake skin. This was originally one of the main goals of this operation. All is taken away. Anyway, the wealthy Professor Snape should replenish it later if needed. If not, put it in. It's also a waste here. Of course, the Gills Saccharum is a very rare potion in the world, and the entire Hogwarts may only be found here. If it is left and swallowed for a certain dry duck, it would be too wasteful. Go, find the time after the big deal and teach Harry how to swim. If the plan goes well, then Professor Snape should be willing to help prepare some breathing potions. Dragon's Claw powder, just take it directly to refresh your mind and increase your memory and reflexes. Well, this is for little Hermione Laurie, so she should be secretly put away. In this way, At least even if she gets angry next time, there are gifts to make amends. Hey, I didn't expect there are fresh sleepy beans. They just need to be crispy in oil, and then sprinkled with salt. It is a plate of top soothing snacks. This time, not even Professor Dumbledore. How to stop my food plan. In the eyes of Hannah worshipping, Elena was proficient in introducing the knowledge of various potions, while quickly selecting potions from the drawers that were delivered to the door. In less than 10 minutes, most of the potions were removed. The cherished potions that were eaten and might be used were wiped out. After using the spell to make up a standard equivalent blasting spell at the place where the two were standing, Elena took Hannah Laurie and quickly fled the scene, leaving behind a messy potion class office. Half an hour later, facing the exploded door panel, and a messy potions class office, including Albus Dumbledore, Felius Flivi, Minerva McGonagall, and Otto Apocalypse, who just joined the school. All the faculty and staff who are good at spells, their faces are a little weird, although their reasons may be slightly different. Sorry, dear Severus, I have tried my best, but my conclusion is the same as that of Professor Dumbledore. Professor Flitwick shrugged helplessly, and whispered towards Professor Snape, who was pale and trembling all over. I really can't explain this to you. After all, it was only an owl who broke into your office and stole the potion. Near the second more end. Promise completed. 6,000 words. Update completed. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask the chapter to say Acridine. Well, the bet continues. Come if Eleanor's check-in building can have 400 floors, and the chapter in this chapter says more than 500, I will continue to try to write another 6,000 words today. If it is not completed, I can have the right to ask for leave again. There are still a few days left in the 515th anniversary celebration. Round-faced fat chickens, everyone, come on. Hurry up and go to the home page to join the team and do missions. As long as we stay in the top 10 before the end of the event, we will have 500 fan titles! P.S. There is still a month to go before the college entrance examination. I hope you will arrange entertainment time rationally, grasp this final sprint stage, and get good results in the exam. Come on. The 232nd chapter. This thing is forgotten! Seeking monthly pass. Owl? Felius, can there be a more funny explanation than this? Severus Snape was trembling with anger, he felt blood rushing up his head, his face was a little terrible. Look at it all. Snape raised a trembling hand and pointed fiercely at the messy office and the wooden door fragments scattered all over the floor. With a terrifying light in his eyes. An owl that can completely smash the wooden door of Hogwarts and also recognize potion materials? Snape roared angrily, kicking away the debris by his foot, and hitting the room horizontally. There was a muffled noise on the wooden drawer on the ground. But after I went back to the magic in your office, there was indeed only one sign of owl activity. Professor Flivi shrugged helplessly. Sorry, if this is the case. Maybe next year's Hogwarts admissions list needs to consider adding owls. Snape couldn't help but sneered. I just took a closer look. All the stolen potions are very rare potion materials on the market. At least a third of them are potions. Most students may even I have never heard of the name. It's an explosive curse. It was a very clever explosive curse that destroyed your office door. Facing Snape with a gloomy expression, Professor Flivi corrected it dryly. It's clean and blasted off the entire wooden door. To be honest, I haven't figured out how to do it yet. This point. Perfect, Professor Snape roared, his eyes swept through the empty drawers piled up at the door, and Snape couldn't help but take another painful gasp. Almost all of his salary was placed at this point. Some hobbies, even if he didn't count them carefully. He knew that his savings had almost shrunk by more than half. Someone broke into my office. Unprecedented arrogance, naked provocation. Shouldn't our focus now be on how to find that shameful little thief? As for what kind of curse was used, this is very important, young man. At this moment, a slightly unfamiliar old voice suddenly came out, interrupting Snape's roar. Everyone turned their heads and saw that Mr. Otto Apocalypse, who had just joined the Hogwarts faculty and staff sequence, unhurriedly picked up a wooden board from the ground, observed it carefully, and continued with solemn expression. From the traces of magic, we can get a lot of information. For example, you are lucky. Looking at the old man in front of him, Snape frowned and said angrily, "I'm sorry, Mr. Apocalypse, you call this lucky?" "That's right." The old wizard nodded calmly turned to Professor Dumbledore, and said with a serious face, "At least, you should be glad that this is a burglary, not a burglary." "Professor, if you were in the office at the time, maybe it's not just this wooden door that we need to repair now." "Of course, if I was in the office," Snape said bitterly with a sharp look flashing under his eyes. "Well, you might die." Grindelwald glanced at the skinny potions professor and replied unceremoniously, "Don't get me wrong, I'm not targeting you." While talking, the old wizard looked around at the Hogwarts professors who were standing around him. After a few seconds of gazing on Dumbledore, he grinned and said with a sigh of yellow teeth, "I mean, everyone here, without preparation, may die, including me and Professor Dumbledore. You know, even in the face of the well-trained group of field wizards from the Austrian Ministry of Magic, Elena can rely on a pair of pink fists and a seemingly innocuous cute appearance, and she can only use milk and milk." Rua went through forcibly. He had experienced the terrible destructive power of that little monster once with his own experience. If they were replaced by the professors at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, with their weak physique, they might not even be able to resist the punch of that white-haired ball. Severus Snape's face was stagnant, because he had learned about the true identity of this Otto Apocalypse from Professor Dumbledore before. He did it after hearing the legendary Mr. Hohenheim. After making such an evaluation, Snape couldn't think he could be stronger than these two even if he was confident. Seeing Snape shut his mouth, Otto Apocalypse nodded in satisfaction, turned to look at the short wizard standing next to him, and nodded a little apologetically. As for the question the professor just asked, "Phileas Flitwick, Professor of Spells, Dean of Ravenclaw College, you can call me Phileas directly." Professor Fulvey leaned politely and replied respectfully, "If you can help me answer my doubts, that would be great." He really can't understand what kind of blasting spell can directly blow up a 2-foot thick wooden door. It's actually very simple, but it's just a little trick. Grindelwald spoke slowly and glanced at Dumbledore not far away. As expected, the eyes of this old friend also showed a strong look of curiosity. Of course, the one who participated in the restoration work of Newmungard Castle, Dumbledore, naturally, would be particularly interested in this question. "You only need to control the spell and let the power of the spell explode inside the object, and you can easily create such an effect." The old wizard drew out his wand and pointed randomly at an empty wooden drawer in Snape's office. There was no sound of chanting. A red light shot directly from the tip of the wand and sank into the wooden drawer. After a slight delay of 1 or 2 seconds, the entire wooden drawer suddenly bulged up like a balloon, and then with a slap, it exploded into countless tiny wooden fibers floating in the air. "Wait. Until then," Professor Snape's voice came. The poor potions professor turned his head slowly and looked at the remains of the wood drawer flying like catkins in the office. He sighed with exhaustion and waved his hand sullenly. "Forget it, that's it." That's how it turns out. The magic of the explosive spell was controlled in stages cleverly, really a genius idea. Before he had time to worry about Snape's ugly face, Professor Fulvey slapped his palm in excitement and shook his head in admiration. This kind of change that can greatly increase the power of the spell without a spell is too good to hit. He became interested. "It's clever, but it's also dangerous. In fact, my personal advice is that this should stop." The Gellert Grindelwald nodded non-committently, glanced at Albus Dumbledore who was standing on the edge of the crowd thoughtfully, shrugged helplessly, and said meaningfully, "If things are allowed to evolve, it will be of no benefit to everyone. So, let Albus and me take care of the follow-up matters." I believe that the same situation should not happen a second time. I have to say that both he and Dumbledore underestimated the destructive power of that little guy. The current Elena, in a sense, actually has the ability to tear down Hogwarts Castle. Of course I think so too. Such things cannot be tolerated or condoned. Dumbledore nodded, his expression was particularly serious, and while speaking, he glanced at the pile of déjà vu wooden door fragments, couldn't help but twitched, and skillfully waved his wand, and began to repair the broken wooden door. He must ask carefully afterwards, in less than a week, what exactly has Grindelwald taught his students Uno, before going to the castle of Numungard. Elena was a little headstrong, but in the final analysis, she was just a first-grade little witch who had just mastered the light curse and took the initiative to drive away the darkness for her students. So, can I understand it as? Severus Snape looked at Dumbledore, then at Otto Apocalypse, and said slowly, this matter, whether it's a broken office or a theft. The potion, forget it. I'm sorry, Severus, Dumbledore said calmly, a trace of fatigue radiating from the deep wrinkles on his face. But don't worry, I will fix the office for you. This is Hogwarts. Snape gasped heavily, his nose flapping violently. Young man, don't forget, there are still nearly 1,000 students here. Otto Apocalypse straightened up and said with a serious expression, with an air of irritation in his tone, regarding your lost potion, I am willing to help you bear the corresponding losses. Don't want to see this happen. What we need now is to solve the problem, not to expand it further. Of course, as a generous alchemist, you should take the initiative to help the confused young people at this time. Hearing Grindelwald's promise, Dumbledore raised his eyebrows slightly in surprise, glanced at the old guy beside him. His lips twitched almost inaudibly, and resisted the urge to curse. Come again? It looks like a less rule guest came from Hogwarts Castle. Severus Snape silently glanced at the two old wizards who were dumbfounding, raised his eyebrows somewhat displeased, and took a deep breath, trying to suppress the anger in his heart. There is no doubt that he can come and go freely in Hogwarts, and let these two wizards who are secretive at the same time, absolutely will not be the existence he can continue to pursue. In other words, this loses him almost. Deal. If there are no other questions, can I go to class, Professor Dumbledore? I have to go to the potions classroom to see how a group of first-year students who don't know anything are ruining potions. For the first time in so many years, Severus Snape felt that staying in front of his office was such a discomfort. He even felt that going to the potions classroom to teach those clumsy little wizards was a relief. Severus, if you are worried that the new student will spoil the potion, actually you can really think about it. My previous suggestion. Dumbledore blinked. He didn't know why, he always felt a little uneasy. Don't think about it. The professor of potions class frowned heavily and waved his hand impatiently. The best way to learn potions is to cook them by hand. Only on this point, I will never compromise. Chapter 13,000 words. Big chapter. As for whether there is a second chapter, it seems that the gambling appointment has not been completed yet. Fat Chicken speaks for words, so this time you can't deny it either. Elena Kaslana. The number of true love buildings has not been reached, and it is still so much short of it. Seeing that it should be impossible to complete. As for where I am, of course I won't tell you. The request for leave should be changed to 27 again. Right? There are still a few days left in the 515th anniversary celebration. Round-faced fat chickens, everyone, come on, hurry up and go to the homepage to join the team and do missions. As long as we stay in the top 10 before the end of the event, we will have 500 fan titles! So happy holidays to every reader's mother. I sincerely wish every one of your mothers who read this pass our always healthy, beautiful, happy and happy! If you haven't sent any blessings to Mama today, please log out of the app immediately and say the phrase I love you to your mother. It doesn't matter if you see this news the next day, because every day can be Mother's Day. PS1. Today's second chapter can only be Grumble, and then add the 2,500 words ode a day plus more, because Fat Chicken felt that he had a great advantage after finishing the first chapter. He ran out and wandered around. When he came back, he found that the time was too late. I'm sorry, but at least Fat Chicken didn't lie. Greater than people less than. PS2, I strongly recommend an Upmaster of Station B to all the fat chickens, called Mossy Student Amamia Lotus. His cuckoo chicken is so cute, I have to watch it several times a day. Saliva. Chapter 233 Eggs and Love. Eggs are probably one of the oldest foods for mankind. To be precise, the oviparous animals at the top of the biological evolutionary chain have always been at a fairly high position in the food chain. Almost all carnivorous organisms will cover a variety of eggs in their diets. After all, as food, the biggest advantage of eggs is that they have no legs, no fins, and no wings. They don't run around. Predators don't have to risk their lives to hunt. Not to mention, in terms of preservation and nutritional value, eggs are more than one grade superior to vegetables and most meats. It is not difficult to understand why people often say that all eggs in the world are nature's most perfect gift. A good day naturally starts with a good breakfast. And a good breakfast, the simplest and most nutritious configuration, is naturally a hot and fragrant boiled egg. In the empty Hufflepuff common room, Elena squatted patiently in front of the fireplace with her knees on her knees, gently licked her lips, and whispered with fiery eyes. In the girl's clear blue eyes, the liquid surface of the cauldron tumbling above the firelight is reflected, and the 3 or 4 fire-grey snake eggs that are as magnificent as red emeralds under the liquid surface are reflected. When the 2 potions thieves returned to the Hufflepuff common room with a full load, Elena realized an embarrassing problem. All her condiments and kitchen utensils fell on the Gryphon upstairs. In the dormitory of many girls, there is no way to cook some more complicated breakfast. Even the crucible used to cook the eggs is temporarily borrowed by Hannah. Fortunately, Hannah, who has never eaten potion dishes, is not dissatisfied with this little regret. At this time, she imitated Elena's appearance, squatting in front of the fireplace with her knees, quietly waiting for the fire. Grey snake eggs are cooked. But Hannah blinked and looked at the crimson snake eggs that were more like gems than food rather than food in the cauldron, mixed with hesitation and curiosity in her tone. Although I have eaten a lot of boiled eggs, are you sure these fire-grey snake eggs are really okay to eat like this? I just watched Magic Potion and Potion, and there is no mention of this kind of potion material. No problem at all. Elena smiled confidently and replied without hesitation. As a qualified foodie, the most important thing is not the courage to dare to talk about everything, but a wealth of knowledge and strong survival skills. Only in this way can you be qualified to stand at the top of the food chain and orderly move below. The entire biosphere is incorporated into its own recipes. As for those brave existences who dared to put everything in their mouths, either they have evolved a brutal physique capable of digesting uneven bars, or they have disappeared forever in the genealogy of food eaters. If Hannah carefully read all the important textbooks of our semester, you will find that although the textbook Magic Potion and Potion of the Potions class does not mention the knowledge about fire ash snake eggs, in Newt Middle. We can find the corresponding information in the record of Fantastic Beasts written by Mr. Scamander about fire-grey snake. Speaking of her favorite potions and magical animals, Elena's tone obviously became more and more cheerful, and the little dull hair on her head dangling playfully, like the tail of an excited little elk. When a pile of magic fire, any fire with magical substances, such as flue powder, etc., burns unchecked for too long, the fire-grey snake will be created. It is a kind of red light shining in the eyes. The snake's lifespan is only 1 hour. During this hour, it finds a dark, hidden place to lay its eggs, and then its body will be fragmented and turned into dust. If people fail to find these eggs in time, and use appropriate, the spell freezes them, and they will cause a big fire within a few minutes. Of course, since Mr. Newt's conclusion of this law, most of the current fire-grey snake eggs are artificial. The most important point is that the frozen fire-grey snake eggs can be used to make potions, such as love potions. If the fire-gray snake eggs are swallowed whole, it can be used to treat fever malaria. This means that we can draw two conclusions. Fire-gray snake eggs can be boiled directly, and they do not have toxic or magical effects that are harmful to the human body. While talking, there was a rare look of worship in Eleanor's eyes. She must visit this legendary master of magical zoology if she has the opportunity. If she wants to come to Professor Dumbledore, she should be happy to help her make an introduction. However, Newt Scamander's strength is not weak, even without the assistance of those animals. At least it is second to the top wizards of Grindelwald and Dumbledore, so she must refrain from moving. The nest of Mr. Newt's babies sniffed, and behaved a little more cutely, otherwise they would probably be thrown out of the suitcase on the first day. But, this is a snake egg, and what lives inside is a snake. Compared with the white hair dumplings that are about to drain, the expression on Hannah Laura's face is obviously a lot more tangled, let alone snake eggs. She has not even eaten snake meat before, and she thinks of the smoothness. Tired of cold-blooded reptiles, Hannah felt a little uncomfortable all over. Looking at the tangled blonde little iron girl, Elena couldn't help but stretched out her hand and rubbed Hannah's fleshy cheeks, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, from a nutritional point of view, the composition of eggs is basically the same, mainly protein, fat, etc. Except for the absence of egg yolks, they are actually similar to eggs in a sense, because there is no fishy yolk. Taste, I think the taste is actually more delicious. Not to mention, from the perspective of scientific diet, the nutrients ingested from snake eggs are far greater than other poultry eggs, and they are more easily absorbed by the body. Protein, fat, I see. Hannah nodded seemingly, and quickly concealed the confusion on her face. Obviously, Elena was talking about some knowledge from the non-magical world. Every time she encountered this before, she would be excluded from the topic by Granger. Hannah has already decided, next holiday you must learn more about the non-magical world before, lest you always look like an idiot. What do you know, little silly girl? Even Hermione can't know this knowledge. Glancing at Hannah Lolita, Elena, who vaguely guessed the girl's thoughts, shook her head in a dumbfounded manner, while using a wand pair to flexibly scoop out the fire-gray snake eggs in the cauldron and put them aside, ready in the cold water. Compared with the calcified eggshells of poultry, snake eggs have another advantage, that even the eggshell part is actually edible and digestible, because that layer of shell is essentially a kind of gelatinous layer. Exist, so you can eat it directly after a little bit of coolness, and even the process of peeling the shell can be omitted. You are who you are, and you never have to imitate other people. Elena stretched out her finger and scraped Hannah's little nose, picked up a fire-gray snake egg and blew it gently, and handed it forward. Don't forget, you have agreed to stay with me forever. Come on. It is enough to have a clever and knowledgeable Ms. Know-it-all. Everyone has their own unique shining points. If it is replaced by Hermione, it is absolutely impossible to accompany her to fool around like before. Of course, on the contrary, only Hermione Granger who can accompany her soaring tirelessly in the world of knowledge is also the enjoyment of learning. While Hannah swallowed and chewed the snake egg, Elena secretly hid a boiled fire-gray snake egg in the pocket of her robe. According to legend, the magical power of love is conceived in the fire-gray snake egg. As long as you eat it, you can get a beautiful lover. So Elena specially prepared 3 equal parts of the fire-gray snake egg. Children do multiple choice questions. She, Elena Caslana, of course want it all. Go. Chapter 234 Silly Watching and the First Kiss. Seeking a monthly pass. The first class of Hogwarts in the morning is at 9 o'clock. But generally speaking, after eating breakfast at 8:30, the students will be seated in the classroom one after another in advance unless they are lost or delayed by other things. There will rarely be time stuck in the classroom. Student. Not to mention, the first class of the first grade was the potions class given by Professor Severus Snape. So when Elena and Hannah arrived in the potions classroom, there were already several Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff first-year students sitting in 2s and 3s in the classroom. Obviously, The bad traditions of scaring young wizards in the magical world are not divided into ages. The little wizards who have been intimidated by the seniors for a round are now talking with each other in low voices, and the whole classroom is filled with anxiety and tension. However, for Elena, the real tension is not in the classroom, but in, Elena, this is your magic potion and potion, as well as the cauldron, balance, and potions class materials. After returning to the dormitory, I found that you left these by my bed, so I saw Hermione Granger standing anxiously at the door of the potions class, holding a large pile of potions class teaching supplies, and when she saw Elena appearing at the corner of the corridor, she hurried all the way, arrived in front of Elena, anxiously explained. The cute Gryffindor little lion still has a bit of blush on his face. I don't know if it's because he just ran down from the 8th floor in a hurry, or because he was shy of standing alone at the door of the classroom waiting for others, or both. After all, as a Gryffindor, it was strange to appear suddenly at the door of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff's classroom. Before Elena could speak, she felt Hannah's arm tightening on her left hand. She could even feel the smile on Hannah's face receding almost instantly, and she began to become a little serious. Stand up. It's over, it's over, it's a shameless field again. I hope Hannah will not show off with her previous confession agreement, and Hermione Lolita must not show off the shameful things last night, otherwise this may not be an ordinary shame scene. A bad one. It went straight into the development of Happy Sugar life. Where is Professor Snape now? Why haven't you come to the classroom to prepare for class? Elena is now very eager to see the great Professor Snape come down from the sky and rescue her from the deep water again. This kind of encounter plot is really terrible, especially when both sides are childish little Lily who like to fight. Sure enough, the next second, as if she had made up her mind, Hannah Abbott took a deep breath, slowly released Elena's arm, walked between Hermione and Elena, generously reached out and took the pile of potions lesson materials and supplies in Hermione's arms, and said with a gentle smile, "Thank you so much, classmate Granger. Irina is always so careless. If you don't look at her, one day she will lose herself. It doesn't matter, after all, I am Elena's best friend. So these things should be natural." Hermione glanced over Hannah, glanced at Elena, who was back in the Hufflepuff Academy uniform again, and then returned to Hannah, who was in front of her, with her eyebrows slightly raised. "I just didn't expect that just going back to the lounge to change clothes, it would take so long that Elena missed the entire breakfast time. The common room at Hufflepuff College must be hard to find, right?" Throughout breakfast, Hermione would look at the entrance of the auditorium almost every half a minute, but unfortunately, until Professor Dumbledore announced that the breakfast was over, Elena did not appear in the auditorium again. After the generous Mr. Otto Apocalypse announced the improvement of catering standards, almost everyone began to discuss the mysterious new professor, and no one paid attention to the skirmish that occurred at the entrance of the auditorium before. If it weren't for the dream drool of a certain white-haired dumpling still in her neck, Hermione almost had the illusion that Elena hadn't returned to Hogwarts. "Best friend? That's right, of course for you." Hannah seemed to have thought of something, and a little bit non-committal, a victor's smile appeared on her face. "The reason for not returning to the auditorium is very simple. After all, Elena forced me to taste the breakfast she made by herself. So it really took a lot of time." "Elena prepares breakfast by herself? Give it to you." The smile on Hermione's face was a little stiff. "Yeah, you know, Elena seems to be very confident in her craft." Hannah shrugged a little helplessly, and said with some regret, "It's a pity that the portion is small, otherwise I can save you a bit of something to taste. It's really delicious, better than the breakfast in the auditorium." More than one grade. For some reason, Hermione always felt that after a breakfast time had passed, the offense and defense had been reversed in an instant, whether it is from the close appearance of Hannah and Elena, or from the unconscious display of Hannah Abbott's tone, Something else must have happened between the two that she didn't know. This feeling of being placed on the periphery made her a little familiar and unfamiliar. So it's like this, I understand. Hermione Granger glanced over Hannah, looked a little blankly at the white-haired dumpling who was trying to pretend to be innocent, and subconsciously tightened the books and potions class utensils he was holding tightly, and curled his lips. Felt a little wronged in her heart. She even ran against Professor Dumbledore specifically for Elena, and hurriedly gave the careless white-haired dumpling a book. Well, in short, I'm here to give Elena the magic potion and potion textbook and experimental equipment. In that case then I will go back to the dormitory to preview. Hermione's face became cold, and she passed Hannah, sullenly throwing the thing in her arms into Elena's hand, and was about to turn around and leave. Glancing at the expressionless face of the little beaver, Elena, who had been pretending to be dead next to her, gave a slight stun in her heart. She was angry. Now, Hermione, actually, I also reserved an extra breakfast for you. You see, it's pretty. Elena hurriedly took out a warm fire-gray snake egg from her arms and placed it in Hermione's hand like a treasure. The radiant luster like a ruby instantly attracted Hermione's sight no matter which one it was. Girls of old age are not resistant to such beautiful things. This is what? Hermione blinked and asked curiously. Fire-gray snake eggs. It's delicious. The little dumb hair on Elena's head swayed triumphantly, and looked at the fire-grey snake egg in her hand with a bit of dismay, swallowing her saliva, and said seriously, "This is the last one. Leave it to you. Specially left it for me." Hearing Elena's words, Hermione's eyes narrowed happily, like a lazy cat. He stretched out his hand to poke the ruby-like snake egg in Elena's hand, unexpectedly soft, as if it were a piece of crimson jelly, shaking tremblingly with the girl's fingers. But, is this really edible? It won't burn suddenly, right? Just put it in your mouth and chew slowly. The more you chew, the more fragrant it will be. It's not tiresome at all. Make sure you want to eat it. Elena nodded excitedly, and was about to make some more detailed descriptions. Suddenly, she felt a murmur of murderous sighs drifting from a place not far in front. Okay. Hannah slowly turned around, looked blankly at Elena who was pleasing Hermione behind her, glanced at the snake egg in Elena's hand, and asked in a calm and gentle tone, "Elena, I remember when I asked you before. Didn't you say that the pot has all been eaten?" Professor Snape didn't have too many fire-gray snake eggs in his collection, and it didn't even look like 10. Since it was the first time to try cooking, Elena did not cook too much at one time, so she cooked 3 of them. Hannah only ate 1 of them, and left the remaining 2 to Elena. I didn't expect Elena actually hid one secretly. Hey, this. Elena stroked her nose in embarrassment, and was about to make up some reason to fool it. Yes, you 3, what are you doing this time? A cold, slow voice suddenly rang from behind the 3 of them. If you want to play a 3-headed rune snake, I can apply to Professor Dumbledore specifically to let you perform for the whole school's teachers and students on Halloween premise. Yes, you have not been confined because of long-term obstruction at various intersections of the school. Professor Snape must not let him see. Hearing the sound behind her, Elena felt a sudden cold behind her, and she raised her hand without hesitation and stuffed the fire-gray snake egg in Hermione's slightly open mouth. If Professor Snape saw her, the thing on hand may not be confinement but a potion stew directly. Hermione's eyes widened subconsciously, who was still hesitating how to slurp. Although theoretically speaking, fire-gray snake eggs can be swallowed directly, for an 11-year-old girl, the size is still slightly too large. After Hermione was caught off guard by a warm snake egg, her physiological reaction caused her to shake her head for the first time, struggling to spit out the snake egg. Hannah, ignoring Professor Snape behind her, Elena pressed Hermione's mouth with one hand, grabbed Hermione's right hand with the other, and shouted at the blonde little Lolita in front of her. Understood. It was only a second slower than Elena's reaction. Hannah nodded nervously when she saw Elena's movements. She didn't worry about the snake egg that Elena had secretly detained, and she strode quickly, charged up and helped Elena control Hermione's hands. "What are you doing? Let go of that Gryffindor girl." At this moment, Snape also vaguely sensed something wrong, frowned and shouted, and at the same time drew out his wand. "That's too late. The fire grey egg must be dealt with quickly, otherwise it will definitely die. It will die. It will die." Elena glanced at Hermione's little Lolita, who was confused and panicked in front of her, gritted her teeth, hooked her hands around Hermione's neck, and put her lips together, her forehead lips pressed tightly together. Tweeted, soft, with a little cold sweetness, as comfortable as ice cream. Seeing Iron's delicate face close at hand, Hermione's mind was instantly blank. It was so close, she could even count the number of Elena's trembling eyelashes. Guru. Hermione's throat rolled, and the fire-grey snake egg stuck in her mouth slid all the way down the throat, giving her the feeling of being soaked in warm water. However, at this moment, Elena's tongue had firmly knocked Hermione's teeth. The cool soft tongue slid into Hermione's moist mouth, searching and agitating it. The girl's soft lips and tongue intertwined. In this way, it seemed like a long time, and it seemed only a moment later. It was like the lightness of petals falling on the ground, and it was like the instant condensation of snowflakes falling on the ice. "Oh, so you already swallowed it?" With lips, Elena blinked her eyes in surprise, looked innocently at the red-faced little Lori Hermione, and pursed her lips with satisfaction. This was also her first kiss, although it was a little hasty. However, it seems not bad. There are so many obstacles. The long overdue spell force pushed Elena and Hannah back, separating them from Hermione, who was sluggish in place. "What the hell are you guys doing?" Severus Snape snarled loudly, waving his wand. "I have never seen this kind of behavior in so many years." Two at the entrance of the potions classroom. Right one, and also, as a slightly conservative middle-aged potions otaku, the series of unexpected situations that occurred before him was undoubtedly a particularly strong impact on Professor Snape's original worldview, so that he could not find it for a while appropriate rhetoric. After all, judging from Hermione Granger's red face, it doesn't seem to be the kind of campus bullying that Professor Snape originally imagined. It's more like some kind of joke between friends. It's just that the current little girl are children. As you can see, Professor, this is the way girls express friendship. Elena stood up slowly from the ground, stretched out her hand to pull Hannah and Hermione from the floor, leaning gracefully. "I don't know if it's an illusion. Snape always feels that the little girl in front of him is radiating an enviable and disgusting light all over her body. At a nasty winner in life, even more upsetting than that Potter. 4,000 words big chapter. Straightforwardly ask for a monthly pass. Of course there is a chapter that says, I want 500 pieces! Exclamation mark. The last day of the 515th anniversary celebration is left. Round-faced fat chickens, everyone, come on, hurry up and go to the home page to join the team and do missions. As long as we stay in the top 10 before the end of the event, we will have 500 fan titles! Exclamation mark. The fastest URL for mobile version update, Chapter 235, The First Potion Class Part 1. Oh yes. Snape lowered his head, glanced at the white-haired ball in front of him, raised his eyebrows and said softly, Elena Castellana, Moonlight at Hogwarts, a very nice title, and a decent magical talent. Maybe you think that being the focus of the crowd is a very interesting thing, so I can't wait. I want to pass various things in an attempt to continue to attract everyone's attention. His voice was very soft, almost only slightly higher than a whisper, but it seemed that he was born with a cold and strong air pressure, making everyone subconsciously hold their breath and listen carefully to every word he said. But what I have to remind you is, if you dare to act recklessly in my classroom, trust me, Hogwarts Castle will never lack students in confinement, except for Mr. Filch. I think Mr. Apocalypse will also need some students who have made mistakes to help with chores. After Snape finished speaking, he raised his head and looked around at the other first graders standing around. He frowned somewhat displeased and said indifferently, So, What are you doing outside the classroom? Do you need me to say please? The icy tone was like the same cold wind, instantly making all the little wizards shiver. As a master who has devoted most of his life to potions, Snape naturally likes to make and research potions. During the holidays without courses, he can easily cook them in front of the cauldron. Potions all day long. But for him, every day he faces those idiots who do not even have basic awe and meticulous attitude, and may even drip their noses into the cauldron, while trying to protect them from being injured by the medicine, but also to teach how they make a wonderful potion is simply a torture that makes people's stomachache. However, Snape was not a gloomy person by nature, he was just a little afraid of troubles and ecstasy. In fact, purely from the evaluation of teaching results, the Hogwarts little wizards can achieve quite a lot in most of the potions assessment links, whether they are in their ordinary wizard level exam or in their advanced wizard level exam. Good achievement. By the way, according to historical statistics, the course with the lowest clearance rate is actually Defense Against the Dark Arts. Severus Snape wanted to use this as an excuse more than once and suggested to Professor Dumbledore that he wanted to teach the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, although so far he has not succeeded once. How can it be messed up? Potions is my favorite course. For this kind of slow simmering crucible, the wonderful magical field with white smoke and bursts of fragrance, I received the first letter from Hogwarts. I imagined and tried from the beginning of the day. Facing Snape's slightly threatening words, Elena raised her head fearlessly, stared straight into his indifferent eyes, and said confidently, "Don't worry, Professor Snape. I will definitely let you eat a pound." After the legendary first-generation Dark Lord had a week-long potions lesson, she was 100% confident that she could easily control the progress of the potions lesson for the entire first grade. Hopefully, we will know soon. Hearing Elena's evaluation of the potions class, Snape raised an eyebrow non-committal. Adjust the plot and center of gravity can't continue driving cuckoo. So today is a short chapter. Goo, such an exquisite and small chapter. Is it cute? The fastest URL for mobile version update. Chapter 236, The First Potion Class Middle. As a teacher, the most important point is not to bring personal emotions into the classroom. If only discussing the ability to control personal emotions, in the entire Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, except Professor Dumbledore, perhaps no one would do better in this regard than Severus Snape. Although the unprecedented occurrence of the burst and burglary that can even be described as shocking, and the list of potions that have not had time to carefully count the losses so far, Severus Snape can't help but feel bored. However, Snape's face in front of the potions classroom was still the indifferent iceberg face that has remained unchanged for tens of thousands of years. Sure would not vent this bad mood to a group of first-year little wizards who didn't understand anything. After all, whether it is based on the conclusions drawn by Professor Dumbledore, Professor Flitwick, Mr. Apollocles, etc., or based on Snape's own experience, a wizard who has the courage and ability to do so, indeed, only adult wizards from outside the castle could do this. The only thing that made Snape worry about was what kind of hatred it was. As for using the explosive spell to open his office door, instead of using the simpler lock-opening spell, didn't believe that he could master such a subtle spell to manipulate the art. The Wizard of may not know how to cast the lock curse. This is obviously a demonstration and provocation that can't be understood. However, judging from the information vaguely revealed in the dialogue between the two old wizards, it seems that the perpetrator is a troublesome guy that both of them know. Processing method. Since this is the case, Snape naturally understands that this dumb loser is mostly settled, so continuing to stay at the door of the office and watch the crowd study and resume the whole robbery process will only make him even more angry. In comparison, although arriving early in the potions classroom meant putting up with those ignorant little ghosts, at least in the potions classroom, Snape still had the confidence to let everything proceed at his own pace. After 5 minutes, I hope to see everyone sitting in the classroom. Snape raised his eyebrows slightly, calmed his emotions again, glanced at the chilling first-year little wizards, and after a fluttering sentence, he passed Elena and the others and went straight into the underground classroom. As for what happened between the three little girls at the door, as long as it was confirmed that it was not campus bullying, Snape had no interest in learning more about the other details. For this kind of childish small group, it has always belonged to one of the areas that Snape was not good at, and even somewhat resisted. Good. Elena nodded obediently and watched Snape's wide black robe disappear at the door of the classroom, then turned to look at Hermione Granger, who had just been snatched from her first kiss, and shrugged helplessly. Prepare to make a textbook-like speech by the Caslana family. Sorry, dear Hermione. As you can see, maybe Hannah and I have taught you. Before she finished speaking, Elena suddenly realized that there was no one around her. I don't know when it started, Hannah and Hermione had already got together quietly, and they seemed to be discussing something in a low voice. Judging from the gazes they looked at from time to time, it was obvious that a large part of the topic was about her. Hannah, Hermione, what are you talking about? Elena blinked her eyes in confusion, and hurried towards her. It stands to reason that this kind of peaceful coexistence between girlfriends should have been the best way to get along with each other as she expected. But I don't know why. There is always a little inexplicable anxiety in Eleanor's heart. Is there something wrong with the legend? Didn't they eat 3-part fire-gray snake eggs? According to metaphysics, it should be to increase the favorability of the three at the same time. It's nothing. Just talk about interesting things that happened when you were away before. Hermione glanced flusteredly at the white-haired dumpling that had approached her, blushing unconsciously, and then quickly reacted, snorted, squeezed her delicate face, and waved her hand vigorously. Then I will go back to the Gryffindor common room to study. Hannah, you go to class first. Well, after us? In the last paragraph, Hermione said by looking at Hannah next to her. After? Elena raised her eyebrows, and the little dull hair on top of her head bounced quickly and vigilantly. Well, Elena, don't be in a daze. Without waiting for Elena to continue to ask questions, Hannah Abbott slapped the white-haired dumpling on the shoulder with the textbook in her hand, and handily brought Hermione's magic potions and various potions lessons. The used items were stuffed into Eleanor's arms, stretched out and pulled Eleanor's arm to the direction of the classroom. Booty always feel. Eleanor's eyes moved back and forth between her wings, frowning and trying to organize her language. She always felt an inattentiveness, as if she was about to transform from an enviable winner in life to a pitiful folded wings of the little fat chicken. Nothing but. Didn't you hear Professor Snape say? Class will start soon. Hannah puffed her cheeks and said seriously, this is our first class at Hogwarts. I don't want to be deducted by the professor because of you. Regarding the fire-grey snake egg that was secretly hidden, she would not forget it so easily. Just as Hermione said, this white-haired dumpling is a complete liar. There are 5 minutes left, so don't worry about it. Anyway, Hannah, you can't pull me. Why don't you tell me secretly what you were talking about just now? Elena stood up straight, and effortlessly offset the tugging from Hannah. The little dull hair on top of her head swayed triumphantly, and asked cheeky. Although even without the magical second rune Mowen State blessing, Elena, as a half-blood wizard, is much stronger than Hannah in terms of absolute strength, and can maintain 5 levels with the big fish in Lomond Lake. The win rate of 5 open is not something ordinary human witches can rig, not to mention Hannah holding her own set of potions lesson supplies in her other hand. Really? Are you sure? Don't blame me for not reminding you in advance. Little Tinu turned around, looked at Elena blankly, sighed silently. Her tone was calm. Of course, it's not that I am bragging. If I take it seriously, there are few people in Hogwarts that are more powerful than me. Elena nodded triumphantly, and the little dull hair on her head swayed from side to side, looking extremely arrogant. This white-haired dumpling is getting more and more arrogant! Exclamation mark. It seemed that I really needed to try some of the ways Granger suggested to convince Eleanor, but Hannah didn't intend to use the way of bending the waist recommended by Hermione. She had a better choice. Hannah Abbott narrowed her eyes and looked at Elena, who was still unconscious in front of him. Angrily suddenly rose in her heart. Her gaze followed the little dumb hair dangling on the girl's head, and she suddenly stretched out her hand. Grabbed. Cack! Exclamation mark. The little dumb hair on the top of his head was caught off guard, and the expression on Eleanor's face instantly changed. Pain, 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 pain. Let go, let go. I was wrong, I was wrong. I will go to the classroom. Professor Snape, help. The fastest URL for mobile version update. Chapter 237 The First Potions Lesson Part 2 Hogwarts, Basement Level, Potions Classroom. Woo, it hurts. Hannah, too heavy. Elena followed her wrinkled little dull hair with distress, and whispered pitifully. For a moment, she even felt that her soul was almost dragged out by Hannah. Be quiet. Hannah raised her index finger, compared to a silent gesture, and tilted her head toward the podium at the front right. The potions classroom is much colder than the main building of the castle above. The glass jars placed along the wall are immersed in some specimens of animals and plants, and there is also an indifferent professor with a paralyzed face in the classroom at the moment, which makes the whole underground. The classrooms are exuding a kind of low air pressure and gloomy aura. Even if 100 ghosts are squeezed in this classroom like canned sardines, there may be no way to create an atmosphere that makes people feel more suffocating and depressing. All the little wizards behaved very well, and they talked gently and cautiously, as if Professor Snape sitting on the edge of the podium would turn into a giant snake and swallow the loud voice as long as his voice was a little louder. Unfortunately, Snape next to his desk did not know the imaginations in the minds of the little wizards. He was now quietly flipping through the student roster, his eyes passing from the classroom from time to time, and his lips were moving silently. Obviously in my heart, silently. Please light up the number of people in the classroom. 14, 50, 15, well, it's all here. Snape tapped his finger on the roster, and a trace of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. It was only a quarter of an hour before 9 o'clock, and all the students in the class had arrived. It seems that this year's little ghosts are at least still. It is correct. In a sense, it is good news. Very well. It seems everyone is here. Severus Snape stood up with the student roster, cleared his throat a little, and then found depressed to find that except for the little silver horde witch in the classroom, almost all the children trembled. He had. Is it so scary? Perhaps he should ask Professor Dumbledore to add a rule to the school rules later, prohibiting slander or discrediting subjects, especially the image of potions professors in any private occasions. Snape shook his cheeks slightly, suppressing the dissatisfaction in his heart, and continued speaking at his own pace. Before starting the roll call, I have a few classroom disciplines that need to be particularly emphasized. Please keep in mind, gentlemen and ladies, I will not repeat it a second time. First of all, I am not allowed to whisper in my class. If you want to speak, you need to raise your hand first, and you can ask questions after I agree. Snape glanced at the crowd of students sitting in the potions classroom, and focused on the first-year wizards at Ravenclaw College for a while. As for Hufflepuff, these children were not only slightly spiritual almost, and a little boring, overall it is quite obedient. The second point, don't try to be lazy by using the subtotals you have learned in other classes, let alone trying stupidly any spells that can assist the formation of potions. The only spells you need to use are cleaning spells and healing. Curse. As Snape spoke, he looked up at Elena, who was listening carefully. Based on so many years of experience, little wizards who have shown outstanding talents in magic spells, generally speaking, may not necessarily be able to show corresponding talents in potions class. Not that they are not talented enough, but because some children always unconsciously use their talents to make tricks. The third point is also the most important point. Potions is the most rigorous and dangerous subject in the entire Hogwarts. Please strictly follow the steps I explained. Don't use your little brains to omit or add, or modify my steps. When he said this, Snape's tone was particularly gloomy. Although he emphasized this issue several times a year, the number of people injured in the potions class still remained high. Those damn genius kids challenged Snape's understanding of potions time and time again. Imagination, for example, the destructive power comparable to the explosive curse occurred in the process of boiling the tranquilizer. The simple antipyretic agent was turned into a highly corrosive agent. When the hair growth agent was made, it was almost poisonous. The terrible poisonous fog in the entire classroom. Snape shook his head, suppressed the bad memories that kept flooding in his mind, looked around the immature faces in the classroom, paused, and whispered indifferently, "In the history of Hogwarts, there are not uncommon examples of injuries, disabilities and even deaths due to irregular operations. I hope that by the end of this semester, everyone here will not become one of them because of their stupidity and carelessness." Accompanied by Severus Snape's icy voice and his black pupils, which were as deep and hollow as two dark tunnels, most of the little wizards couldn't help but shudder again, and his whole body seemed to shrink. The same, with a face full of fear and nodding his head. "Then, if there are no other questions, we will start roll call and grouping." Snape raised his eyebrows. If these children can be made less stupid and incorrect, let alone intimidation, even a harsher reprimand would be necessary. Because the basics of the little wizards are uneven, for the lower grades of potions class teaching methods, usually two pairs of collocation are used to operate together. In this way, it can also be more effective to prevent accidents from happening. After all, the chance that two people make mistakes at the same time is always much smaller than the chance that one person makes mistakes. Note: click to expand. At this moment, at the rear right of the classroom, a white dangling forearm was raised high, like a seagrass, seaweed, 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 dangling with the waves, seaweed, 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 dancing in the waves. Snape squinted his eyes. His gaze fell along the dangling arm to the delicate little face, and the blonde little Lolita who was trying hard to pull Eleanor's hand from the air next to him. Do you have any dissatisfaction and doubts about the classroom discipline I just mentioned? Miss Castellana. Yes, Professor Snape, I have a little doubt. Elena made everything under control. Look at Hannah next to her, nodded and replied, "You said that you can't whisper to each other, but if I find a nearby student's operation mistake during the operation, can I remind him in time to avoid subsequent accidents?" Hearing Eleanor's question, Snape raised his eyebrows unexpectedly. "Of course, if they are so stupid that they can't even copy it, at least guide them to the level of ordinary people, so that it is a safer choice for them and for you." Over the years, this is the first little wizard to ask him this way during the opening of the class. Although the question is boring, it at least proves that the child has seriously considered the course requirements, he said, rather than just listening. The legendary deduction of points in potions class was moved. Eleanor's eyes lit up, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Over the years, Professor Snape's demerit standard was a terrible death. This is mainly due to his reason for the deduction of 360 degrees no dead ends. Points will be deducted if there is a problem, and points will be deducted if there is no problem. Points will be deducted if you ask questions, and points will be deducted if you do not ask questions. Then don't ask people around you, otherwise, points will be deducted if you remind, and points will be deducted if you do not remind. No matter what method the little wizards use to defend, there will always be found flaws by the experienced Professor Snape. However, after gathering the wisdom of many pseudo-wizards who have not received the admission notice from Hogwarts, people have long summarized and discussed various simple and effective countermeasures. Actually, I have another question. I might offend you a little bit. Elena blinked and whispered cautiously like a timid fawn, but I think it is very necessary to raise it before class. Professor Snape, look, if you have anything Just ask, if it's related to the potions class. Snape frowned and said impatiently, "By the way, this is the last question." Snape lowered his head and looked at Eleanor's clear eyes, thought for a while, and added one extra sentence. "I don't know why." A faint feeling of anxiety emerged in his heart, as if something was starting to get out of control. Elena smiled sweetly, stood up and looked up at Professor Snape innocently, asking like a curious baby in a kindergarten. "I heard from senior sisters from various colleges that, Professor Snape, you are particularly partial to Slytherin College. Therefore, students from other colleges are very easy to be picked in your class. Confinement or deduction of points." As Eleanor's voice fell, there was an uproar in the entire classroom. Almost all the little wizards turned around and looked at the silver-haired little witch who was staring at Professor Snape with a look as if they were martyrs and heroes. It can only be said that they almost broke Slater, as expected. "The eldest sister of Lynn Academy? Okay." Snape Furu-Ibibo's face finally changed. The blue veins on his forehead violently, and he let out a cold snort of displeasure, slightly squinted his eyes to look at Elena, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. "Elena, are you crazy? What are you doing?" Hannah, who was sitting next to Elena, almost burst into tears. She pulled Elena's arm with both hands, trying to save her girlfriend who suddenly seemed to lose his mind from the brink of death. The feeling of being stared at by the snake was so horrible, she didn't even dare to turn her gaze to Professor Snape's direction. But, facing Professor Snape with a clouded face on her face and the increasingly stagnant classroom, Elena smiled slightly and continued in a relaxed tone. "But I always think that wizards who can study wonderful potions in their hearts will definitely not be the kind of cold and ruthless people in their mouths. If you can you tell us a deduction standard in potions class? In this way, we can also better abide by classroom discipline." "But I always think that wizards who can study wonderful potions in their hearts will definitely not be the kind of cold and ruthless people in their mouths. If you can you tell us a deduction standard in potions class? In this way, we can also better abide by classroom discipline." Chapter 238 Professor's Favorite Smell. Seeking a monthly pass. Since Eleanor's voice fell, the entire potions classroom has fallen into a silent state. If it was just the cold feeling of 100 ghosts crowding in the classroom before, then the atmosphere now seemed to be instantly at the Azkaban wizarding prison, surrounded by a group of dementors. The classmates either looked at Elena with complicated eyes or exchanged eyes anxiously, and more little wizards looked at Professor Snape, who stood up from the edge of the podium with horror. They all hid themselves subconsciously, fearing that Professor Snape would be judged to be the White One by accident, an accomplice of Mao Dumpling. "It's over, Elena, a foolish fool." Hannah, who had not had time to cover Elena's mouth, let out a groan. Her arms dropped weakly, and her heart was desperate. "That is the most inhumane dean of Slytherin College in the legend, and the most indifferent potion professor in the entire Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." This incomprehensible flattery and almost contradictory problem, no matter what you think, will only cause more serious consequences, right? No. The key to the problem now is that Elena actually revealed the well-known thing that no one dared to say in front of Professor Snape. Professor Snape was an eccentric and willful deduction crazy demon. Hannah will not be surprised even if Elena is exposed to a curse that turns into anger by exposing her shortcomings and nickname. "Honorable Elder, Master of Potions, Artist of Magic." Snape raised his eyebrows, glanced at Elena with some playfulness, curled his lips, and said slowly, "DSK, Tusk. Unfortunately, I don't think I can be worthy of these resounding titles." Since he came to Hogwarts 10 years ago as a potions professor, Snape has encountered many little guys who are glib and clever to pretend to be a potion lover in order to get extra benefits. However, it is a pity that usually, after one or two simple questions, their little cleverness becomes stupid. Of course, because a true master always has the heart of an apprentice. Elena nodded without hesitation, and the rainbow farts came out one by one, her eyes full of sincerity. "However, this does not prevent me, a little wizard who is full of love and pursuit of potions, from expressing respect for you through my own actions. It seems that as the youngest dean and professor in the history of Hogwarts, if you can't afford these titles, so maybe there are not many people in the magic world who can be called masters. There is no doubt that in the depths of Severus Snape's heart, there is definitely a second and arrogant soul. Whether it is the shameful naming method such as Shinfing and the Half-Blood Prince, or the awkward mentality that he does not care at all while protecting all the students, it can all illustrate this point. Therefore, according to the opinions provided by countless Snape Raiders experts, the most important thing to deal with Professor Snape is, be as shameless and numb as possible. There is almost no resistance to kindness. Of course, some necessary devilish methods are equally important. Including Snape, the eyes of everyone in the entire classroom began to become more complicated. For this group of simple wizards who lived in the British area of the 1990s, Eleanor's shameless dog-licking behavior is too difficult to parry and evaluate. Elena. After a second or two of silence, Snape said suddenly, "Since you twice mentioned the wonderful fragrance of potions made by the cauldron, if you can answer which potion I like best taste, I will make an exception and explain to you the evaluation criteria for deduction and bonus points for the potions class. If not, then." As Snape was talking, he walked slowly to Elena and drew the corners of his mouth meaningfully. Whether it is a nasty little liar or a kid who really likes potions, it only takes one question to tell. "Come out." Professor Snape's favorite smell of potion. Hannah, who was sitting next to Elena, was taken aback and looked at Elena worriedly. How could this kind of question be answered? Since this kind of question was asked, there was no correct answer from the beginning. Love potions? Or, more accurately, amortentia? Professor Snape. Elena's eyes flickered. She forcibly suppressed the standard answer that almost blurted out the smell of Lily Evans, leaned gracefully, and replied confidently. Amortentia? Amortentia, the most effective love potion available. This potion has a peculiar mother-of-pearl luster, and the vaporizes in a spiral shape. It can make the user have a strong sense of obsession or infatuation. Although this is not true love, it is definitely a way to get good feelings. And the most important thing is that for different people, the smell of ecstasy is completely different. It all depends on what different people like best, even if he didn't realize he liked it at the time. The smell of love potion? Hearing Eleanor's answer, Snape's indifferent eyes suddenly trembled for a moment, and then quickly recovered. A very clever answer. However, the answer is correct. Snape nodded noncommittently, and said softly, a glimmer of imperceptible satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Well, although this kid was a little rash, he was not hopeless compared to most of the idiots. Phew, I'm saved. Hannah let out a sigh of relief. In the terrible posture just now, she was almost thinking about whether or not to take the initiative to admit to stealing the potion to help Elena draw Professor Snape's anger. However, since Elena answered the correct answer, Professor Snape would naturally not continue to embarrass her. Professor Snape took a deep look at Elena in front of him. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he said calmly, regarding the questions you asked before, I can answer you very clearly. As long as you abide by my previous 3 classroom disciplines, you won't be deducted points. As for the extra points, it's very simple. If your operations can exceed my expectation, makes me think that there is value in joining and improving the follow-up potions teaching. So now, are there any other questions? Nothing, Professor Snape. Elena sat down obediently, and got the desired result. Naturally, it was the wisest choice to accept. Now that Professor Snape has set the rules himself, he must take the lead in observing the rules, and finding loopholes and balance points in the rules can be said to be the basic skill of every Demon King. Note, a person who was temporarily removed due to mental illness is deleted here. Very well, then, we will start roll call and grouping. I think about it, if there are 51 people in total, then. Snape nodded in satisfaction, picked up the roster, flipped through it, and said softly, Elena Castellana, pack your cauldrons and things, and sit next to my table. I think that based on your potions class, You don't need to team up with other classmates. You should be enough to complete it. The corresponding courses are required. After speaking, Snape pulled out his wand and swung it dexterously, and an old wooden table instantly moved from the end of the classroom to the front of the classroom. It happened to stop at a point in front of Snape's desk, which happened to be a lonely spot that could be seen by everyone, as if Elena had sat once occasionally when she was in school in her previous life, the kind of near the podium. Getaway paradise. Huh? Elena's expression froze. This seems to be slightly different from what she imagined. No matter what happened before, but from now on, everyone is round-faced and fat chicken. Since they are all round-faced fat chickens, then don't do cruel things like cannibalism, stew bang and stew yourselves at the same time! Exclamation mark. If you see someone saying that you want to stew fat chicken in the future, you must stand up for your own benefit! Exclamation mark. Acridinim, such a witty little cute. Ask Jang. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 239. Who moved my potion seeking a monthly pass? The importance of communication is not just to survive. It is also the way we know ourselves and the world, in fact, the only way. However, not everyone has extremely strong affinity and communication methods. In fact, most people have more or less communication barriers. In order to avoid trouble and harm, they usually choose one or two fixed postures. For example, they only know how to remain silent, or they will always only hint, or escape, or emotionally respond, or even put on a poker face that will never change and freeze yourself behind the expression. They are like pianists who can only play one melody, or chefs who can only cook a few dishes. They are forced to respond in pitiful ways, just like Severus Snape were the same. However, in contrast, as long as such people are willing to take the initiative to communicate, the sensory enhancement effect is the most obvious. This is actually very similar to the contrasting cuteness that people often say in later generations. After a brief conversation between Elena and Snape, the nervous and cold atmosphere that had lingered in the potions classroom gradually dissipated. Although the faces of the first-grade little wizards were still somewhat restrained, they were the same as before. The emotions of fear and resistance are completely gone. Very well, remember the companions you are around now. This is the potions class grouping for this semester. Snape finished naming his names, looked up at the orderly classroom, and the upturned immature faces. A slight smile appeared on his indifferent faces, and his mood improved a lot. This may be the only lovely newborn who hasn't regarded him as a big demon for so many years. I hope this situation can continue. You guys are here to learn the precise science and strict craftsmanship of this potion. Snape put down the roster in his hand, wrapped his arms around his chest, and he was enveloped in a black robe like a giant bat. His eyes slowly swept across the classroom, and he said softly, "First of all, I hope you will learn to control too strong emotional ups and downs and the silly desire to wield a magic wand out of this classroom. You can release your nature to your heart's content at any time. Of course, even in today's magical world, there are many idiots who are unwilling. Acknowledge that this is magic. So I don't expect you to really understand the simmering cauldron." When he said this, Snape's face suddenly stiffened, and he stopped the opening remarks abruptly, and looked at Elena Kaslana, who was sitting next to his podium with a complicated look. He just missed it. At one point, he subconsciously imitated the little girl's compliment and continued. It has to be said that even if subjective factors are removed, the previous description of potions by this little silver hoard witch is too much in line with the definition of potions in Severus Snape's mind. As time went by, the sentence not only didn't dissipate, but it became more and more deeply imprinted in Snape's mind. "Professor Snape." Elena tilted her head innocently, and the little dumb hair on top of her head jumped playfully. Of course she knew why Professor Snape would suddenly get stuck. After all, poor Professor Snape's opening lines were preempted by her. After all, for a bad-spoken otaku, it is too difficult to adapt on the spot or play casually. Ahem. Snape cleared his throat and concealed his embarrassment. He quickly moved his gaze away from Elena's face. Perhaps when facing Gryffindor and Slytherin this weekend, he could try to include it in the opening remarks. This passage. Looking at the curious little wizards in the rest of the classroom, Snape continued dryly. In short, potions is full of fascinating charm. This is the most loyal and fair subject that you will face in the entire school, and it is also the most unbelievable course. Diligence and imagination, strength, patience, and meticulousness. As long as you put these into this course step by step, it will faithfully feed back the wonderful results to you. Oh, hearing Professor Snape's remarks, Elena, sitting in the potions classroom's FIP, Iron Throne, raised her eyebrows while playing with a quill pen on her cheek, with a smile on her face. It turns out that Professor Snape's opening and closing remarks for the students of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff are not the same as those for the students of Gryffindor and Slytherin. Just think about it. Also, the argument of improving prestige, brewing glory, and even preventing death has no appeal at all to the uncontested little badgers and kitty eagles. Although in Snape's opinion, the opening remarks were somewhat inadequate, he was still satisfied with the delightful interest and strong desire for knowledge in the eyes of the young wizards. Now, take out your crucible, balance, paper and pen. We have started today's course. Snape waved his magic wand, a set of potions that were exactly the same specifications as everyone, and appeared on the podium at the same time. Next, it's time for the proper potions class. What can I do in the first lesson? It is the most basic things: how to set the pot, how to ignite, the most basic actions in the configuration of reagents, and so on. Most of the operations are involved, and they should not be too deep. Snape never reported for the first class. What a big expectation. However, the quality of this year's batch of freshmen clearly exceeded Snape's expectations. This is the first time in history, from setting up the crucible to igniting and heating, from the basic cutting posture to cleaning the instrument, almost all the little wizards have completed all the operations at once without any operational errors, as if they were. Everyone has already done a certain amount of basic exercises in the potions class before attending the class. Incredible. Snape dragged his long black cloak around the classroom, his eyes filled with admiration. His lips squirmed slightly, and he let out a silent exclamation. The never lacks in potions classes. Wonderful and amazing little wizard. But like this, everyone in the class has a very high lower limit of operation, which is as incredible as a giant monster starting to write poetry with a quill. As for the Elena Kaslana he focused on, instead of completing all the preparations in the first time, however, this does not mean that the girl has any problems with the operation. To be precise, Elena's operations really exceeded Snape's expectations, and even some operations made him a little confused, but, based on a strange premonition, Snape did not perform as usual. Query and refute directly. From some small details, Snape could clearly feel that if the other little wizards have some shallow foundations, many of Elena's actions are actually closer to a rigorous and almost artistic potionist. For example, she is the only little wizard in the class who consciously puts her hair in her clothes behind her back, and is also the only one who deliberately adjusted the height of the cauldron during heating to ensure the most comfortable heating and observation. The little wizard of Angle. Elena, can you tell me why you do so many repetitive operations? Snape squinted his eyes. If he remembered correctly, it was the fourth time Elena had cleaned her pile of measuring cups. This was one of the few things he couldn't understand. Because I don't think it's clean enough, Professor Snape. Elena took the measuring cup in her hand and took a closer look, and replied with a serious face, actually, in my opinion, the most suitable way is to use the cleansing spell. However, you said that you are not allowed to use the spell today, so I trying to clean it as much as possible. Not clean enough. Do you want to wash them completely transparent? Snape raised his eyebrows. In his opinion, those poor cups were already very clean, and even those with cleanliness would not think there was any problem. Of course, the main reason was that as a potion class professor, he thinks it is necessary for him to raise some shortcomings. Finally came over. No, Professor Snape. In fact, My standards are not all measured by the clarity of the naked eye. Elena let out a sigh of relief. It's not wasted that she has been washing here for almost 10 minutes, and her fingers are almost white after washing, finally attracting Professor Snape's attention. Smiling slightly, full of confidence, said softly, "I think it is clean only if the water attached to the inner wall of the container is evenly distributed, and there will be no condensation of water droplets or flowing down in strands." There is no doubt that the basic knowledge of chemistry experiments is used to deal with Professor Snape's potions class. It is simply a perfect pass sheet. In order to quickly get the favor of the legendary potion master, Elena is prepared a whole month of strategy skills. Why do you think so? I don't remember this in any potions books. Snape frowned. As a potion master, he naturally understood the state described by Elena. In fact, this is the state that all glass containers should assume after using the cleaning spell. However, before this, no one in the magical world has summed up and summarized this point separately. After all, a result can be achieved by a spell, no matter what you think. It seems that there is no need for additional elaboration. Very well. It seemed that she had successfully aroused Professor Snape's curiosity. As for human beings, as long as they start to have curiosity, flaws will appear. Professor Snape has never faced an ordinary Elena, he will face the entire terrible high school teacher think tank. Elena has already used the power of the chemistry teacher, and next comes the power of the physics teacher. It's very simple. Because, according to the surface tension of the liquid and the nature of the glass is wetted by water. If there are water droplets or streams, it means that there is a substance on the glass surface that does not wet the water, which indirectly proves that the glass is not clean. Elena stood up and explained it for granted, as if she was talking about a very simple thing. Infiltration? Snape's eyebrows frowned tighter, quickly grasped the strange word in Elena's mouth, and subconsciously asked. He felt as if the door to a new world was slowly opening. Well, infiltration. A definition from the non-magical world. Elena shrugged, drew out her magic wand, pointed it at the glass in her hand, looked at Snape, and asked tentatively, "Professor, if you can." "Of course." Snape nodded. Because of the smooth movements of the remaining freshmen, there is still a lot of surplus time throughout the course. Elena cleared her throat, tapped the glass with her magic wand, and recited the third spell she had learned with difficulty. Clean up. A magical luster flashed from the glass, and all the small stains and water droplets on the glass disappeared instantly. The so-called infiltration means that a drop of water placed on a clean glass plate will adhere to the glass plate to form a thin layer. When a clean glass piece is put into the water and then taken out, the surface of the glass will be stained with water. The phenomenon is called infiltration. This is because the liquid molecules in the adhesion layer are denser than the inside of the liquid, which shows repulsive force. There is a tendency to expand, and infiltration will occur. For example, Elena explained, while demonstrating with the glass in her hand. However, if it is reversed, if it is mercury, because the molecules inside the attached liquid are denser than the layered liquid, there will be non-wetting. With Elena's voice, the eyes of the little wizards who were still listening to the conversation between the two with great interest began to appear confused. Even the little wizards of Ravenclaw College, in fact because of the bronze eagle ring that suddenly went crazy this year, many little wizards currently sleep on the floor outside the door more than they do in the rest room. Of course, for other people who chose to give up from the beginning, there are more things that can be discussed. Elena is talking about things that I don't understand, but are very reasonable. It's so powerful, I didn't expect even the professor to know. Hannah, sitting in the middle of the classroom, rubbed her forehead with a headache, and said to Susan next to her. Although she didn't know what the two people were talking about since Elena's last sentence, but this did not prevent her from looking at Elena with envy and admiration. Of course, that's Elena big sister are. However, compared to those things, I am more concerned about the big sister just to display their magic. I do not know. In the end, Elena has also mastered more than less spell. With Elena in, We can definitely get a lot of extra points in the spell class. Susan Burns nodded seriously and looked at the magic wand in Eleanor's hand. She was just like a little fan of Elena. Molecular? Tension? Density? Is this kid really speaking English? Why, the more these things are explained, the more difficult things are. Very good, very good. I understand. It is indeed a very effective standard. Snape gently pressed the slightly painful temple, nodded with a calm face, raised his hand to stop Elena, who was full of excitement and was about to continue explaining. Regarding these questions, after class, the office is here to continue the discussion. Of course, it's not closed. I think about it. Okay. Hufflepuff gets a point. Seeing the emotion on Elena's face, Snape twitched his mouth and added reluctantly, as a potions professor, Snape still couldn't do anything contrary to his expectations. Since he said he would add points to such things that exceeded expectations, Snape would naturally not break his promise. Wow, Elena is amazing. Big sister has a great head. I knew it. That was Moonlight Castellana. As Snape's voice fell, a burst of whispers came to mind in the classroom. As an extremely rare student who got extra points from Professor Snape, Elena's behavior undoubtedly greatly strengthened all the little wizards' confidence, including the little wizards of Ravenclaw. Almost everyone's face is shining with excitement and honor, and can't wait to share this great news with other college and grade students. These little guys really need a tap. Turning around, Snape raised his eyebrows, looked at a group of happy little guys, and snorted coldly. So, do you think your preparations have been done? Hearing no, there will be no condensation of water droplets, nor will it flow down, so it is clean. Do you understand? Why don't you write down all of these? From now on, this is one of the evaluation criteria for the potions class unless each of you is proficient in the cleaning spell. I don't want to hear anyone holding a measuring cup and asking me whether I'm so stupid as to clean it. Problem. Accompanied by the wailing one after another, there was a rustle of quill and parchment in the classroom. However, neither the little wizards nor Severus Snape realized that this was just the beginning. In order to standardize the operation of the potions class and maximize the deception of scores, Elena has prepared a complete chemical laboratory safety management system and self-mutual inspection management regulations. Since Professor Snape has agreed to follow each one to change points or the number of effective suggestions to give points, she naturally chose to slowly put forward her opinions one by one. After all, if the entire text was sorted and turned in at once, if Professor Snape stingily gave it 5 points, wouldn't it be a blood loss? In contrast, she naturally earned 1 point and 1 point slowly. Anyway, no matter how much points are added or deducted, there are no decimals, and the lowest point is 1 point. After Snape visited the classroom again, he nodded in satisfaction. If you just look at the operation of the crucible by these children and the use of the fire source, the probability of accidents has dropped by more than 10 times compared with previous years. Very good. Now, please turn to the first page of Magic Potion and Potion. We start to learn one of the most basic potion, the treatment of scabies potion. Please note that follow the experimental steps I said even if there are some differences in the textbook, but I still have to say what I said. After all, the author of the book, Mr. Arsene Spool, is not the one who scored you. Snape waved his magic wand, and a huge piece of parchment spread out from the front of the podium and hung on the front wall of the classroom. With Snape's voice, rows of writing and patterns automatically appeared on the smooth parchment. The treatment of scabies potion. This is the most basic potion. As long as people who practice potions a little, they can make it with their eyes closed. All potion materials are not dangerous, and the operation process is just grinding. There is no other complicated process for cooking and cooking. Therefore, as long as you listen carefully, you can successfully complete the cooking. Snape slowly walked to a row of huge cabinets on the right side of the classroom. The cabinets were standard with various potion labels. Because many potion materials had shelf life issues, Most of them needed Snape. General adjustments are made in advance according to the daily class content. The potion materials we need to use in every class in the future can be found in this potion cabinet. While talking, Snape skillfully opened the potions cabinet and slightly turned his body sideways, trying to make all the students see his movements as clearly as possible. Since the first class was a freshman, most advanced magicians he had already taken the medicine in advance. Now let me explain the 4 kinds of potion materials you need to use in this lesson: dried nettles, viper fangs, slugs with antennae, porcupine stings. Looking at the empty potions cabinet, the expression on Snape's face completely froze, his voice stagnated in his throat, he made a very strange gurgling sound. His eyes gradually bulged outward, looking particularly scary and hideous. Who? This time? Who touched my potion again? This time, it's really a super chapter. Righteous, akimbo. So, can I offer you a small wish? If you can you show your love to the lovely Elena Caslano every day? No need to subscribe, no need to subscribe, just a tap. Whether it is pirated or genuine readers, it's easy to do. I really want to think about it. I can make Elena a second-class star before September 25th, so I can celebrate Elena's birthday. Because, Fat Chicken is Elena Acridine. Fat Chicken is 9.25. Fat Chicken really wants to be able to spend birthday together in the favorite place that day. Oh. Please, everyone, round-faced fat chickens. 2,000 comparisons a day, maybe a bit difficult, but fat chickens still want to ask for it. Chapter 240 Important Prerequisite Skills Seeking Refill. Snape was in a particularly bad mood now. If there were some doubts about whether the previous office break was accidentally injured, then combined with the potions cabinet that was also looted in front of him, Snape was 99% sure that the uninvited guest was clearly directed at him. Except for this reason, Snape really couldn't find a second reason, which could explain why someone would steal a bunch of raw materials for the completely worthless scabies remedy. In fact, to be precise, it was not completely looted. At least a small pile of porcupine thorns and snake teeth were left in the cabinet, just like the state of the personal storage cabinet in Snape's office. The malicious visitor seemed to want to show his existence and deliberately abandoned some potions. Did not take away. After all, if only the value of the potion is concerned, the price of some of the remaining potions is obviously more expensive. In the end, how is it? Looking at the black potions cabinet, Snape's face began to twist, showing an almost crazy look. This was the second time he was so angry in so many years. After Lily was gone, the potions were all he had. Accompanied by a slight dizziness, Snape's eyes gradually became hollow, and one face after another, scene after scene. Who the hell? Death Eaters? Or someone who has been hurt by Death Eaters? Or is it another wizard who sneaked into the school with ulterior motives? Professor Snape. Snape felt someone calling him. The sound seemed to come from a long distance, with echoes. Immediately afterwards, Snape felt as if someone stretched out his hand and gently pulled his wide sleeves. A cold touch came from his forehead, which made Snape feel less stuffy. Professor Snape, are you okay? Snape regained his senses, and focused his gaze on the cabinet in the potions classroom. He looked around and saw that all the students in the class had gathered on this side of the classroom with worried faces, talking in a low voice, and beside Snape, a small silver-haired witch with a delicate face was looking at him with concern. I saw Elena slightly on her toes, one hand pulling at his sleeves, her blue eyes full of worry and anxiety, while the other hand was already on his forehead, cold, a strange feeling of being cared by people that I haven't experienced for a long time. The first class is over. There is a 15-minute break between classes. Snape frowned uncomfortably, avoided Elena's palm, glanced at the hourglass at the front of the classroom, stood up and looked around the little wizards around him, took a deep breath and tried to keep his tone calm. As for today's practical course part, he will find a way to deal with it. After a pause, Snape waved his hand and continued, with indescribable fatigue and dryness in his voice. After 10 years of teaching at Hogwarts, Severus Snape never thought that one day because of him, the normal learning progress of students will be affected, and it is still the most promising one at present. Grade time student if he could, Snape would rather his office be completely blown to powder than those cheap potion materials in the underground classroom would be taken away. Although he said that, Snape's face became more and more ugly, and he stopped in front of the potions cabinet for a long time without moving. A quarter of an hour is too tight. Even if Dumbledore is willing to help, Hogwarts is too far away from the pharmacy in Diagon Alley. Moreover, the batch of potion materials purchased temporarily needs to be pre-processed, for example, to remove the poison remaining on the snake's teeth, euthanize the slugs with long tentacles and remove the irrelevant debris from the porcupine spines. Look at it like this: is that the only end for today's class? Maybe it can only strengthen the popularization of some theoretical knowledge. It's just that courses like potions, if you don't really get started, it doesn't make much sense to simply talk about theories. Ugh. Snape sighed, closed the door of the potions cabinet heavily, and walked heavily to the podium, ready to reorganize the knowledge of potions that needed to be explained later during the break. Professor Snape, actually. Looking at Professor Snape, who seemed to be several years old, Hannah Abbott bit her lip and said softly, her hands tightly twisted together, her fingers turned pale because of too much force. Although everything happened as Elena expected, there was a high probability that the practical process of the potions class could no longer proceed. But I don't know why, Hannah suddenly felt that they had done a very bad and wrong thing, and this feeling even completely diminished the joy of not having to go to class. Oops, Hannah, little iron girl is going to surrender! It's over. If you don't do anything, you will definitely be hung up by the angry professor, cut into pieces and boil the potion in the pot, right? Hearing Hannah's voice behind her, Elena, who was next to Snape, opened her eyes vigilantly. Without any hesitation, she quickly turned to Professor Snape, and then Hannah said aloud, Professor Snape, I actually have an immature idea. I think to a certain extent, it should be able to achieve the teaching effect of your original scabies treatment arrangement, but I don't know if you think it is feasible. Okay? Snape looked at the little witch who suddenly came out in front of him, snorted non-committal, raised his eyebrows. Let's talk about it first. As for whether it is feasible, I will naturally judge. Hogwarts kitchen, we can take some similarly structured foods from the school kitchen not far away, and simulate the potions involved in this lesson for corresponding operation exercises, Elena said with a face. Seriously? Kitchen? Food? Snape raised his eyebrows, and each time he repeated a word, his eyebrows became tighter. I'm sorry, Miss Caslana. I don't think there is anything about potion knowledge and cooking, but in fact they are connected, at least in the basic areas. Before Snape finished speaking, Elena interrupted slightly, turned around and picked up a copy of Magic Potion and Potion from the nearest desk next to it, and opened it to the one of Pharmaceuticals for Scabies. The page was held in front of Snape's eyes. Professor, I have read this operating guide several times. The operating behaviors involved are actually nothing more than 4 points: cutting and weighing dry nettle, grinding and crushing snake teeth, and treating nose with antennae. The cooking process of insects, and the order of heat control and potion addition during the cooking process. Yes, continue. Snape nodded, and the expression on his face eased slightly. Although there are some problems with the details in Elena's description, the summary is not bad. At least it can be seen that there is a nerd who has seriously thought about it, rather than just memorized the textbook. Glancing at Professor Snape, whose expression was a little loose, Elena's expression shook. At this moment, the importance of good impressions was reflected. If you change to the dumbest trio of salvation, the conversation may be over now. Elena cleared her throat and silently recalled the desk book she had memorized before. Her expression in place and emotion in place action. In my opinion, your purpose should also be that we are familiar with the entire operation process, not to make a bunch of semi-finished medicines with uneven good and bad. Since it is only used for hand training, then why don't we start with some cheap ingredients and wait until after the operation is proficient? How about using expensive and dangerous potions for further cooking? In fact, in my opinion, it is too wasteful to let a beginner who can't even master the basic skills and heat conditions handle the potion materials. Just as Professor Dumbledore said, today Hogwarts is experiencing an unprecedented financial distress. I think maybe we can start from this aspect and make some insignificant contributions to the school by replacing some of the potion materials with similar ingredients as for the ingredients. In terms of procurement, didn't the generous Mr. Otto Apocalypse agree to subsidize him? Replace potions with common ingredients, and then do some practice of ingredients for a period of time before starting the actual potion preparation? Snape nodded thoughtfully. It didn't sound unreasonable. Maybe I could try a little bit according to Eleanor's suggestion and observe the effect after all. It seems that there is nothing better at the moment. Way out. Severus Snape had indeed endured for a long time for those little ghosts who were awkwardly wasting potion materials, especially for some almost incurable middle and high-grade students. Because of the curriculum, the teaching of this part of the Little Wizards usually involves a lot of precious potion materials. But every time a potion is brewed, the finished product rate is usually less than a neat tenth, and the rate of excellent products is pitiful, and most of the potion materials are uselessly ruined. Interesting suggestion. Yes, you are almost convinced. Snape took a deep look at the little girl in front of him, and a glimmer of admiration flashed deep in his eyes again. This is a real uncut jade, although it is still a bit childish at the moment. It is undoubtedly a warm and likable appearance in terms of character and talent. No wonder Dumbledore valued this girl so much. Who can refuse such an excellent, caring student who can help the professor solve problems? Such excellent students will always bring pressure to teachers, because you will always unconsciously pin your dreams on them, and you can't wait to see them grow up early, bringing you one unexpected surprise after another. Although he had accepted Eleanor's proposal, Snape still wanted to see if he could get some more surprising answers from the little witch. After a pause, Snape bent down slightly, looked at Elena, and asked softly, "Now, there is one last question. Dear fat round-faced chickens, did you show me your heart to the lovely Elena Caslana today? This time is another big chapter. No Krypton gold, no subscription, just a tap. Whether it is pirated or genuine readers, it can be done easily. The method is very simple. Only need to read to the last chapter, and then click later. You can see the column of the character. Just tap the little hand of Bixin. P.S. Professor Snape's role and Xiodumo's role have been updated. The fastest update URL of Luan mobile phone version. Chapter 241 Professor, let's go. Plus plan to open. Ms. Caslana, you are not the first person to think of using cheap raw materials to simulate the process of potion configuration. Before that, a few wizards who lived in distress would also use this method. This can greatly reduce costs. But there is a problem that is difficult to solve, compared to potions with clear results. This alternative lacks a clear criterion for judging. After a short pause for a few seconds, Snape glanced at Elena, and said softly with a hint of an exam. In other words, if no one is next to guide and judge, it is difficult for beginners to get a certain fixed result in this way to judge whether they have reached the training and learning goals. After all, a bunch of pieces what you can get from the hodgepodge is a pile of garbage that can no longer be used. Of course, for the experienced Severus Snape, even if all the potion materials were replaced with potatoes, he could barely guide the little wizards in various basic operation training. It's just that the workload he needs to face is not just as easy as patrolling and final inspection of finished medicines. He has to spend a lot of time to pay attention to each person's specific operation process. How could it be garbage? Aren't those all ingredients? Elena tilted her head in doubt, raised her fingers seriously, and retorted with a lovely face, just as various potion formulas will produce different potions. As long as we combine these ingredients according to a certain rule, we can also get some dishes that meet the expectations. Or to put it another way, as long as we can provide a recipe, nothing can this problem be solved easily. Recipe? Sorry, Ms. Caslana, you may not even understand the vastness of potions. Daily visible food can only replace the very small part of the basic exercises, and most of the potion's materials are unique. Snape raised his eyebrows disapprovingly. Although he had expected it, he was still a little disappointed in his There was just a 10-year-old child, and some of his thoughts were too naive. To give a very simple example, as far as I know, there is no substitute for slugs with antennae in the Hogwarts kitchen. Besides, I don't think there will be any use of slugs as ingredients. There is. Before Snape could finish speaking, Elena suddenly interrupted. Huh? Snape frowned. The little dull hair on Elena's head swayed triumphantly, and it gently shook her fingers, as she introduced like a few slugs. There is a scientific name in the non-magical world called slugs, which are basically the same as snails in terms of nutritional value, and the meat is more tender and nutritious. It only needs to be steamed and sterilized, plus some cooking skills and collocations. Whether it is steamed, roasted, boiled, or stir-fried, it is a delicacy with both edible value and medicinal value. Wait, can those disgusting slugs really eat? Exclamation mark. Isn't it right? This white-haired dumpling doesn't really plan to eat slugs, right? Exclamation mark. Hearing Elena's words, Hannah Abbott, who was standing next to the girl, couldn't help but turn blue, and she suddenly had an ominous premonition. Obviously, judging from Elena's eager eyes, the fate of the pile of slugs hidden under the two people's bed at this time seems to have been arranged. At the same time, the faces of the little wizards surrounding Elena and Professor Snape were not much better. They looked at Elena standing in front of Snape in disbelief, with disgust and nausea on their faces, talking in a low voice with an expression. Oh, my goodness, I would never eat that kind of disgusting thing. They actually eat slugs. Those moles are really barbaric and primitive. Don't talk nonsense. I have lived in the non-magical world for so many years, and I haven't eaten any slugs. I just starve to death, and I won't take a bite of that strange thing. Making potions is one thing, but eating them directly as a dish is completely different. For the children who grew up in the traditional and simple British area, Elena's recipe range is obviously a bit superclass. In their impression, this kind of insect-like existence is not something that can be attributed to the food at all. Ignoring the first-grade little wizards who were all around, Elena knew very well what the three essences of humans were. When she actually brought delicious food to them, these weak-willed little guys would follow their instincts. There is only one person in this classroom who really needs to complete a major change in thinking: Professor Snape. Have you ever been to France? In the non-magical world of France, there is a very classic dish called French-baked snails. Most French people order them when they have a big meal on a grand occasion. A French-baked snail is a starter appetizer. French-style baked snails escargots à la bourguignonne, along with foie gras and truffles, are listed as France's three national treasures. Although it is a world-class classic dish, the practice in daily life is not complicated. The raw materials only need a little snails, garlic, parsley, shallots, butter, and a little salt and black pepper to taste. If necessary, you can even add shiitake mushrooms, winter bamboo shoots, mushrooms, ham and other ingredients as auxiliary materials. And cooking. The specific preparation is smooth and simple. Wash the snails, then chop the garlic, parsley and shallots, mix with salt, then fuse the butter, mix in the spices and seasonings, and stir with a small spoon until it is completely uniform. Immediately after that, divide the mixed butter material into two parts, fill the snail shell with some butter material, then stuff the snail meat, and seal the snail shell with the butter material. Put it in the oven and bake it until the butter is bubbling. As Elena was talking, she slipped out her saliva and licked her lips lightly. Her eyes seemed to sparkle. It's a pity, Miss Castellana. There are no slugs or snails for you to use, neither in the classroom or in the kitchen. Looking at the very serious little silver hoard witch in front of him, Snape couldn't help but twitching. No doubt, this little guy was serious. She really had thought about how to cook those soft and greasy slugs. Maybe, you need to pay attention later. Don't let her eat the potions class materials as ingredients. I know, but it rained last night, and it didn't stop until early this morning. Elena nodded, and suddenly said a nonsense. So? Snape raised his eyebrows. Elena smiled slightly, and a look of yearning appeared in her eyes. Every summer after the rain is the most frequent time for snails, I think. On the edge of the Forbidden Forest, there must be a lot of cute and juicy snail babies coming out for a walk and breathe. In a quarter of an hour, if you are willing to help, I think we should be able to catch enough snails. As for how to cook, I mean to use it, but I can provide a complete set of cooking procedures. However, how to properly integrate the entire process into the potions teaching plan may require Professor Snape to modify and wade, and to sprinkle flowers. Today is a very special day, and finally reluctantly wrote a 3,000-character ending the Salted Fish Girl. From now on, the Salted Fish Humeng was dead, and only a fat chicken with diligent code words remained. I announced the start of the Plus Update plan! As long as the chapter says 500, I will add another chapter. Keep your word. The code word went goo. P.S. Dear fat round-faced chickens. Do you have a comparison to the lovely Elena Castellana today? No Krypton Gold, no subscription, just a tap. Whether it is pirated or genuine readers, it can be done easily. The method is very simple. Only need to read to the last chapter, and then click later. You can see the column of the character. Just tap the little hand of Bixin. The fastest URL for mobile version update. Chapter 242 The Little Secret of Professor Snape. Second, Hogwarts, the edge of the Forbidden Forest. The air was mixed with the moist and fresh breath after the rain, and a little rainwater accumulated in the pits, forming a small water pool. The little wizards carefully avoided the pool, and followed the tall and thin Professor Snape step by step. Oh, Professor Snape, what are you? The sound of the hybrid giant was like a rolling stone on the mountain, shaking the water droplets on the leaves of the dense forest behind him horribly. Hagrid with a thick face and beard stood on the edge of the forest farm and glanced at the little wizards gathered behind Snape. His face was full of doubts. If he remembers correctly, the potions class should not involve outdoor activities. Class schedule. It stands to reason that Snape should teach the little guys how to make potions in the cold underground classroom at this time. It's not like this, with a large group of curious and excited first-year wizards on a autumn outing. That's right, you can tell from the look of the little guys behind. Now is the break time between classes. I have the right to arrange free activities for the students. Snape's face was stagnant. A humble embarrassment flashed across his slightly sallow face, and he replied with a somewhat stiff tone. In the next potions class teaching, some additional teaching materials are needed. In order to ensure that the quantity is sufficient, I think it is necessary to involve the first-year freshmen in the collection work. Go to the Forbidden Forest to collect potion materials? Hagrid was taken aback, glanced at the little guys behind Snape, frowned quickly, and shook his head firmly. With all due respect, I don't think it's a wise choice to bring freshmen into the Forbidden Forest to collect potion materials. It's not that I don't believe in your ability, but as a hunter at Hogwarts, I have to say, the Forbidden Forest is too dangerous for these children. Since the last poisoning incident, Hagrid, who was ashamed and impatient, has silently determined to protect all the students in his own way and no longer be harmed by dangerous animals and plants from the Forbidden Forest. It's just some of the most basic potion materials. I have my own measures regarding this matter. Snape waved his hand and said a little displeased, Mr. Hagrid, please don't waste our time. Sorry, Professor Snape, where the job is. Hagrid took a deep breath, but moved a few steps. blocking Snape in an extremely tyrannical posture. Seeing the two facing each other, Elena, standing behind Snape, stroked her forehead rather speechlessly. Ahem, don't worry, Mr. Hagrid. Actually, Professor Snape brought us to catch the snail. While Snape wasn't paying attention, Elena walked out of the crowd quickly, cleared her throat and said, Professor Snape's arrogant illness and Hagrid's bull-tempered temper are really innate. In fact, the two of them just spread the words a little bit. Why bother to cover them up? Catch a snail? A strange look appeared on Hagrid's face. He turned and glanced at the tiny creatures slowly crawling on the edge of the woods. He turned his head and looked at Snape, who was increasingly embarrassed, and asked curiously, So, this is the potions class material you need, Professor Snape. Do freshmen need to learn this now? Although he dropped out of Hogwarts halfway, Hagrid had studied for several years seriously. In his impression, it seemed that he would not use snails as a raw material in the potions class of the first 3 years. Potion. Yes. The potions professor, who didn't have time to stop Elena, took a deep breath, nodded blankly, and replied calmly, This is a new attempt to adjust the teaching of potions. So, do you have any doubts? If it were not for time, there would be no other better solution. Snape would rather take a trip to Diagon Alley in person than run to the edge of the Forbidden Forest with a large group of kids to catch snails, let alone being touched by other faculty and staff of the school under such circumstances. Even if the other party is not a full-time professor. No, if it's just for catching snails, come with me. Hagrid touched his head, patted his chest proudly, and made a loud bang. In Hogwarts as a whole, no one knows the Forbidden Forest better than me. I vaguely remember that there are a few places where every time it rains, a lot of snails will crawl out. If you need anything, Professor Snape, I can pay more attention to you and collect some. Then, I'm sorry. Looking at the enthusiastic giant in front of him, Snape twitched his mouth and nodded in embarrassment rather than politely. But I hope this should be the first and also the last. With the help of Hagrid, Forbidden Woodland Snake, the job of catching snails became easier and fun. Although Professor Snape has a stinking face from beginning to end, most of the little wizards have an unexpectedly high praise rate for the legendary and terrible potions professor. After all, after a week of devilish military training after that, the first class will have the content of the outing out of school, which is really interesting for the little wizards. I don't think Professor Snape is what the seniors say. Sierra Lily picked up the snail that had crawled on the leaves and put it into the container, looked at Snape holding his wand standing on the edge of the tree farm as a guard, and whispered to Susan Burns beside him. Susan nodded in agreement, flipped the fallen leaves dexterously, looked for the snail that slipped through the net, and replied softly, Well, maybe just as the elder sister said, everyone has some misunderstandings about the professor. Hearing the conversation between the two, Hannah, who was squatting down to catch the snail, approached and whispered mysteriously, I heard Elena say on the way that Professor Snape is actually a very warm person, but he has been under a vicious curse. So there are some problems with the facial muscles and it is difficult to make too many complicated movements. Oh my god, really? No one has ever told me about this. Why everyone never knows. Cyril Yelly subconsciously covered his mouth to avoid making too much noise. Pity him because the professor doesn't want everyone. I am not willing to let too many people know. What's more, as a potions professor, the Dean of Slytherin, he must keep responding. Some are majestic and cold. Hannah Abbott tilted her head, thoughtfully recalling the story Elena told her, and added something along her own understanding. At the end, she suddenly remembered something, and added it very seriously. One sentence. By the way, don't tell others. Otherwise, those seniors will take the opportunity to laugh at the professor. Of course, we are absolutely confidential. Susan Bones nodded earnestly, glanced at Professor Snape with a facially paralyzed face, raised her dirty little hand and swore, except for my closest friends, I won't say anything. Also, what else? What else does Sister Elena know about the professor? Eli touched Hannah Abbott with his elbow and asked curiously, mysterious, cold, powerful, ascetic, internal and unspeakable warmth. This mysterious story of an adult wizard has a fatal attraction for these little wizards. Yeah, but you have to make sure not to tell others. Hannah Abbott took a cautious look at Snape's direction, and whispered hopefully, "I heard that Professor Snape's cooking is very delicious." But of course, after all, you think the professor's potion skills are so good, let alone cooking. I want to try the professor's craftsmanship. What else? What else? Professors hate Quidditch most. It is said that because they have encountered that kind of bad Quidditch group. Do you know that Professor Snape is the youngest professor and dean in Hogwarts history? The professor is an infatuated person. Since the death of his lover, he has been completely obsessed with potions. I heard that the professor likes lilies the most. If you give a gift, you know, the best. Gossip and gossip are always the fastest spread. When a secret is told to more than 3 people, it is no longer a secret, let alone the little wizards of Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw who like to gossip and share stories. Layers of dense forests cut down the spread of sound, and provided little wizards with the best hidden places to spread the gossip. When Snape announced the end of the collection and everyone began to return to the underground classroom, almost half of the little wizards looked at Snape with a trace of respect and compassion. You can never imagine how many poignant stories have emerged after more than 50 little guys have added fuel and vinegar. Especially, there is a little dev-like white-haired dumpling on the sidelines. Speaking counts. The second is more dedicated. I announced the start of the Plus Update plan! As long as the chapter says 500, I will add another chapter. Keep your word. Continue the code word to go goo. PS1. Collection of dragon sets. The role is useful. Eleanor's classmate. Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff 1st grade. Sarah Lily equals Sarah Lily. The fat chicken that is difficult to name is directly borrowed. PS2. Dear fat round-faced chickens. Did you give me a compliment to the lovely Elena Caslana today? No Krypton gold, no subscription, just a tap. Whether it is pirated or genuine readers, it can be done easily. The method is very simple. Only need to read to the last chapter, and then click later. You can see the column of the character. Just tap the little hand of Bixin. Everyone in chapter 243, come here. Dumbledore's Hogwarts kitchen. No entry restrictions are only effective for students. As the Dean of Slytherin College and an official professor at the school, it was really easy for Snape to propose some ingredients from the Hogwarts kitchen as potions teaching tools. In fact, after hearing Snape's needs, the enthusiastic house elves almost bowed all the way and happily delivered various designated ingredients to the potions classroom. Elena even had some worried, will they faint with excitement? Less than half an hour after everyone left the classroom, the originally empty underground classroom became lively again. After the outing, the little wizards who returned to the classroom whispered and talked, and their immature faces were full of excitement and anticipation. At the same time, including Professor Snape's workbench, everyone's desks were piled up with various ingredients used to simulate potion materials: parsley, garlic, onions, cheese, butter of course. There is the most important Hogwarts forest snail. Snape glanced at the various ingredients and condiments piled on the table, and couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eyes. The situation in front of him was still slightly different from what he expected. You should know that according to Snape's original idea, in fact, it was just to find a few similar-looking substitutes to simulate the operation of Scabby's remedy, instead of neatly preparing a large table of cooking ingredients as it is now. However, since he walked into the Hogwarts kitchen with the white-haired dumpling, everything began to lose control. In just a few seconds, the girl reported the names of 4 or 5 kinds of ingredients and a dozen condiments without hesitation. When Snape came back to his senses, the enthusiastic and efficient house elves had prepared all the ingredients and brought them in front of them. The most important thing is that, in theory, Elena chose the ingredients are unexpected and there is not much to be picky about. For example, use parsley instead of nettle grass. and snails instead of antennal slugs. Even the onions and garlic that look slightly different are actually crushed and ground in the same way as snake teeth and porcupine spines. During this short outing, apart from distracting the little wizards, Snape spent more energy on thinking about the feasibility of Eleanor's suggestion compared to Dumbledore's drastic reduction of materials, which was mainly demonstrated by teachers. Eleanor's step-by-step suggestions seemed more practical. Snape had to admit that perhaps there was something in common between potions and cooking. However, before that, one last point of support is needed to prove. Then, Miss Castellana. Snape spread his fingers on the workbench, rolled half of his body from the side of the podium, slightly leaned over to look at Elena, who was sitting in the Sphippian throne position, and whispered, "You now have 10 minutes. Oh no, 5 minutes to show your cooking ideas from the non-magical world. Then, I will make some corresponding adjustments and teaching arrangements based on the actual situation." As a bonus item, the mode of getting along between people is very wonderful. After completing extracurricular activities such as leading a team to catch snails, facing this group of little guys, Snape seemed to have removed a thick layer of disguise. It was difficult to continue the previous rejection. The indifference outside is severe. Altdorf's still the face of facial paralysis that has remained unchanged for thousands of years. "Of course, no problem, Professor." Elena nodded without hesitation, quickly took off the shaman's robe that was in the way of her body, rolled up her sleeves very skillfully, gently slid her fingers across the cold knife back, and narrowed her eyes thoughtfully. Success or failure lies in this one move. Whether Professor Snape can complete the transfer, whether the food culture can be promoted in Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, depends on her next craft. In fact, if there is a choice, Elena doesn't want to start with a snail meal. Although people have been eating snails since ancient Rome. For example, the ancient Romans had a special small spoon with a sharp needle at one end to facilitate the removal of the snail meat from its shell. They even started raising snails in oak barrels very early, and with the prosperity of French food culture, French baked snails gradually spread across the European continent. But it is a pity that this eating habit has not been popular in the UK, and most British people have a fear of snails. For those who have never eaten snails, it is not only difficult to imagine the taste, but I am afraid that even thinking of the slimy body of snails will frown. Fortunately, her primary goal now is not to make something delicious that can satisfy everyone, but to make something that will satisfy Professor Snape and serve as a potions cooking class. Teaching the content of the dishes is just fine. Pushing from the top to the bottom is always the easiest. As for what snail meal is going to be, there is no suspense. To do it at the top and the most widely spread. Classic French baked snails. It has to be said that due to the carefree living in the peaceful Hogwarts Forbidden Forest, this batch of snails is obviously taller than the little snails near the orphanage in terms of size and meat quality. Out of more than one grade, it stands to reason that before eating snails, they usually have to wait for a few days on an empty stomach to drain the mucus, and then put them in clean salt water to wash the shell, which will make the snails taste better. However, with the help of magic, this process can obviously speed up the progress. Clean up. After obtaining the consent of Professor Snape, Elena drew out her wand and waved it skillfully. The dirt attached to the surface of the snails were instantly wiped away, and as the spell flashed, all the snails quickly curled up. In places invisible to the naked eye, the mucus in the snails also disappeared. And the life of the snails disappeared at the same time as the mucus. Regarding this point, Elena did not have any surprises. She had already verified it in the castle of Newmangard. According to Gellert Grindelwald's explanation, under the huge power gap and physical gap, most spells can cause decent damage, even the flash spells. From the perspective of magic, the cleaning curse is actually an improved version of the disappearing curse as long as the wizard can clearly distinguish the material boundaries that need to be cleared and retained. The role it can play depends entirely on the output of magic power. Equivalent. As for the rough treatment of snails, It is actually the same as the treatment of slugs with antennae recorded in Magic Potion and Potion. They are all put in boiling water and boiled for 8 to 10 minutes, and then the internal organs are removed for subsequent use. The only difference is that because snails have a small house more than slugs, you need to use an awl or a small spoon to pick out the meat in the direction of the thread before removing the internal organs. Well, it's a standard cooking action. Snape carefully observed Eleanor's steps and nodded secretly. Most young wizards have a very bad habit in the early stages of learning the potion class. That is, they always involuntarily throw the potion materials into the boiling cauldron in one breath, and then get splashed out. The liquid burns. However, this is almost completely invisible to Elena. Although due to physical limitations, Eleanor's movements are full of childishness and seem to be a little clumsy, but when she puts the snail into the crucible or performs visceral removal, every movement is steady. Not at all. With shaking and precise operation, even Snape himself couldn't do better. Very good. Everyone, come here. Snape thought for a while, raised his head and looked around the little wizards in the classroom with their heads pointed, clapped their hands, and signaled that everyone could leave their seats and move closer. There is no doubt that Elena did not lie. As a senior potion master, after just observing a few basic movements, Snape knew very clearly that the silver-haired little witch in front of him definitely had a pretty good foundation in potions. In this case, there is no need for him to stand on the podium with his arms in his arms. After Elena has finished all the operations, he will repeat it one more time and give a useless explanation. Everyone carefully observes Elena's cooking and processing methods. They are very standard. The same operation method is also applicable to slugs with antennae. So, this is one of the procedures you need to perform next. Well, also, pay attention to the posture of Elena cutting parsley. A very clever posture of holding a knife, putting the 5 fingers together and pressing the knuckles against the knife surface. Although it is slower, at least it will not hurt your immature fingers. Elena, the movement of grinding garlic is slowed down slightly, so that the students can see the rotation of your wrist clearly. Do you understand? It is not smashing down with brute force, but overstocking and grinding. Now it is only onions and garlic. If it is snake teeth, the wrong force will waste a lot of your time. Oh, yes, yes. When you no longer need to heat the crucible, the first action you do is to turn off the fire source. Continued heating will cause some potion materials to react completely different than expected. For example, we should the porcupine spines that will be used. First, the addition plan is ongoing! This is chapter 500 of chapter 242 that added more. As long as the 24-hour chapter says 500, I will add another chapter. Keep your word. Dear fat round-faced chickens, did you show me your heart to the lovely Elena Caslana today? Continue the code word to go goo. Chapter 244. Don't waste second. Hogwarts, basement level, potions classroom. 6 cooked French snails lay quietly on the tray, each one seemed to be stuffed with ingredients, waiting to be tasted. Prior to this, it was naturally impossible to configure the oven in advance in the potions classroom. However, at the request of Professor Snape, less than 2 minutes passed before the dedicated house elves moved 5 huge ovens from the Hogwarts kitchen. Of course, the reason was to assist the potions class teaching. The rich cheese aroma is mixed with the refreshing parsley scent, which lingers under everyone's nose. The French snails that have been roasted slightly curled and yellow are slowly flowing with a bright yellow cheese hot stream, and they are paired with crushed onions and pesto. The chubby appearance makes one's appetite appetizing at first glance. In fact, since the edible part of the snail is only its gastrofoot area, in order to remove the unpleasant odor, usually a little white wine and red onion are added to the French snail for pickling and deodorizing. This process takes at least 2 to 3 hours, and then the cooked snail meat and the seasoning accompanied by minced garlic, parsley, minced onion, and butter are stuffed into the snail shell, sealed with cheese, and placed bake in a tray covered with sea salt. However, with the help of magic, Even the somewhat clumsy Elena can easily reach the level of the top Michelin three-star chef in terms of ingredient handling alone. Therefore, whether it is from the visual or olfactory point of view, at this time this dish of cheese snails is completely worthy of the title of a world-class dish. Then, there is only one last step left. Elena held the tray with her hands, closed her eyes and took a deep breath, her face filled with satisfaction. You can start tasting well. I mean to test the final result, right, Professor Snape? While talking, Elena swallowed and brought the cheese snail to Professor Snape's workbench quite reluctantly. She looked at the expressionless potions professor with a little anxiety and expectation throughout the course, cautiously to add a sentence. If you can you keep one for me? Try. Snape looked at the attractive snail in front of him. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he didn't immediately respond. To be honest, as a potion master, the sticky touch of the slug body appeared in his mind almost instantaneously, giving him an indescribable rejection, even in terms of fragrance or appearance. His stomach was constantly challenging his memory. Professor? After waiting for a few seconds, Elena looked at Snape, who was hesitant in her eyes, and said helplessly, if you are worried, or else, let me try it first. Sure enough, even for Professor Snape, using slugs to prepare potions and eating snails as delicacies is a more difficult psychological struggle. No, I can only taste one. I will give you the rest. Snape shook his head, looked around at the little wizards who looked at him eagerly, gritted his teeth and took out the snail meat with the tweezers on the tool table, opened his mouth suddenly, and swallowed it in one bite. Okay! This is. As the snail meat slipped into his mouth, Snape's expression was suddenly taken aback. Without the sticky feeling as imagined, the plump snail beef is as satisfying as plump deep-sea shellfish. The fresh and tender ball touch makes people want to chew vigorously. It is juicy and piping hot without a fishy smell flowing between lips and teeth. The scent of onion, garlic and parsley dipped in butter quickly filled his entire nasal cavity from the tip of his tongue. Coupled with the unique tender taste of snail beef, an inexplicable emotion instantly spread in his heart. Come on! Snape seemed to have suddenly come to the depths of the forbidden forest, strolling in the woods with a light train of cheese, turning into a leisurely snail, shuttled between the smell of parsley, garlic, and leaves. How is it possible? This feeling. Snape frowned and glanced at the cheese snail in front of him incredulously. Before Elena could react, he quickly picked one out and put it in the mouth. Then another. After eating 5 snails in one breath, Snape stopped for a while. The appearance of enjoying the deliciousness, seeing the small wizards around him swallowing desperately, the resentment in the entire classroom was almost about to take shape. Ignoring the drooling little guys around, Snape slapped his mouth thoughtfully and looked at Elena. What did you think about when you were waving your wand just now? The biggest difference between potions and ordinary cooking is whether there is magical power in the potions. In fact, as Snape said in the opening remarks, this is not a silly wand-wielding class, not a class that does not require the use of a wand. At a certain stage of formation, most potions require certain casting actions or even partial spells. Only in this way can they surpass conventional laws and let some mysterious powers play a role in potions, even the most basic ones. Treatment of scabies medicine, no matter how improvements and changes are made, this step is still retained. However, in these few cheese snails, Snape felt a flash of magic. Very faint, like a wave of dragonfly wings flapping in the air, but it does exist. And this meant that a terrible thing that might subvert the entire potion research that once stood in front of the only door in front of the potion research, there has been another undeveloped road. I just think of cheese snails. What else can I think of? Elena shrugged unclearly, and replied with some doubts. After a glance at only one cheese snail, the little dull hair on top of Elena's head swayed triumphantly. Although Professor Snape's expression was as calm as ever, his body's reaction was still very honest. Professor, is it delicious? With the support of facts, Elena's courage suddenly swelled a lot. Cheeky and leaned in front of Professor Snape, swaying the little dumb hair, and said with a smile on her face, "Then you can give me extra points, add points, right? I think, according to my level of cooking completion, at least 10 points can be added. Bonus, of course. This is indeed a successful work." Snape turned his gaze to the triumphant silver hoard which in front of him. Maybe he should beat the child a little bit to prevent her from being completely lost in the superiority of the talent. But, before the smile on Eleanor's face fully surged, Snape added a little bit unhurriedly, "Ms. Castellana, I think I only gave you 5 minutes before. However, now you have spent a total of 17 minutes. That's not right, Professor. Are you asking me to explain to everyone as a model case?" Hearing Snape's words, Eleanor's expression froze, and a hint of ominous premonition surfaced in her heart, and she defended in a somewhat unconvinced manner. "Yes. So this time, I won't deduct points for taking up too much class time." Snape nodded, and said calmly, "I need to remind you that in potions, the precise control of time is as important as the proper handling of potion materials." While talking, Snape subconsciously picked out the last cheese snail and put it in his mouth. He raised his eyebrows slightly and had to say that the child's craftsmanship was surprisingly good. If everyone can have half of Eleanor's talents and abilities, whether it is the potion configuration after graduation or the daily life after graduation, it should be a lot smoother, right? And many more. Elena stretched out her hand subconsciously, and watched the last cheese snail disappear into Snape's mouth. The next moment, her delicate face bulged quickly, as if she was an aggrieved little bun. "Professor Snape, you clearly promised to leave one for me." With the disappearance of the last cheese snail, there were sighs in the classroom, and the throats of almost all the little wizards unconsciously moved up and down with Snape's movements. Snape returned to his senses and glanced at the tray with only 6 empty shells left in his hand, his expression a little unnatural. Although Snape ate several other snails in succession except for the last one, all in order to catch the trace of magical power, but in the eyes of these little guys, they obviously wouldn't think so. "Professor Snape has eaten Eleanor's snails. The eldest sister is so pitiful, she must really want to eat it." "Don't say it, Elena, the scent must be delicious." You see, the professor can't resist the temptation. Unexpectedly, Professor Snape is also very greedy, unexpectedly a little cute. A whisper of discussion floated out of the classroom, and faintly passed into Snape's ears, causing the blue veins on the wizard's forehead to violently, and there was a burst of shame and helplessness in his heart. "What are you looking at me doing? Is there any operation steps written on my face?" Snape frowned, put down the tray, consciously or unconsciously missed the unhappy Elena, looked at the crowd of little wizards watching the excitement, and yelled in a bad tone, "Today's course content is based on Elena's previous operations. Each group has completed the preparation process of at least 6 French snails, including cleaning and steaming of snails, cutting and weighing of parsley, onions, and the garlic is mashed into powder. 10 minutes before the end of get out of class, I will collect your work and put it in the oven." Snape's gaze slowly moved away from the faces of the whispering wizards in the classroom, revealing a cold smile. "As for the standard for the completion of the inspection course, it is very simple. Everyone just eats his own work and it is not allowed to waste. Start now. Go, second more. The addition plan is ongoing!" Today's 6K plus more is completed. 2K guarantee plus 4K plus more. This is today's update amount, plus the 500 chapters reached in the previous chapter. As long as the 24-hour chapter is over 500, I will evolve more. Dear fat round-faced chickens, did you give me a compliment to the lovely Elena Castellana today? Go to bed first. Good night. Gray. Chapter 245. Elena, what are you doing? As Snape's voice fell, the little wizards finally felt the oppressive feeling they had when they first started class. Glancing at Professor Snape, who was standing on the side of the podium, looking unconcerned, the little wizards who had gathered around Eleanor's seat shrank their heads in fear, panicked, and returned to their seats to start the actual practice. Operation Practice. There was a series of noises in the classroom, turning pages, handling ingredients, and talking quietly. In the noise, Snape turned his head, glanced at Elena who was clearing the table behind him, raised his eyebrows, as if he hadn't seen the unhappy expression on the girl's face, and said in a calm tone, "And Elena, the same for you." Repeat the previous operation again to consolidate and deepen the impression. After observing just now, Snape believed that even without his guidance and care, Elena would be able to carry out the operation smoothly, but the little guys who actually did it for the first time were not necessarily the case. Therefore, the most important purpose of Elena, who is located in the front row of the classroom, is to provide standard operation demonstrations for the remaining first-year students, so that the little guys can adjust their own incorrect postures and behaviors at any time. The lessons in the potions classroom continued. With the formulation of the new teaching goals, the classroom atmosphere was restored. Although it was slightly different from the usual potions class, it was undeniable that it was indeed a learning atmosphere. Snape waved his magic wand and displayed the new operation process on the huge parchment at the front. It recorded the production instructions of French-baked snails one by one according to the format of the potion configuration instructions. Then, Snape dragged his long black cloak and started walking among the students, watching how they used knives, how to cook and remove snail entrails, how to grind shallots and garlic, and correct their incorrect movements and stupidity. The behavior of. Although the main form of the course this time was to simulate the treatment of potion materials involved in scabies remedy through simple cooking exercises, Snape would never admit that this was a cooking class. But Snape, the requirements are still quite strict and a bit more stringent than the practice requirements of the regular potions class. Potions is a very sophisticated subject. Once you have developed some wrong operating habits and want to change it back in the future teaching process, the price and effort you need to pay may be several times or even dozens of times the current ones. Therefore, Snape walked back and forth in the classroom over and over again, relentlessly pointing out the mistakes of the little wizards one by one, and his tone was extraordinarily cold and severe. If it weren't for the sensory buffer before, many of the fragile little guys would almost even be trained to cry. "Albert Crew, has your wrist broken, or is it hallucinations?" Snape squinted his eyes and said in a very dangerous tone, "I remember never teaching you to use this idiot-like posture to hold the knife to cut the potion. If I see you in class again if you play with a knife, I'll let you go to the Hogwarts kitchen and cut meat for a week." "Very well, dear Mr. Seer, please tell me." Snape's thin lips pursed, and a cold voice squeezed from between his teeth. "What are you doing now?" Clean the snails." "Dear Professor Snape." Aldisia, who was cleaning the snails intently, trembled, raised his head, and replied cautiously, his voice trembling slightly, "Oh, really? I thought you were bathing your pet snail." Snape raised his eyebrows indifferently, snorted, and said coldly, "From stepping into this classroom, it is the potion material. If you are afraid of hurting it, you can now take the cauldron and leave the classroom." The really clever way is to be as clean as Elena, end its life, and not waste its value, so that it will not end up in the garbage dump. Like Elena, Aldisia turned her head and looked at the little silver hoard which in front of the workbench next to the podium. She happened to see Elena raising her wand with great skill, and as a magical light flashed by, the small pile of free the snails crawling slowly and carelessly curled up instantly and stopped motionless on the table. I understand." The little witch from Ravenclaw resisted the tears in her eyes, nodded, firmly picked up the brush with her face and brushed hard on the snail in her hand, bit her lip and replied choked, "Professor, don't worry, no matter what, I will finish them. I will never throw them away." Snape frowned in confusion, although from the results, it was generally correct. But did the child understand something slightly wrong, or maybe he shouldn't have used Elena Caslana as an example from the beginning? Actually, I mean, just when Snape wanted to explain a little bit further, there was a crying scream from the side of the classroom. Snape had to stop what he was saying and turned around quickly. While he was slightly distracted and said a few short words, a clumsy Ravenclaw student accidentally cut his finger while cutting parsley. Bright red blood poured out of the little wizard's wound instantly, and a small-scale commotion quickly spread from the classroom. The most important thing was that this little guy was sobbing while squeezing the wound with his hands. "This makes blood flow faster, idiot!" Snape roared and walked quickly. The black robe that was raised was like a bat with open wings, waving his wand to stop the little guy's wound, and yelling relentlessly, "Are you dizzy and want to taste yourself? How many times have I said that when cutting, the fingers of the left hand holding the potion material must be curled up, and your knuckles must be pressed against the blade. It's not that you stupidly put your finger under the blade." Dang dang dang. But before he waited, the trembling little wizard replied, and there was another exclamation at the other end of the classroom, as well as a series of ping-pong clanging sounds. A reckless Hufflepuff freshman did not wait for the crucible to cool down, and moved the crucible with his hands. As a result, his hands were scorched sturdily. The crucible naturally fell to the ground by accident, and hot boiling water sprinkled on the ground. The daredevil who caused all this is holding the red palm with tears in his eyes and blowing. "When you move the cauldron, you dare not wear gloves. Do you think you are a half-dragon? Or do you think that as long as you move fast enough, the temperature won't reach your hands?" Snape took a deep breath, frowned and roared. While waving his wand to clear the boiling water from the ground, he ran towards the other end of the classroom quickly. In the potions class teaching process, cuts and burns can be said to be the most common accidents. However, at this time, Snape discovered another advantage of using ordinary ingredients to simulate training, at least whether it is a burn or a knife wound. Since there is no magic potion involved, emergency treatment will be much easier and more convenient. Over time, Snape also began to have a dry throat and lose his concentration. After all, no matter how smart a student is, all kinds of mistakes will be made in the first practical operation, and he has to remain vigilant at all times. Try to suppress all accidents in the bud as much as possible. But fortunately, at least one child doesn't have to worry at all. Speaking of, I don't know when it started, but Eleanor's neat and sweet slicing of vegetables had stopped, so that Snape couldn't tell which step Elena was in through the voice. Snape took a breath and looked curiously in the direction of the podium. His face suddenly changed. "Elena Caslana, what are you doing?" "Goo." The content of PS is that it's not money. The first chapter may be too late today. One chapter owed first, because Fat Chicken is going to save the previous chapters that disappeared. After all the chapters before 5.20 are gone. Fat Chicken can only manually turn out the interesting ones in the writer's backstage and save them as much as possible. Or 500 chapters said to add more. Now one more chapter is missing, edition of chapter 244, 2K words. "Dear fat round-faced chickens, did you show me your heart to the lovely Elena Caslana today? The fastest URL for mobile version update. Chapter 246 Can't see me, can't see me. Barbecuing. This may be one of the oldest and most primitive cooking methods for mankind. More than 1,000,000 years ago, the ancestors discovered various burned animals in the forest debris after lightning strikes. When they carefully tore off the roasted animal meat and put it in their mouths, at that moment, it led to the door to the new world was completely opened. Since then, whether it's meat, vegetables, seafood, fungi, insects, whether it's flying in the sky, running on the ground, or swimming in the sea, whether it's mobile, immobile, easy to digest, not easy digestive, anything that can be defined as food can be processed in this way. The preference for this hot and primitive flame art can be said to have been imprinted in the depths of everyone's genes. Therefore, after finishing the classwork assigned by Professor Snape with great skill and neatly placing the cheese-baked snail steak on the tray, looking at the swaying flames, Irina, who had nothing to do, glanced at the still busy Professor Snape, A bold idea suddenly appeared in Eleanor's mind. Something else could be tried. Compared with the long history of edible snails in the European continent, the gourmet country where Elena lived in her previous life included snails into the official recipes obviously later, and the cooking methods were not so particular. This is not because the mysterious East has any prejudice or fear towards snails, but mainly because the native snails of the East are usually too small to cram their teeth. The white jade snails that originated in Eastern Africa invaded the East relatively late, so that people have not had time to study too many cuisines. Therefore, the places where the white jade snails appear most frequently are the barbecue stalls and Leonquen shops all over the streets and alleys. In Elena's eyes, those cute little snails wriggling with their tentacles, whether they are braised or grilled, are more in line with her taste than the unimaginative sweet and greasy cheese-baked snails. Nutritional value and the taste, of course, is more important. After all, the crucible is not a wok, and oil stew and frying are obviously unrealistic. But simply making some skewers is still very simple. As for the skewers used for skewers, Elena looked thoughtfully at the row of potions cabinets on the right side of the potions classroom. If she remembers correctly, there should be a small pile of porcupine thorns that are temporarily useless. It's really suitable to be used as a baking lotus. After carefully studying Professor Snape's deduction criteria, Elena once again confirmed that her behavior should have not violated any of the prohibitions: no whispering, no illegal operations, and completion of the teaching goal ahead of schedule. While Professor Snape was busy handling and looking after the rest of the first-year freshmen, Elena did not hesitate to take the remaining snails, onion slices, garlic, and herb in the spirit of making the best use of everything. The mushrooms secretly gathered in the forest, wash them all one by one, string them together, sprinkle them with coarse salt, and secretly place them on the fire to tumble and roast. Can't see me, can't see me. Elena turned her back to the classroom behind her, using her body to block the sight of the fire and Snape, whispering in a low voice, while rubbing oil and salt on the skewers with a small brush, her eyes shining brightly. The scent floated from the food. Until, Elena Castellana, what are you doing? Suddenly, I heard Snape's hum, and the white-haired dumpling who was concentrating on skewers trembling subconsciously. He almost didn't hold the handful of homemade skewers in his hands, and fell into the application below, heating the crucible in the flames. Oops, it was discovered. Well, don't panic. The problem is not big. It's just grilling skewers in her free time. Strictly speaking, she did not violate class discipline. Professor Snape, I have completed all the preparations for the baked snails with cheese, and I am waiting to put it in the oven at the end. Elena blinked her eyes, smiled happily, and half-baked her hands quietly, exuding a seductive aroma. The sizzling skewer moved away from the fire, and hid behind her back. Set out to answer the wrong question obediently, just as a romantic French chef does not necessarily understand the magnanimous charm of spicy Szechuan cuisine. In Elena's view, Snape, who has been making potions all the year round, must be more accepting of stews and soups than stir-fried or grilled. The most important thing is that she has not yet found such a strong common ground, which can closely and effectively combine the ancient barbecue ritual with potions. If it weren't for the lack of seasoning and ingredients, she actually wanted to try the shabu-shabu. Ms. Castellana, do you think I am blind? Can't even see the snails on your workbench? Snape glanced at Eleanor's workbench, squinting quickly from the cheese snails waiting to be put into the oven on the tray, the pile of empty snail shells, and the debris at the end of the suspected mushroom stalk. Eyes, staring at Elena with a very dangerous look, said in a harsh tone, it's just a few simple operations where practice makes perfect, and it starts to make you feel satisfied and arrogant. Or, if you just made a simple dish, you think that your knowledge surpasses the teacher, so you don't need to continue learning. Really talented little wizards usually don't follow the teaching progress of the professors to complete their tasks. This is not to say that each of them is full of rebellion, but because compared to most of the students, This part A talented genius is always in a state of doing nothing to complete tasks ahead of schedule. Doing nothing, combined with vigor, and fearless curiosity, is a formula that is more terrifying than any potion, because people never know what these children will do to pass the free time. From the first moment he saw Elena, Snape knew this very clearly. This was another genius that caused a headache. This, as you can see, in grilling. Elena raised her head and looked at the ice-faced potions professor without fear, as if she hadn't heard the acrimoniousness of Snape's words, openly confessed, and paused for a while. Irina continued. As far as I know, the classroom discipline that you said before did not prohibit us from using flame-heating materials. Not banned equals no points will be deducted. This time equals things that can be done. This is a clear logic. Very good, great advantage. So, as long as Professor Snape sets the rules, he will become cute and kind. Glancing at Snape, whose face was stiff, the little dumb hair on Elena's head swayed triumphantly, and simply and generously took the skewers out from behind, leaned in front of Snape and shook it, seducing him. The human scent filled Snape's nose instantly. Now, Professor, are you hungry? Why don't you wait for me to bake it and divide your grilled mushrooms and grilled snails? I saw a smile on Elena's face, and she leaned forward without fear of death, and said with a shy face, anyway, acknowledging counsel is also dead, and doing death is also dead. When the atmosphere is particularly severe, it is better to be bold, so that you can at least bring happiness to yourself. Chapter 1. There is still one chapter to add more, or 500 chapters to add more. Go on with the code word. Dear fat round-faced chickens, did you show me your heart to the lovely Elena Caslana today? What's wrong with chapter 247? Snape lowered his head and glanced at the half-baked snails, mushrooms, garlic, onion slices. Then he glanced at AI. The skin was thicker than the city wall. Lina closed his eyes and took a deep breath, pressing down his heart. The rising anger. He finally thought it was an eye-opener. If nothing else, he should have met a genius student in potions history. Does she really think that preparing potions and cooking food are the same thing? Exclamation mark. Excellent. Very good. Snape squinted slightly and stared at Elena like an irritated snake. His voice seemed to float out of the ice cellar, making people tremble. In an instant, the whole classroom fell into a dead silence. Undoubtedly, I admit that the previous classroom rules were really sloppy. Snape spoke slowly, not loudly, but with a shocking horror. After this, I will sort out a more detailed classroom discipline. For example, it is strictly forbidden to play with fire, knives or playing with potion materials in the potions class. While talking, Snape turned around and glanced around in the quiet classroom. He focused on Albert Crewe and Aldicia, and he harvested all the little wizards with satisfaction. After nodding obediently, he returned his gaze back to Elena. No, there is only okay! Exclamation mark. The corners of Snape's eyes twitched, and the blue veins on his forehead burst slightly. It turned out that while he turned around and talked, Elena took out the large handful of skewers in her hand and put it on the fire and rolled back and forth cautiously. The tongue of fire scorched across the surface of the skewers. Bursts of increasingly strong aroma slowly spread in the classroom. Compared with the French-baked snails that were covered by the rich cheese aroma, this time, the aroma of the simplest grease applied to the protein is more likely to make people feel hungry. If you want to make an analogy, it is more intoxicating than charcoal grilled scallops. Not to mention, the mixed aroma of roasted mushrooms, roasted garlic and roasted onion slices is still floating in the air. Even if it is just inhaled into the nose, the little wizards can start to secrete saliva unconsciously. Guru, guru, guru. There was a burst of bellows in the classroom, like a frog field on a summer night. Having been busy all morning, the little wizards who were already at the stage of physical development were already starving. Everyone looked at Elena with blank eyes, swallowing frantically with every turn of the girl. Even Snape felt a burst of sorrow and hunger in his abdomen, but with his extraordinary willpower and the 6 cheese-baked snails at the bottom, he didn't show the embarrassment that made people laugh. I said. Snape stared at Elena fiercely, and said every word. The voice seemed to be squeezed from between his teeth, the feeling of squeezing the iron with a saw blade that made his whole body fluffy. Magic, medicine, class, on, forbid, stop, play, fire. But Professor Snape, I have already processed half of these skewers. I can't give up halfway, right? Feeling the almost substantive murderous aura in front of him, the little dumb hair on Eleanor's head counseled in fear, but her body turned out subconsciously, protecting the skewers in front of her, and cautiously defended. Besides, you said before that you can't waste food potions materials. Moreover, I am not completely irrelevant to the potions class. At least he used the porcupine thorns in the cabinet for the barbecue sign. Porcupine spines used as a meat stick. Hearing Eleanor's words, Snape turned his head and glanced at the potions cabinet that hadn't been opened until he noticed what the black meat sticks in Eleanor's hand were. He couldn't help but smile. There is no doubt that the porcupine thorns that have been burnt can't be used as a potion in the future. In other words, this greedy little guy harmed the only pile of potion materials left in the classroom in order to barbecue the snails, even if it was not worth much. But that was the last thing left after the entire potion classroom was looted. Something out. That Professor Snape, listen to me explain. First of all, the porcupine thorn was originally the potion material that we originally planned to use in this lesson. If it is not used, it will be purely wasted. So I just try to find ways to make use of them. Finally, barbecue is the behavior that tempers people's control over temperature the most. Think about it, what else can be easier to grasp the subtle sense of time and distance than facing the flames? He raised his head and glanced at Severus our hungry Snape, whose face was almost freezing. It seemed that he had accidentally overwhelmed Professor Snape a bit, angering Professor Snape in the face of food. Dignity, such an inedible thing, naturally had no place. Elena spit out her tongue in fear, her eyes moved down slightly to glance at the grilled skewers in her hand, and she boldly added a layer of oil on the sizzling grilled snails and grilled mushrooms, and sprinkled a little black on it. The pepper powder, sniffed gently, and continued to whisper. Moreover, even if you want to deduct points or put them in confinement, can you wait for me to finish roasting them? I'm really hungry. I didn't have any of the snails baked with cheese before. Other previous plate of baked snails with cheese? Snape's face froze. He could feel the weird look of those little guys behind him without even turning his head. I said, that's because. Snape frowned and waved a little violently. I didn't eat any of them. Elena curled her lips and repeated it quietly. The sound is not loud, and it happens to be heard by everyone in a quiet classroom. The problem now is not the snail, but you shouldn't. Snape's lips trembled with anger. If it weren't because this was his student, he even had the heart to spell. I didn't eat any of them. I reread. Elena pouted and repeated again, silently turning over the skewers in her hand and sprinkling some salt. I didn't eat any of them. I didn't eat any of them. I didn't eat any of them. Okay. Just this time, you can go and bake in peace. Alright. Waves finally appeared on Snape's indifferent face, and a hint of impatient shame emerged. I must be obedient. Eleanor's eyes lit up with permission, and she nodded quickly, raised her paw and swore, licked her lips excitedly, and instantly withdrew from the state of repeater. Humphrey, wait a while to clean up this little guy. No deal with the lazy first-year freshman in the back. Snape simply turned around, not looking at the nasty little glutton, but at the group of smiling little wizards behind him, narrowed his eyes slightly, and snorted heavily. What are you in a daze? Did I ask you to stop? Don't forget, turn in the work 10 minutes before get out of class and put it in the oven. Each of you needs to finish eating your work, not one left. Accompanied by the reprimand of the professor of the potions class, everyone in the entire classroom suddenly looked serious, and obediently lowered their heads and continued to follow the steps of the parchment on the podium to prepare the French-baked snails. After patrolling the classroom again, Snape paced slowly to Elena. Wait, Miss Castellana. Snape patted the girl's shoulder lightly, looked blankly at the little silver hoard witch who was holding the fragrant roasted mushrooms, and was about to take her mouth. She took out her wand and knocked it thoughtfully in her hand, and whispered softly, I just said that allowing you to complete the baking process does not allow you to eat in class. Eh? What's the point? Elena blinked, always feeling that something was wrong. Before Elena could react, the middle-aged half-blood prince waved his magic wand lightly and whispered indifferently, clean up. In the next moment, only a bare porcupine thorn remained in Elena's hand. What? The mixed-race little V stared at the porcupine thorn in her hand blankly. The expression on her face gradually changed from excitement to dull, and then from dull to irritable. Exclamation mark. Chapter 2 Adding and More Complete. This is the edition of the chapter owed yesterday. Jiangsu Obang plans to continue to open. It is still 500 chapters to add more. It seems that there is still a chapter of 245 to add more. I always feel that something is wrong. Go on with the code word. Dear fat round-faced chickens. Did you show me your heart to the lovely Elena Caslana today? The fastest URL for mobile version update, Chapter 248 Professor Snape comes out. The most essential and primitive desire of mankind is the desire to survive. This is the hierarchy of needs theory put forward by American psychologist Abraham Maslow in his paper The Theory of Human Motivation in 1943. As one of the cornerstones of humanistic science, Maslow's theory divides human needs into 5 categories from low to high like a ladder: physiological needs, safety needs, social needs, respectful needs, and self-realization. Demand. In layman's terms, if a person lacks food, safety, love and respect at the same time, the demand for food is usually the strongest, and other needs are less important. At this time, human consciousness is almost completely occupied by hunger, and all energy is used to obtain food. In this extreme case, the whole meaning of life is to eat, and nothing else matters. Only when people are liberated from the control of the most basic physiological needs for survival, can more advanced and socialized needs such as the need for security emerge. However, as human civilization enters modern society, this terrible source of hunger is like a closed Pandora's box, and most of the time has been sealed in everyone's heart waiting quietly. Some guys who don't have emotional intelligence and desire to survive will reopen it. Evans Lily didn't choose Snape in the end. There really is a reason. Elena glanced at the empty porcupine thorn in her hand in silence. The veins on her head were slightly violent, and she stared at Snape angrily with a super fierce look, her eyes staring as if they were fried hair. Round-faced fat chicken. Sure enough, King Mightn't beat the sky, usually because of her own death, which didn't have to be washed away. Grabbing food from a foodie's mouth is even more dangerous than taking hostages in Russia and following Bear Grylls to a deserted island without food in the future. This kind of thing is more than several times more dangerous almost every moment. Countless friendships, loves, family affections and even lives were wiped out because of this inconspicuous consumption. Why, Ms. Caslana, are you dissatisfied with my decision? Snape folded his hands and hugged his chest, like a tall black stone statue, looking down at the frizzy silver hair in front of him. His mouth was turned up, and he whispered unmovedly. Glancing at the fierce, cute and stubborn aura in Elena's eyes, Snape frowned sometimes. There really shouldn't be too many special treatments for students. It's easy to get into the feet and requires a little tap. Perhaps I need to remind you again that this is a potion class, not an outdoor picnic venue where you can recklessly. I have already generously allowed you to complete the entire process. Now, it's time to return to normal teaching. Then, while saying this, the magic wand in the hands of the potions professor waved gently again. In the next moment, not only the string of grilled mushrooms, but also all the food on the grilled skewers held by Elena was wiped out. Only a handful of bald porcupine spines were left, and the slight aroma proved that there had been traces of food. Elena raised her eyebrows, and took a deep breath, breaking a rib or two. Shouldn't it matter? Anyway, Mr. Gellert Grindelwald can not only heal wounds, but also has a pretty good accomplishment of forgetting spells. But in this way, Dumbledore might have to be beaten again. Elena raised her head to look at Snape with an indifferent face, subconsciously exerted a little force with her hands, and said with a smile, "Dear Professor Snape, have you heard of the Pandora's box that seals the source of hunger? Sorry, I think you might have a big deal. Click, click, click. With the movement of Elena's hands, the large porcupine thorns that were gathered together, almost the size of the forearm, which is difficult for even an adult man to break in one breath, brushed and broke into two without any resistance, revealing an uneven pale cross-section. Then, Elena put the broken porcupine spines in her hand like origami, and folds it in half again easily. Then, put it back in your hand again, and fold it in half again with great ease. Elena released her hand and dropped the fragments in her hand at will. Wow! The porcupine thorn that was originally the length of the wand was folded in half 3 times and turned into a large number of short sticks that were less than the knuckle length. At the same time, a dazzling silver-white stigma lit up from the back of Elena's left hand, like a mysterious spell, illuminating the entire potions classroom almost instantly. An unbreakable oath? How could it be possible? Before I had time to think about Elena's unreasonable weird power, the moment he saw the light on the back of the girl's hand, Snape's face suddenly changed, and his underground consciousness blurted out in shock. Unbreakable oath. The most powerful oath spell currently known. It can be said to be the most severe and significant spell between wizards and wizards. Once the oath is broken, the person who broke it will suffer a very serious backlash. It stands to reason that it will only appear on the extremely powerful wizards to restrain each other's behavior. In any case, it is impossible to appear in a Hogwarts first-year student who is less than 11 years old. Moreover, judging from this light and special manifestation form, at least 2 wizards who are far more powerful than him participated in the process of making an unknown vow, and a person with such strength, according to Snape, knew that there shouldn't be too many. Albus Dumbledore. But, why? The look on Snape's face changed, and the details of Dumbledore's unusual words and deeds since the beginning of school and the special treatment of Elena kept pouring out of his mind. Looking deeply at the person standing in front of him, the little witch whispered, "Elena Kaslana, who are you?" Elena raised her eyebrows, and was about to give herself some resounding names. Cough, cough, cough. At this moment, a violent cough came from outside the classroom, interrupting the girl's words, and an old and powerful voice came in from the door of the classroom. "Professor Snape, Professor Severus Snape, please come out. Please." Everyone turned their heads and saw that the thin Mr. Otto Apocalypse appeared at the door of the potions class at some unknown time. The old man's eyes flicked over Elena, his eyes twitched slightly, and then his face was serious. He looked at Snape and said, and behind Mr. Otto Apocalypse, there stood a figure that everyone was more familiar with, principal of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Albus Dumbledore. I saw Dumbledore's chest rising and falling, as if he had just experienced a violent short run, and his silver-white beard was shaking from side to side because of gasping. Immediately afterwards, Albus Dumbledore walked up quickly and stood side by side with Otto Apocalypse, who first arrived at the professor's door, and slightly calmed down the breath caused by the violent running. Azure eyes glared fiercely at the aggrieved mixed-race little V through the lens. Also, Miss Elena Kaslana also come out. If it weren't for the morning robbery incident, Gellert Grindelwald, who felt that things were a little out of control, confessed some new information, plus the two worked together to improve the sensitivity of the unbreakable vow. Maybe he is already lying on the ground and feeling the taste of myocardial infarction, or if it is almost the same now. There is only one chapter today, because today I went to the zoo to see the little lion, the little brain axe, the little black bear. Still a chapter to add more, and only one chapter owed. Jiang Shuobang plans to continue to open reaching 500 chapters within 24 hours, said, adding more. Chapter 246, Chapter 420 said, Chapter 247, Chapter 461 said, none of them reached the standard. The fat chicken talked before, So you can't say that the fat chicken is lazy and has not added more. We are all creditable round-faced fat chickens. P.S. Dear fat round-faced chickens. Do you have a comparison to the lovely Elena Kaslana today? Chapter 249 Chaotic Classroom. Sorry, it's class time. Seeing the two old men appearing at the door of the classroom, Snape stood unmoved and said with a cold face, "As you can see, the students are doing practical operations. If there is no good reason, I don't think that leaving the classroom at this time is the right choice. There is an unwritten rule in Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry that during class time, professors of each subject have absolute control over the classroom, and even the principal cannot change or interrupt the teaching content at will. This is why all curriculum adjustments are required. The implementation can only be carried out after the agreement of the professors of each subject." While talking, Snape glanced at the little silver hoard which standing on the right side of the podium from the corner of his eye, and raised his eyebrows. With the sudden appearance of Dumbledore, the light trace of the unbreakable oath in Eleanor's hand was like a frightened little beast, quickly disappearing and disappearing, as if everything just now was just Snape dazzled. Same. At this time, Elena was cleverly putting her hands behind her toes quietly gathered the scattered porcupine thorns and kicked them under the table and hid them, as if she was being reprimanded. The helpless little witch, undoubtedly, because of the accidental visit of these two guests, the little temper that Elena Kaslana had not had time to explode quickly converged off in Snape's view. Even if it was any more noisy, students have nothing to worry about. Over the years, he has been very proficient in handling such situations. Of course, in fact, we only need to take up your very short time. The first-generation Meguro Lord who hurried to the classroom nodded politely. His eyes passed over the piles of snails, parsley, butter, and cheese in the classroom, and there was a sense of helpless familiarity in his eyes. "It is said that you used some of the ingredients in the kitchen before, and then went to the Forbidden Forest with the little guys to catch snails, so Albus and I guessed that you might need a little help." As Grindelwald spoke, he took a meaningful look at Elena, who was cleverly carrying her hand behind her, and the pile of debris on the ground that was gradually kicked under the table. He felt that his left shoulder seemed to feel a little bit painful. The young men who taught potions didn't know that if it weren't for the timely arrival of himself and Albus Dumbledore, he might have been unable to stand up and talk now. The poor Austrian Ministry of Magic employees had already, it was proved by the body that at such a close distance, Elena, who had mental arithmetic and unintentional, was almost invincible. "The kitchen drawer's ingredients!" Exclamation mark. "Lead a team to the Forbidden Forest to catch snails!" Exclamation mark. Snape's face froze. Why did these news spread so quickly? These idle old guys will not be okay to collect all kinds of gossips everywhere in the castle, right? "No, I can handle this." Snape snorted softly, frowned and waved his hand, and said sternly, "As for the questions you asked, they are just normal course schedule adjustments. I will report to Professor Dumbledore later." Ever since he met Hagrid next to the Forbidden Forest, Snape knew that most of this was something he couldn't hide. After all, the big-mouthed hunting ground guard had always been lax. In contrast, the interruption of the course made Snape even more annoyed. "As I said, it's not the right time." As a potions professor, I'm much busier than the two. Snape pointed to the little wizards in the classroom, and said in his low, slightly sarcasm tone, "I have no doubt that as long as my eyes leave the classroom for a while, even for a moment, they can blow themselves up to the sky." John Garland, remove your cauldron from the fire. I'm here all the time. It smells mushy. Before he finished speaking, Snape suddenly yelled, scaring a certain Hufflepuff guy who had been looking at the podium in a daze, and hurriedly reached out his hand to remove the cauldron, and ping ping pong yelling! Exclamation mark. "Ah, it's hot. Oh, ooh, 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 ooh." Not surprisingly, another clumsy Scald appeared, and sitting next to John Garland, Heroes Grover, who was in a group with him, quickly jumped away from the chair, and shrewdly avoided the cauldron that had rolled down from the table. so as not to be affected by the pond fish. However, the little wizards who were still watching the excitement at the next table were not so lucky. The hot metal cauldron slammed into the back of Grindelwald, and instantly removed the poor Ravenclaw kitty. Woke up in a state of wondering. Grindelwald's hollow eyes froze, and then she screamed in hindsight. She hugged her little Giorgio in distress and fell to one side. The chair that the little witch turned over hit the table behind with a sound. A harsh crash. The cauldron on the girl's table shook, creaked, and suddenly tilted to the side. The boiling soup used to steam the snails splashed out of the cauldron, and the water flow began to spread along the floor and the tabletop, and quickly stirred up again. There was a series of exclamations and chain reactions. The classroom suddenly became chaotic again. "Idiot, idiot. Did you take all your dragon leather gloves to make the soup? Get out of the way!" Snape roared loudly. The long black wizard robe flew, drew out his wand and quickly ran off the podium, directly hanging the two old men at the door. No, he has no time to chat with the two old guys. God knows what else will happen to those little guys. For some reason, Snape felt as if he had been cursed. One after another bad things happened, one after another. From this morning until now, nothing has been carried out properly according to his ideas. Dragon skin gloves making soup. Hearing Snape's strange analogy, Dumbledore raised his eyebrows. His gaze flicked over a large amount of ingredients in the potions classroom, and finally fell on the innocent-looking white-haired dumpling with a headache. Rubbed his eyebrows. Undoubtedly, after Rubeus Hagrid, who almost turned into a Black Lake fisherman, Elena Trouble, 3 generations of Dark Lord Castellana started to bias one of his professors, and it was Severus Snape, the most determined potion master, who was placed high hopes by Albus Dumbledore. It seems that in the future, it may be necessary to arrange for 1 or 2 house elves to follow Miss Castellana at all times, in case she does anything unexpected. The worst, at least let him know at the first time what happened. Would not have to be awkward to clean up the mess like every time before. Facing a mess of potions classroom, as well as the students' panic-stricken shouts and the bewildered little eyes, Dumbledore sighed helplessly, slowly drew out his wand, and shrugged at Grindelwald beside him. Shrugged and said softly, "Oh, Mr. Apocalypse, let's help too. Go and treat the children." "No problem. I'm a therapist at Hogwarts. Isn't this one of my duties?" Taking a look at the energetic classroom, Grindelwald shook his head happily. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was really much more interesting than New Mungard Castle if that white hairy dumpling could do things. Don't always bring him. Goo. This is the first chapter. Whenever I go to the zoo to watch cute animals, I will be full of ideas and inspiration. Of course, this time is not a surprise. I want to complete more than 3 chapters Tremor, and pay all the debts at once. Jiang Shuobang plans to continue to open reaching 500 chapters within 24 hours, said, adding more. P.S. Dear fat round-faced chickens, do you have a comparison to the lovely Elena Castellana today? The fastest URL for mobile version update. Chapter 250 Affirmation from the Elderly. Professor Snape, let me do it. I am professional in this respect. Grindelwald walked unhurriedly to Snape, who was dealing with the accident with a sullen face, and patted the wizard on the shoulder easily, motioning him to step back a little, leaving himself enough to cast space. I have to say, although Snape is a respectable potion master, but relatively speaking, his attainments in healing spells are very general. In addition to the basic healing spells, he is more accustomed to using various potions for auxiliary treatment. If you simply use a magic wand for treatment, in terms of efficiency, it is actually not that good. Huh? Mr. Apocalypse? The busy Snape turned his head and glanced at the old man behind him. He frowned and was about to subconsciously refuse. He suddenly remembered the old man's identity, nodded without any objection, walked away, and waited for the old wizard to cast his spell. Speaking of which, for the legendary Paracelsus who came to Hogwarts suddenly, Snape has always been a little doubtful of if both Madame Pomfrey and Professor McGonagall chose I believe it. And right now is undoubtedly the best opportunity to test whether this old wizard is really a top healer with superb healing skills and methods as in the legend. I saw Otto Apocalypse casually raising his hand. His lips murmured silently, and a mysterious and primitive magic symbol flashed in the air. Immediately afterwards, a cloud of white mist appeared out of thin air like a veil, covering the large group of scalded first-year little wizards, and quickly healed the scars on their bodies visible to the naked eye. Standing next to Otto Apocalypse, Snape could clearly feel the warm power contained in that layer of gleam just by the side. He could vaguely feel that his fatigue was alleviated. Quite a few. It's like taking a comfortable hot bath. In less than 2 seconds, all the scars on the little wizards were instantly wiped out, and they were restored to a clean and healthy state. To be precise, judging from the expressions of the little guys, they seemed to be healthier. This is? Snape's eyes shrank slightly, and there was no more doubt in his heart. Silent cast, wandless cast, multiple casts, overheal. As one of the top wizards in contemporary times, Snape can naturally see the shocking skills behind the understatement of the spellcasting of Mr. Otto Apocalypse, and this should be only what he can see. The tricks that were revealed, not the whole mystery. At least he didn't know what magic the old man used. Moreover, as far as Severus Snape knew, even Albus Dumbledore in his mind might not be able to reproduce the same magical effect as easily as the old wizard in front of him. Sure enough, every one of these old wizards who have lived for hundreds of years is a monster. Very well, it seems that although the professors at Albus School can't coax children, they still have some magical vision. Feeling the surprise in Snape's eyes, Grindelwald nodded secretly, not in vain that he deliberately used a wide range of magic texts for treatment. Although it was a bit wasteful. For the wizards who knew the goods, the performance effect was absolutely perfect. From the moment he entered the potions classroom, Gellert Grindelwald realized what kind of chemical reaction Elena had learned in the castle of Numungard the previous week. After a whole week of preparatory classes for potions cooking class, Grindelwald has no doubts about Elena's ability to make a big splash in the potions class. After all, she has successfully completed one for all eating and cooking potions materials for the first and second grades. Moreover, according to Grindelwald's understanding of Elena, the combination of the two, the motive of the bizarre potions professor's office robbery in the morning, he has almost guessed at odds and ends. Although it is not yet known how the potions professor provoked Elena, since he and Dumbledore felt that the unbreakable oath was triggered again at the same time. There must have been a serious accident. Otherwise, Elena would not rashly expose the halo of the oath in the public. Fortunately, he and Dumbledore discussed the identity and introduction of this white-haired dumpling in the bedroom last night. Whether it is the vow exposure or the girl's strange magical ability, there are already more perfect explanations. Let alone fooling these young people, even in the face of the Ministry of Magic's investigation. The whole set of rhetoric that is completely logical and mixed with truth and falsehood can be completely dealt with the help of the two most powerful wizards of the time. The chaos in the potions classroom was almost instantly calmed down under the light tap of Dumbledore's wand. The tables and chairs that were turned over and the ingredients that fell on the ground returned to their original positions as if the upside-down button had been pressed. Even the crucible with some dents on the edge became clean and intact again, as if it were brand new. This made Snape's face, who was a little upset, undoubtedly better. Although he was not good at expressing emotions, it did not mean that Snape was a rude person who didn't know how to measure. Thank you. That's it. Snape slowly straightened up, turned to look at the two old men, squeezed a smile with some effort. God knows when he showed this expression last time, and nodded politely. Professor Snape, I'm sorry to have caused the trouble with your course. Please continue with it. After completing the treatment of several students in one breath, Otto Apocalypse clapped his hands calmly, glanced at the dull Snape, and said politely. It was as if he and Dumbledore had just done something as common as picking up scraps of paper. After a pause, Otto Apocalypse smiled gently at Snape, showing a smile of the same style as Dumbledore. If possible, can Albus and I sit in the corner for a while to listen in? Don't worry, we are just watching and will not interfere with the progress of the course. Judging by the current situation, this white-haired dumpling is simply too reassuring. God knows if he and Dumbledore have just left on their front feet, the wizard will lay on the ground and vomit blood the next moment. At least until they finish educating Elena, Grindelwald and Dumbledore don't intend to let Elena leave their sight for the time being. Of course there is no problem, as long as you don't get bored. After all, today are simple introductory studies that are too basic to be more basic. Snape raised his eyebrows, glanced unnaturally at the plates of cheese-baked snails in the classroom, and the drooling little wizards, hesitating to add another sentence. Well, of course, I have to explain. Today is a special situation. Normally, we all start with making potions. I understand. In fact, I think this is a great attempt, like a milestone, and perhaps only a school like Hogwarts has the courage to challenge the progress of traditional potions learning. Grindelwald waved his hand. His gaze quickly crossed with Elena, who was standing behind Snape, and he looked at Snape with admiration, and he did not hesitate to appreciate his appreciation. What a clever and creative genius idea. If it weren't for your attempt by Professor Snape, maybe these little guys would have suffered more just now instead. I think it's a perfect one. And the idea of continuing to execute. While talking, Gellert Grindelwald glanced around the classroom environment, twitched his nose lightly, and showed a relieved smile. Strictly speaking, this dish used to replace the scabies treatment potion was completed by him for Elena, but when they were in the castle of Numungard, the two ate slugs. On the contrary, it is the authentic cheese-baked snail made by Elena. He has never eaten it once. Now it is just a chance to make up for regrets. Huh? So you think so too? After getting the affirmation from the elderly, Snape's unnatural expression quickly eased, and he nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps this method can indeed try to research and expand, whether it is from the students' enthusiasm for learning, or the cost and teaching effect. It is undoubtedly relatively good. Of course, the only difficulty lies in how to ingeniously integrate the traditional potion courses into this new method. If it is potion materials, there are too many things to consider. If you can, maybe you will need to ask the old man's opinion for later courses. Okay, everyone, come back to your mind, hurry up and finish your process. After a quarter of an hour, you will go into the oven to check the results. Snape hurried back to the podium, tapped the parchment process hanging on the blackboard with his magic wand, his mouth raised, looked around the little wizards, and said sharply, "Don't forget, everyone needs to finish their work. All, not one left. Anyway, there are Mr. Apocalypse and Professor Dumbledore as double insurance. Even if these little guys have food poisoning, they can be rescued on the spot." Chapter 2 Completion. Chapter 245 plus more. Now it's still missing addition to chapter 248 and one chapter is over. I said, today I will have more than 3 chapters shaking, and pay all the debts in one go. Swell. Akimbo. Hing. Jiangsu Bang plans to continue to open. Reaching 500 chapters within 24 hours, said, adding more.